Ayy, shooting my shot like, ayy, hit the red dot like, ayy, finger on the trigger like, ayy, 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 shooting my shot like, ayy, hit the red dot like, ayy, hitting her spot like, ayy, 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 ayy. I gotta get it, man. Shout out, I hit it. I'm fully committed like, ayy. I studied the target, I'm never gonna miss it. I call that precision like, ayy. Shooting my shot like, ayy, hit the red dot like, ayy, finger on the trigger like, ayy, 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 ayy. Grandma was in A, auntie was in the A, mama had AAA. I wasn't scared to crash anyone anyway. I ride a shotty while bro had a shotty like we in the getaway. I gotta penetrate, I gotta generate. I got like 20 some years to my hood, now I gotta go live away. I'm out of town, but I'm not on the getaway. I spin a giveaway. Fuck you mean, I'm the generous king for real. I fuck her to sleep, then I light up the street. Got her screaming like Billie Jean for real. I'm from the M, I got M's in the bank and M's in all my streams for real. Feeling like Phil, they be living like Carlson if I leave him in the wheel. Shooting my shot like, ayy, hit the red dot like, ayy, finger on the trigger like, ayy, 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 ayy. Shooting my shot like, ayy, hit the red dot like, ayy, hitting her spot like, ayy, 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 ayy. I gotta get it, man. Shout out, I hit it. I'm fully committed like, ayy. I studied the target, I'm never gonna miss it. I call that precision like, ayy. Shooting my shot like, ayy, hit the red dot like, ayy, finger on the trigger like, ayy, 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 ayy. Baby, I'm loving the taste. I think I'm ready for kids. She said when it stop trying to come in her face. That makes sense. I'm going up past LA Brent. I'm going off no fail, say switch. Yeah, me and my team go back like plastic cup boys on some tailgate shit. Okay, hold, look. All eyes on me, ho. I feel like I'm Truman. No, we finna win it, cause I'm about to lose it. I don't give a fuck what computers is putin'. I go off a field, no hesi, just shoot it. I die for my team, I'm the coach, I'm recruiting. I'm spending my time and I'm saving the day, ho. I feel like a mutant. I'm built like a student. I'm feeling bilingual, cause I'm in Nigeria. Rocking the Cuban, smoking on Cubans. My life is a highlight reel that I keep on looping. You can't just tell me shit, ho. You gotta prove it. These niggas stealing, they first name is Lupin. I'm hitting harder than bitch, I yukin'. They sending shots, but I'm high, just juking. Hitting my dance, motherfucker, I'm B.I.G. You know I can't forget that I do it. Shooting my shot like, ayy, hit the red dot like, ayy, finger on the trigger like, ayy, 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 ayy. Shooting my shot like, ayy, hit the red dot like, ayy, hitting her spot like, ayy, 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 ayy. I gotta get it, man. Shout out, I hit it. I'm fully committed like, ayy. I studied the target, I'm never gonna miss it. I call that precision like, ayy. Shooting my shot like, ayy, hit the red dot like, ayy, finger on the trigger like, ayy, 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 ayy. Boy. Ayy, shooting my shot like, ayy, hit the red dot like, ayy, finger on the trigger like, ayy, 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 ayy. Shooting my shot like, ayy, hit the red dot like, ayy, hitting her spot like, ayy, 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 ayy. I gotta get it, man. Shout out, I hit it. I'm fully committed like, ayy. I studied the target, I'm never gonna miss it. I call that precision like, ayy. Shooting my shot like, ayy, hit the red dot like, ayy, finger on.
Alright, chat. Give me just a second. Alright, I'm gonna have to figure out what I did wrong with that. Alright, what's up, chat? Hopefully you guys are doing well. You guys all know what the situation is and whatnot. And crazy weekend. I gotta tell you, crazy ass weekend. A lot of dumb shit that happened in a lot of different places for a lot of, I guess one could say, a lot of different reasons. Maybe couldn't I don't know. There's just dumb shit that happened overall all weekend. So I hope to bring that to you, get to laugh at it, you know, fun stuff all around. Big ups to everybody who's in chat. Let's see here. Let me give you guys, I guess, what's on the menu, I suppose, and then we'll go from there. So I have some FGC stuff for you, which I'm gonna try to put that into the routine. We're gonna have part 2 of the March 19th Baldur's Gate 3 nonsense. You guys know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? Gout tax, snort tax, aka run your pockets. So we're going to have part 2 to that. That's the part that we couldn't finish up. It's like 18 minutes. So I'm going to give you guys that. Then we go over to Review Tech USA. We're gonna go do some Review Tech USA shit. So I have, for Review Tech USA, I found the hour-long video I wanted to do. I'm not sure if it's the same video that dude in the last broadcast was recommending. It has to be. We just know it under two different names. So we're gonna go over that. And but someone shot me a line of a post from the farms that has Rich breaking down for about 5 minutes, completely losing his shit. So we definitely have to go over that. That's mandatory. But then I have something even stupider than that. We're gonna go over to 8-Big Eric's video after that because Rich got exposed for being on alt accounts stalking Jay, which is weird because I thought he already claimed total retard victory. So why the fuck are we stalking someone that we've already beat? I don't understand that. So we're gonna go through that nonsense. What else do I have here? As it pertains to the FGC shit, we have Sonic Saul, who ain't sat there and lost his shit again. And I'm gonna give you that story. I'm gonna give you some background on that. Got a lot of nonsense going on. Just got a lot. There's a lot of nonsense going on. I can't even fit everything into this broadcast. I don't even know if we're gonna get to everything in this, but I'm gonna try. So there you go on that. So chat, as one does, big ups to everybody who's here. I'm gonna give you guys I'm gonna let you guys decide what goes first, actually. So let's see, either FGC, Rich, or DSP. Actually, DSP's last. Fuck that bitch. DSP's last. So that's what we got. So you guys get to choose what's first. We can go through the FGC shit quick first, or we can go through Review Tech USA. Whatever you want to do. Take a minute and whatnot. I'll let you guys marinate on that shit, and then you guys can decide. But that's what the situation is with that. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk, and so on and so forth. And then let me actually jump over to the video lineup, and then you guys can kind of see what you guys want to do. Rich is first? All right, well, the mob has spoken. The mob has spoken. Let's see here. Oh my gosh, where do we start with Rich? Holy crap. Let's see here. You know what? Fuck it. Let's start where this shit all should have began. To be honest with you, with Rich freaking out. Let's do that. I want you to see this shit. Speaking of which, disclaimer, if you will. Disclaimer. I'm gonna say some shit that you guys aren't gonna like. So if you feel the need to unsub, by all means, go ahead. Whether you're on the live, whether you're now here, whether you're here now at the broadcast, whatever, or on my podcast, or if you watch this after the fact, if you choose to unsub, there's no hard feelings. Do what you gotta do. At the end of the day, I'm gonna go at Rich no matter what. So that doesn't really stop my flow or my hustle. But if you feel the need that, you know, I say something that clearly works against your sensibilities or whatever the case may be, I respect that. And like I said, if you need to move, I'm gonna let you move, because I'm gonna say some shit that's gonna be uncomfortable. Probably. So, you know, I thought I'd just put that disclaimer out there now. Alright then, chat, you guys know what the fucking rules are over here. Beat your lol cow and beat them often. Time to cook. This was brought to us by the farms. Okay? Remember on the Kiwi Farms did that? Big ups to them. They weren't the one who sent it to me. It was somebody else. But big ups to them for capturing it. I can't find the actual stream this actually comes from, unless it was from Rich's victory lap stream. But whatever. It's 2 parts. Here we go.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm alright. I know it kind of seems like the opposite. Like, I'm fine. And personally, like, I'm okay. I'm not in any kind of, like, bad place. But,
Oh, my fault. I was muted. Okay, so quick disclaimer. The reason why this whole situation happened was Rich's son is kind of dealing with some stuff right now. He's kind of going through some issues or problems or whatever the case may be. Rich is like 40, 42, because I saw someone in the chat just ask about that. Anyway, here's the situation. I'll just re-say what I said. Rich, this whole situation I think comes off the fact that Rich is having some issues with his son right now. His son is young, as you guys know. He's having a hard time dealing with what's going on with his sister. His father's high all the fucking time. He's having a hard time coping, and he's just not dealing with this very well at the moment. What you're seeing is Rich trying to cope with that. That's pretty much what it comes down to. What's up, everybody in chat? Sorry for the mute. I'll bring the clip back. Oh my god.
I'm alright. I know it kind of seems like the opposite. Like, I'm fine. And personally, like, I'm okay. I'm not in any kind of, like, bad place. But,
yeah, Bell, I'll probably be on for a minute. Like, I got a pretty full lineup. I'm not sure if we're gonna go through all of it, but I'm gonna try to. I'm gonna try to get through all of it. And this time, chat, he's not muted. This is just literally him not saying anything. Just want to make sure I got that out there.
it's been some real shit. This is...
So there's the first part, chat. Now, we're not done, because there is part two. Now, keep in mind, chat, this is a lolcow. And lolcows will do whatever they have to kind of take the heat off them. Let me paint you the picture. Rich has this situation with Jay still going on. He's not winning. If anything, more people are stepping away from him, or more people are realizing he's a lolcow. So he's losing, or reaffirming that he's a lolcow, I should say. So he's losing on two different fronts. And then all this other extra bullshit's coming out that he wasn't expecting to come out. Jay hasn't exposed them. Let me be clear about that. Jay hasn't exposed them. But all this extra shit's starting to come out that people, haven't heard about or whatever. His appearance on lolcow Live didn't work and whatnot. All the people in Rich's group or whatever, no one's really mounting up and riding for him because you can't. So, it's getting messy. But if you thought that first part was messy, I got this set part two for you.
This is why I didn't stream last night. I was thinking I wouldn't react like this tonight. But
Today, my man.
yeah, I was thank you. I didn't think I was going to. Probably wouldn't have started the stream, to be honest. To me, it's a strange thing to do. I'm not looking for anything. Like, I'm fine. And my videos are getting viewership again. My streams, people show up to them. Like, that's not what I'm looking for. I'm not looking for sympathy of any kind.
And yet we're here. Why? You heard him. He's the one who named his priorities off. Hey, my videos are getting views again. The streams are doing okay. I didn't hear nothing about the family life, but whatever. Why are you up here, dude? If you're mentally breaking down like this, you know what I'm saying? If the family is going through a rough time and shit, why are you appearing online right now? You said the day before you didn't go live because you didn't want this to happen. The next day, what happened? Edibles didn't hit you right? What happened? Your bag's getting kind of short? Maybe you need to up the milligrams? What's the problem? I'm not even being a dick about it. I'm asking. Because, you know, if you're going to put yourself out here like this, then what's the problem? And then my thing is, Rich, all the people that you ain't sat there and did videos on or did streams on when they were at their lowest or whatever, you're not at your lowest yet. We can get lower. You know, you still took your shots and whatever, right? But now it's like, oh, well, I'm in a fucked up spot and, you know, I'm not looking for sympathy. I'm not looking for this. I'm not looking for that. If that's the case, what are you doing online? Take your ass back to bed. Get on the phone and talk to your kids. Do something productive. Because this isn't it. And this is what happens, chat, when you're a chronic user of the internet. You know, this is what happens when you're a fucking power user and you don't have no type of work-life balance or separation and your whole life is the internet. Marriage is all fucked up. Kids are dropping like flies. Sorry, no pun intended. Sorry, but I'm not sorry. Kids are dropping like flies. And fucked up his internet persona as if it wasn't fucked up already. Now we up here crying. You ain't told a whole community. Let's get that together, by the way. I'm sorry. You told a community minus the detractors, trolls, haters, and critics that you're cool with or who like you. You told a bunch of them to get on their knees, kiss the ring, suck your dick. You said that Jay is a parasite. You called a bunch of these people irrelevant. You ain't went there on LOLCOW Live, made yourself look dumb. Then it comes out that the video that you and Jay were supposed to do together, and everybody thought Jay was doing it so he could get his flowers on the way out of there. Come to find out, you wanted to do that video so you could have Jay smooth everything over for you before you kick him the fuck out. And now, after total retard victory off of LOLCOW Live, now we're over here crying. I don't understand. I don't get it. Someone explain something to me, chat. We got total victory off Jay, right? We got total validation and whatnot, despite the fact that if he wanted to fire Jay, he should have just fired him, paid him out, in the story. But you didn't want to do that. You're the one that turned this whole dumb shit into the dumb shit that it is. The whole dumpster fire nonsense. That was all your fault. Then you went ahead and talked greasy about the dude behind his back, and then that shit got put out there. Now you're scared because you don't know who in your group, whether a mod, whether quote unquote in your ProleteR gallery or friend group or whatever, you don't know who's leaking information. Then it comes out that you admit that you have people following Jay around, finding out what he's doing, like some fucking crazy ex-girlfriend and shit. Shit's getting wild, son. But yet now, we're crying. That's what we've been reduced to now. This is where we're at. All of this could have been avoided if you ain't paid Jay his $2,500 and just moved off. And then, why are we bitching and complaining about the PC, which was the same PC you're going to pawn off on DSP? You literally gave Jay secondhand gout, and yet Jay should have just taken that as part of his paycheck? Alright, whatever. Whatever. What up, chat? Big up, prop.
This ain't my job to put on you. You know what I'm saying? Like you...
See, chat, this is what happens when you're in the abyss a little too long. Oh, don't worry, Proper. We're going to get to that stock account shit. I got all that. This is what happens when you're in the vortex a little too long. This is what happens when you forget your footing. But also, chat, this is what happens when a LOLCOW looks too deep into another LOLCOW's abyss. That's what happened. He looked in far too close. He looked in too deeply, if you will. He drank the gout out of the forbidden fountain and shit, and now look at him. And then, ironically enough, chat, this same script is something you guys have heard before from DSP. But let's continue. I'm just an asshole, so don't take me too much to heart.
Like, you come here.
Yeah, Michael, that Gouty Kool-Aid or that Gouty cherry flavored Kool-Aid is hitting hard as fuck these days. This shit is rough. We're having real problems with this shit here. And over what? What was this all worth? You can't tell me this shit was worth it. Whatever. This shit was not worth it. It wasn't. I don't care. You know what I'm saying? And then here's the crazy part. Because I'm listening to DSP's Bottom Bitch podcast therapy session and my other mic and shit. Or my other side of my headphones. And he's sitting here, at least at the point that I'm in. He's sitting here crying about how all the mistakes that he made. And he's hoping to get better in this, that, and the third. Bitch, you in your 40s too. Do we just got a bunch of late bloomers around this motherfucker? Like no one has any type of sense or idea of consequences. I don't understand. I'm confused.
You come here. And to get away from your own shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't come to a stream for someone else's baggage. You know what I mean?
And yet here we are! Just like with DSP, just like with Wings of Redemption, just like with Boogie, just like with Low Tier God. What the fuck? So I thought you learned from these people. I thought you've watched these people and you learned how to maneuver and not make their mistakes. And now look at where you at. Help! Help! What the fuck? And then chat, to get it even more crazy, before he went on LOLCOW Live, he put out like a tweet or something saying, hey, I'm going to take some time off for my mental and physical health and whatnot, right? Okay, I need to address some shit in my life and this, that, and the third. Then, next thing you know, he announces he's going on LOLCOW Live. So I guess that break didn't last long, and now we're here where we're at. Now we're out here playing the sympathy game that DSP likes to do and shit. The only difference is we haven't met Review Tech USA's T. Carter yet. So we just crying for our own sake at this point. Fuck.
You know, like, that's one thing I kind of... There's plenty of other shit that I fuck up on, but that's one thing I adhere to is that...
Ban anyone who is not crying or coming. As dads or moms, we all understand. Even the ones who aren't parents understand. We're here for you, buddy.
Thank you, man. I, first quit working out that overnight shift. And, I woke up and it was like... Holy shit, man. I do this for a living now. Like, I went from a shit job. I had a job where I thought it was a career, and they laid us all off, which was probably the biggest blessing in disguise.
Wait! That's wait. The lore. Wait. The lore dictates that you quit that job because the YouTube thing was working better out than the 9-to-5 thing. You never said shit about you guys were getting fired. Oh man, it's great that I'm getting ready to do that video now. It's great that this video about to pop out now because that's not what the lore was, Rich. You're gonna have to bring that back, Rich. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry, actually. I don't give a fuck. You're gonna have to bring that back because that's not what history dictates. But see, you've been so fortunate that no one has given a fuck about you from a drama standpoint that there's nobody really around that can call that shit out. Or the ones who are around, they don't speak that often. Oh, no. Yeah, I'm going to need some clarification on that one.
Shit job. I had a job where I thought it was a career, and they laid us all off, which was probably the biggest blessing in disguise because I was going through a bout of depression at that time.
Oh, no. Not only were we about to get laid off, but we got depression, too. Oh, shit. He's got the DSP combo going here. This shit is crazy. Oh, no. Rich. Say it ain't so, Rich. I need you to bring that back.
shit job. I had a job where I thought it was a career, and they laid us all off, which was probably the biggest blessing in disguise because I was going through a bout of depression at that time. And I'm sitting here making YouTube videos, and people watch them, and something I was doing for fucking free.
That's literally DSP's story, damn near word for word. That's literally his story, word for word. From being fired from the helicopter company, going to YouTube, finding an audience, finding a group of people who care about what he has to say. God damn, Rich. Wow. oh, so many surprises. Big ups to the farms and the dude that was on the farms who did that shit. The link to that dude's post should be in the description, so you can check that out at your leisure. Holy shit. I wasn't expecting that. Well, you know what, chat? It gets even better. So, this is 8-Bit Eric. Now, just in case you don't know who 8-Bit Eric is, he's the one who's been writing for Jay pretty decently. He's made quite a few videos and whatnot. He's been really out there putting in work. But also, Rich believes that Eric was the one who exposed the Facebook post, even though Eric says he had nothing to do with it. So, what are you going to do with that? But whatever. Links to the videos are down in the description, hopefully. If not, it is what it is. But let's see what 8-Bit Eric has to say about... let's see here. Because I have notes, because I'm a professional. I'm not a professional. Let's see here. 8-Bit Eric. Okay, Review Tech USA exposed using alt accounts to troll Jay. And this was from the 24th, which was yesterday. Links down in the description, as always. Here we go.
Review Tech USA cannot let JKB go. Today, JKB had a live stream, and guess who decided to send donations under an alt account? Review Tech USA. Now,
all this shit is crazy cringe. But it's funny. It's really, really funny. Because, yet again, Rich has modeled himself as the alternative to Darkside Phil. Oh, he makes mistakes, he does dumb shit, but he doesn't do the dumb shit or make the mistakes that DSP does. He's smarter than that. He's above all that. He still makes mistakes, but he doesn't make the mistakes DSP does. That's how he's modeled himself over the years. And yet, in truth, he's just as much of a lolcow, if not, he has the potential of being an even bigger lolcow. Well, literally, he is a bigger lolcow, but you know what I mean? Figuratively, we're working on that. And yet people still feel the need to defend him. I don't understand. But whatever. It is what it is.
I know some of you guys might be saying, Eric, it could have been anybody sending a Streamlabs donation. Well, guess what? If you use your PayPal, it shows the email.
Proper. If Jay had his DM still open to Rich, yeah, I'm pretty sure there'd be some late night DM set. I don't know if Rich wouldn't be drunk. He'd be high, but under the influence no matter what. No, that's not Tommy C.
Of who's sending the donation. So, for whatever reason, Review Tech USA decided to come on to JKB stream under an alt called Michelle Gucci. And I'm going to show you guys the clip. You can actually see the reaction to JKB right here.
It's all new. This used to be portables. It's great. I can't believe I'm able to do this.
Hey, Jay. I love the show and think you're doing a great job. However, I think it's disingenuous that you said that Rich copied your humor. You said many times that you and Rich have similar humor, and he had that humor before working with you.
I have no clue what that TTS is, to be honest with you. I've never heard it with that type of speech before. It's definitely unique.
Why lie?
Yeah, I didn't lie. I don't know about the part. I never said that Rich stole my humor. I said that Rich and I developed all the humor together. So, just to clear that up. I never said Rich stole anything from me. But I appreciate the support, by the way. Seriously. Says he loves the show. I appreciate that. But, no, honestly, it's fine. He's not trolling. He's just saying, why would I lie? I never, ever said Rich stole any of the humor, just to be clear. No, don't give the guy shit in the chat. Seriously, Mike. Gucci, thank you. I appreciate the support and you saying that. Again, just to clear that up, there's no way to get around this. Rich and I have the same sense of humor. There's some things I made up. There's some things he made up. And sometimes you're going to see some of the same humor on both shows. I don't know what to say about that. But
I'm not sure what kind of outfit it is per se, but as we go along, you'll get a close-up, so you'll get a better look at it.
I'm not stealing anything from him. He didn't steal anything from me, and that's the end of that. So thank you for the support, honestly, for saying that you love the show and you think I'm doing a great job.
And what's weird is he's actually giving JKB money to be a troll. Imagine going to the lengths of trying to derail a stream by sending money. Like, how sad of an individual human being do you have to be to use donations to try to derail a stream? And you can see...
You mean like how Rich used to send super chats or even send money to DSP when he was on Twitch? Same concept. It's the same thing. I mean, shit. If you want to go back in the heavy lore, you can find this on Mighty D's channel actually. When Rich was trying to get DSP to come on to Exposed or that Exposed podcast or whatever the fuck. Same concept. So Rich has a history of doing that, but he didn't do it under a sock account. A little bit more clarification. It was already suspected that Rich had sock accounts. A few, in fact. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, all birds of a feather flock together. And Monday Matt has already been exposed for having a bunch of fucking alt accounts and fucking sock accounts and this, that, and third. So it only makes sense that Rich would too. But I think this is probably outside of like on a Discord or something like that, that one of these things have been blatantly been exposed. Now, most of you are probably thinking, well, where's the evidence? Give me a second. We're working our way towards it.
Jay ain't having it. He's not falling for that trick. And each time these donation alerts are coming through, there's a notification on Jay's phone that shows who the email's from. And you can see after this last one that comes up, he actually pauses for a moment, says, I need to look into this. And let's just look at this.
Are you kidding me? Hang on a second. Okay. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I have to look into this, though. Oh, brother. Any crazy GameStop stories? Absolutely, man. Absolutely. I just want to say something. When you guys donate through the tips, it tells me who it is. And I need to look into who did that $35 donation. But again, if it is what I think it is, that's hilarious, dude. Just really? That's what's going to happen here? Oh, brother.
But see, if Rich was paying attention to DSP, he already knows this, or he should know this. When DSP was doing tipquisitions and basically going through people's personal information and shit, right, through his PayPal to find out who's who to verify if shit was real or not. The fuck? Oh well.
Billy says any crazy GameStop stories. Yeah.
So you can see at the end, Jay goes, hey, you know, you guys know, and he's talking directly to Rich, you know, I could see the email from who it's being sent to. Unreal. And that's what's sad. That's hilariously sad because I've heard from the past with other people that have associated with Rich is that he's basically a moron. He does no research into anything. He doesn't know how things work. And for whatever reason, he felt like he would try to get a gotcha on him. Didn't he claim after his stream the other day that he was done, that he declared victory on JKB, that he won and killed J Hoop's career? If you did, move on. You are like a miserable slug. You are like a depressed Jabba the Hutt sitting at your computer desk sending fake donations. And on top of that, in case there's anybody still watching this thinking, oh, well, he didn't admit to it. Yeah, he did. Here's a clip from Rich's stream, which he's streaming right now.
Well, if I wanted to, you know, say something, I wanted to be a sexy lady. Come on, man. Curves, big titties. I got curves and big titties, so it works. Enjoy the money, Jay. That's all you got to worry about. You need to watch the new with the shoe night.
Is Rich about to transition or something? The fuck was that? Alright, whatever.
You see, JKB kept it cordial, said thank you for the appreciation, this and that, and denied the allegations, or I guess the accusations that were said in the comment. Obviously, the only person keeping their word on moving on from this out of Jay and Rich is Jay. Jay's been the one moving on, but it seems like every 3 or 4 days, Rich does something. He honestly cannot help himself when it comes to staying in this drama, whether it's with Jay, whether it's with me, whether it's with Melanie Mac, whether it's with Quantum TV, whether it's with anybody that he has some kind of weird beef with. It's almost obsessed levels, but you can see he actually sent a handful more. So let's go ahead and see this next one. In fact, on this one, he doesn't even hide who it's from. It says Richard.
Why did you not go on a show with Rich when Rich went on the LOLCOW podcast? He's awful. But if you had nothing to hide, why evade going on a stream with him?
Now remember, I had said earlier on in this that Jay and Rich were supposed to do like a stream together or a video together, whatever, to kind of hash it out before Jay picks up and leaves. It was initially framed like it was Jay's idea. But in actuality, DSP, sorry, they're kind of flowing in together at this point. But Rich was the one who actually wanted the video to be done. He's the one who wanted Jay to basically take the knee on this bullshit before Jay steps out. So, just like what we saw with DSP and that whole nonsense with a Baldur's Gate 3, talk about, hey, all your gear, all your clothes, run your pockets. All of that belongs to me. Apparently, Rich wanted to do the same thing to Jay. I tell you, man, these locals all think alike.
You went on a podcast. Wouldn't it be better to clear the air with him there?
Nope. Again, I already I said my piece about that. By the way, thanks for the money. I mean, that's pretty funny.
I guess he realized he messed up because he went back to Michelle Gucci, and you can see they're still accusing Jay of saying that he created the humor that Rich had. I don't know. It's a stupid argument. And again, Rich is just scared and donating under fake alt, which, by the way, they banned his email from ever being able to donate. That's how they know it was Rich, because it was Rich's fucking email.
I owed somebody for that. Oh, brother.
So enjoy the money, Jay. So right there, I don't know what his little plot point is, if he's trying to be cute, if he's flip-flopping. He claims that he's being ruined by people like me and Jay, that we're coming for his career. We're trying to ruin his livelihood. What he puts money on the table, keeps a roof over his children's heads, and he's acting like this. You know, I tried to, for the longest time, give Review Tech USA the benefit of the doubt. I met him before. We've talked. We've been cordial. Thought he was a great guy, but in recent times, he's just lost it. He's lost the plot. He's become unhinged. And a lot of people are like, oh, I don't know why you have to speak up for JKB. He's his own human being. No, that's what a friend is. That's what somebody that's a real friend for. And I'm speaking up on it because there's so many people in this community that are afraid to speak up on it because they don't want to rock the boat. They don't want to tell it like it is. They don't want to come after Review Tech because they're scared Review Tech might come after them. That's what the game is. I'm not afraid of any of that crap. You know,
now let me clarify because I get where he's coming from, but not everybody in that community are actually afraid to speak up against Rich. That's not really the case. A lot of them just don't want to be entangled with Rich, or they just don't want any of that stench of rotted like cucumbers and shit to kind of be for the winds to come that way on them. So, and that's understandable at the same time. You know what I'm saying? It's easy to laugh at that, or it's probably better to laugh at that amongst your friends and just keep it pushing than to come out and do a video on it. But eventually, as you see with DSP, eventually people will. Sooner than later. Because Rich will say something dumb, inevitably, and someone will eventually come out and say it. It's just like with Wings of Redemption and the Call of Duty community, right? There's a lot of people who still miss the old Wings, but there's a lot of guys who are streaming or have videos who have one of the many, I should say, Wings of Redemption freakouts as on their soundboard, or as their donation or their contribution notifier, or whatever the case may be. It's just a thing that happens.
Real irrelevant and stuff like this I sure triggered Rich the other day to the point where he was begging and yelling me to come onto his stream, or begging and yelling at me for me to bring him on my show, which is not going to work that way. All right. I'm not going to jump when you say jump. I'm not going to freaking do a monkey dance just for you. I'm going to do it my way. And so far, I think you're melting down hardcore. And one final FYI, this was talked about in JKB's Discord, and I talked to Jay personally, and I've seen all the evidence and all the receipts that point that this belongs to Rich from Review Tech, and it's basically just been all but exposed. And right now, the Discord is laughing at him, even though there is a couple moles that are reporting to Review Tech live while he's on stream. They did it a couple times. He's like, oh, yeah. We know there's a mole in there, but guess what? Review Tech is so sad that he sent these fake donos out, completely unhinged. And you're coming again at JKB, doing fake donations under a fake alt to try to get his attention. What's going wrong with you, man? What's wrong? What is up? Move on. Move the fuck on. You declared victory, yet you're still doing all this. It's sad. You hate to see it. It's sad to see.
Anyway, thank you to 8-Bit Eric. Good shit on that. Eventually the people that are... Well, first off, I've heard on good authority that they already have the moles kind of sussed out. And they're just going to kind of sit there and let them do their thing or whatever. Because there's nothing to lose. So it is what it is on that. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, there's the nonsense between, or the continuation, if you will, of the J Review Tech USA relationship. It's unfortunate to see. Now, to our main event, as it pertains to Rich, because there's still more to come. So, the video in question is about an hour plus long, give or take. It's called Making of an E-Beggar. This is an old flick. Now, initially, my plan was for us to go over the initial, well, go over more of the whole Jay versus Rich thing, and then I would go ahead and present this to you, because you'll see a lot of the correlations. Well, fuck that. Let's just go ahead and go into this, and then we can always backtrack on this stuff in another another broadcast or whatever the fuck. So, chat, that's where we're going with this. Here we go. And the link to all the stuff is down in the description. Big ups to everybody and whatever who did the videos and shit, and or who at least archived it, because the originals were taken away from the original channel. So that's a thing. Womp womp. Here we go. Wait. The flow. Rich threatened to self-harm himself? It's from his most recent stream. I have not seen that yet. No, I haven't. But I'm going to look for it, though. I'm definitely going to look for it. Because, yet again, how are we claiming total victory and shit, and now we're threatening to harm ourselves? As if you don't have enough stress on your kids, Rich? You just want to add a bunch more, right? I thought you said that this is how you put food on your fucking table. This is how you put food on your kid's table. Now you want to go ahead and off yourself. Yeah, I'm gonna look for that clip. Big ups. I'm gonna look for that clip. It's on Twitter. Oh shit, it's on your Twitter. All right, let me play this out real quick, and I will hop on Twitter real fast. Actually, can I hop on Twitter real fast? Yes, yeah. Okay. All right, here, let me play this for you guys, and let me check Twitter. Okay, 2013 is where our situation is. And I'll be damned, it's right here. It is right here. Now the question is, can I capture audio? Because if I can, then in the words of Cobra, that's what's up. Speaking of which, big ups to Super Crazy and anybody else on the last broadcast that was trying to let me know about the audio thing. My fault. But my man's put that shit in the timestamp, so you know you can avoid that part. Big ups to that. Also, big ups to anybody else who was trying to give me the heads up on me misspeaking about Cobra and Cyrax and whatnot. So I really appreciate that, because someone reached out to me from Cyrax's community and they were like, yo, we know we caught the slip on that. You know, it is what it is. You gotta be careful about that shit though, because that's what gets people fucked up. So, or at least in trouble, I should say. I wouldn't say fucked up, but you know what I mean. But big ups to everybody who caught that too. Very much appreciated. Let's see here. If I can capture this, then we might be in business. Alright, let me continue this for you while I work on this.
Since Kickstarter thinks that a $600,000 My Little Pony Island is a brilliant idea, and me simply looking to raise a small amount of cash for a camcorder so I could actually do more things with my show isn't a good idea and didn't improve my Kickstarter project, I'm going to go about this the old-fashioned way. And no, I'm not kidding. I guess they must have a thing for bronies. Okay. Yes, I am asking for donations. Yes, I know I'm going to be called an E-Beggar no matter what I say. But I'm doing this with a twist that no one else has done, because I don't just want your friggin' money. I really don't. I honestly don't. What do I need? I need a camcorder for the show, straight up. Using gameplay footage, I'm constantly dealing with getting copyright claims on my videos. That's another reason why, minus the fact that I've been insanely busy, that you haven't seen videos. I'll upload a video, do have a commentary news story, and I'll go to work and I'll go to make it public through my cell phone, and it says match third-party content, so I can't upload the video, and then I have to, you know, dispute the claim, and most of the time I win, but it's becoming like a huge chore. It makes it impossible to get stories up on time, so on and so forth. 2, I want to start doing skits for my show. I want to do more reviews, and a flip cam is just not cutting it. I want to film my own face. I can't film my own face with a flip cam. Okay? So, what I'm asking for is donate.
Okay. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna work on that. Big ups to the Flow, who does have that indeed. Yeah, he sounds fucking manic in that bitch. Okay, I'll see if I can try to capture that before the stream's up. If not, it'll be on the next one for sure. Oh boy, he sounds fucking manic in that bitch. Okay, where are we at in this nonsense? Where are we at? This is when we're crying about the camera, I'm pretty sure. That's good times. All right, so let's start it from here. Big ups to the flow yet again. And, holy shit. Holy shit, Rich. Shit, you selfish LOLCOW piece of shit. Wow. So I guess the stepfather needs to get ready to step up if Rich don't make it throughout the year. I don't know. That shit sounds pretty bad. All right, here we go.
Since Kickstarter thinks that a $600,000 My Little Pony Island is a brilliant idea, and me simply looking to raise a small amount of cash for a camcorder so I could actually do more things with my show isn't a good idea and didn't improve my Kickstarter project, I'm going to go about this the old-fashioned way. And no, I'm not kidding. I guess they must have a thing for bronies. Okay. Yes, I am asking for donations. Yes, I know I'm going to be called an E-Beggar no matter what I say. But I'm doing this with a twist that no one else has done because I don't just want your friggin' money. I really don't. I honestly don't. What do I need? I need a camcorder for the show, straight up. Using gameplay footage, I'm constantly dealing with getting copyright claims on my videos. That's another reason why, minus the fact that I've been insanely busy, that you haven't seen videos. I'll upload a video, do have a commentary news story, and I'll go to work and I'll go to make it public through my cell phone, and it says match third-party content, so I can't upload the video, and then I have to, dispute the claim, and most of the time I win, but it's becoming like a huge chore.
Now, you've heard DSP literally say that exact same thing. Yeah, I get copyright struck for stuff, or people try to, do chargebacks on me, and I usually win, but, it's just such a pain in the ass, so why don't you guys just give me money this way? Gotcha.
It makes it impossible to get stories up on time, so on and so forth. 2, I want to start doing skits for my show. I want to do more reviews, and a flip cam is just not cutting it. I want to film my own face. I can't film my own face with a flip cam, okay? So what I'm asking for is donations. If you could give 5 cents, if you could give $2, I want to try to raise $500 to get a camcorder. I'm not looking for a red $20,000 camcorder. I'm looking for something basic, clean, 1080p, so I can improve my channel. Now, how is this not e-begging? You're like, Rich, you're doing the same thing everyone else is doing. A year from when there's 2 things. A year from when I reached the $500 goal. So say it's 2 days from now, say it's a week from now. A year from that day that I hit the 500, I will donate $500 out of my own money to a charity of your choosing. Period.
Now, years and years later, we've all seen how Rich handles his charities. Let's be honest. We've all gotten a taste of that last year in 2023. So his little charity angle is something he's been doing since obviously the early 2010s.
You have a video up once a year comes around saying, hey, I want to give back. What charity should I donate to? 2, anybody who donates even a penny over $500 is going to get the money returned to them. I'm doing this through PayPal. I'm not looking for free money. I'm not looking to just line my pockets. If you donate if people go over the $500 limit, I'm sending it back to you. I don't just want your money. So this is the way I want to go about it. I want to prove that not everyone who does this is an e-begging scumbag, and I want to do it to improve my show, and I'll prove that I'm doing this for genuine reasons by a year from now giving back to the community. So think what you will.
Okay, wait. Alright, let me bring this back.
A year from that day that I hit the 500, I will donate $500 out of my own money to a charity of your choosing. Period. You have a video up once a year comes around saying, hey, I want to give back. What charity should I donate to? 2, anybody who donates even a penny over $500 is going to get the money returned to them. I'm doing this through PayPal. I'm not looking for free money.
Okay, wait. So money. Okay, after I get the money within a year, I'll donate the money to charity of the audience's choosing, and then he's going to take another $500 or whatever and pay it back to each individual person who donated to him, which is actually kind of bullshit, because at that point, anybody who donated to you would be like, yo, fuck it, just keep that shit. I don't give a shit. I don't need it. Don't worry about it. So you were basically asking to take out a loan. So why didn't Rich go to his parents? Why didn't he go to his brother or any other family members, I should say? Why didn't he just go to like a, I don't know, why did you just go to the bank and take out a loan? Your credit couldn't have been that jacked up that you couldn't get $500. This isn't on that King Cobra shit where he tried to get like a $200 loan from a payday loan place and only got $20. Or maybe it was like, yeah, it was $20. But I think they charged them like $25 or whatever that dumb shit was. Anyway, whatever. Like, what the fuck? Like, how hung up were we for $500? Think about that shit, chat. Think about it.
I'm not looking to just line my pockets. If you donate more than, if people go over the $500 limit, I'm sending it back to you. I don't just want your money. So this is the way I want to go about it. I want to prove that not everyone who does this is an e-begging scumbag, and I want to do it to improve my show, and I'll prove that I'm doing this for genuine reasons by a year from now giving back to the community. So think what you will. I know what I'm doing is right, and even if you can't afford to donate a penny, all I ask of you is to be a subscriber to this channel. If you can, great. If not, don't worry about it. Just the fact that you watch my videos is all the support you need to do. This is Rich of Review Tech USA signing out.
Hey guys, this is your Blackbuster Critic, and I'm here to do a product review of a camcorder that I recently bought. You see, things are getting slowly and steadily easier for me in life, so I'm feeling the need to go back to making videos. I enjoyed making videos in the past. There's so much that needs to be said, so much that needs to be done. It is time to do this. So I went out and bought a new tool. A Sony HDR 260V. And let me tell you right now, it is a phenomenal camera. And I bought this with my own money. How about that? I didn't have to come onto YouTube and make a video begging my subscribers for a camera that I not necessarily needed but wanted. It does serve a purpose, but it is in fact my responsibility for my own equipment. So if there's something I need, I have the pride, the self-respect, and the work ethic to go out, work the extra hours, and make the money to buy the product that I feel that I need. I am not gonna beg my subscribers for money for something that I'm going to own.
Apparently DSP didn't get that memo. DSP completely missed that memo on that day. That was a big no-no.
That's no shot at anyone in particular.
Yeah, exactly. Pride. What is that? Ain't no pride amongst lolcows. What they know about that shit?
Hello, Blackbuster Critic. It's your old buddy Rich from Review Tech USA, or Review Beg USA. You've had some colorful things to say about me, but unlike many other people, I'm not afraid to actually talk to you on Skype. So, since you have a lot of things on your mind about me, let's just do it the good old-fashioned way and debate it live on Skype and see how it goes. The offer's on the table, buddy. Hopefully you accept. I'm going to bed. Have a good one.
Okay, guys. Unexpected development here. But already this particular person has admitted defeat. Now, how did he do this? He fell into a very classic trap. There's a reason why I mentioned no names in my previous video. You know why? Because the guilty party will always point themselves out.
Which is silly when you think about it in hindsight, because at that time there was a lot of people doing that. It wasn't just Rich. There was a lot of people. But if you're an arrogant piece of shit, you assume that everything that's said about you, or everything that's said on the internet, must be about you in some way, shape, or form, and you'll figure out a way to interject yourself into drama. You'll see that later with the Keemstar shit.
What I said could be applied to a lot of people. But this one particular person personally came to my video and was talking trash. For some reason, my account's getting flagged down by Flaggots was relevant. And he called me a leech.
Oh no! Rich going ahead and leading a brigade to flag down videos? Rich calling people leeches or parasites? Oh, say it isn't so! Say it isn't so!
Evidently, the comment about the leech is that I'm trying to gain views and subscribers and such by, I guess, going after him, even though in that video I didn't mention his name and nowhere in my tags was his username either. In the suggested videos, he's not there. So obviously, I wasn't looking for the guy to come to this video. It was just a little comment for my video for those who were watching me. That's all. But as I said before, the offended are the offenders. No one is going to get offended if they're not an offender. You exposed yourself. Well, I'll be live on Ustream. Not Ustream, but Twitch TV. At 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. And if you want to come out and Skype me and debate like you say you do, that's fine. Just bear in mind that I know everything that you have said for the past few months.
Now, this part is important, chat, because this is the reason why he wouldn't have wanted any smoke with Hogan, even though he kept calling Hogan out. It's the reason why he wouldn't want any smoke with Hate Army. He wouldn't want any smoke with Shinko. He don't want no smoke with fucking ProleteR or myself. Not anybody who knows about him. He's not going to do that. He has a history of doing this shit and whatnot. But whatever, you know, it is what it is.
And I know plenty of things, plenty of questions to ask you, which you're going to goof up on. Just like in our last debate, how I led you by the hand like a child encountering your own points. That's what's going to happen again. I'm just letting you know now. I'm just being nice and letting you know now exactly what I'm going to do. I at least have to give you a handicap. I at least got to tell you what's going to happen, because otherwise it'd be a slaughter.
Now, wait a sec, wait. What did 8-Big Eric just say about how a lot of the people who have met Rich say he's not very smart, he's kind of stupid, falls for dumb crap? And now you got Critic here saying, hey, I'm going to go ahead and lay out my whole battle plan to you now. Right? This is Bleach. I'm going to explain to you what my Bankai is and how I use it. Right? Because I have no faith that you'll be able to defend yourself any other way. And it still don't matter, because I'm still going to cook you. God damn, Rich, that hurts.
It'd be a downright slaughter. There'd be no fight back. Anyway, Twitch TV, 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. I have to start a little bit early because I have to go to work tomorrow. I get up at 5 a.m. to go to work. Get home around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And that's nearly every day, not counting the times when I work overtime. Because I'm a hard worker. And I don't accept handouts.
Man, that nap sure screwed me up before. I'm sure I'm tired. Let me just randomly pan across my desk for no particular... Oh! Look at this. It's a Sony camcorder. Man, I could have swore that I sold this for a Canon T3i, but I didn't! It's right here. Man, I wonder who this video is for.
So, you went online, asked for the money for a new camera, bought it through the donations, and then you went out and bought yourself another camera with your own money? Maybe I'm jumping the gun a little bit.
I don't know. Get a clue before you talk about me. Toodles.
There's a reason why he didn't go through with the debate.
And then he didn't even show up! And then he didn't even want to pop off. He said he was the one who issued the challenge. He's like, hey man, you want to go on Skype and talk this out or whatever, or debate or whatever? We can do this. Dude puts out a video saying, yeah, we can do that. Whatever. You're gonna get cooked either way. You make a video showing a camera that you allegedly sold, that you showed a camera that you spent donation money to buy, but then you allegedly sold that camera to get another camera, and then we just show back up again with the same camera. And then you don't even show up to the debate. I mean, okay. Now remember, this is old rich. This is old rich dumb shit.
Very good reason. And he heard a lot of it. It's really amazing how the cancellation of the debate came about while I was talking a little bit of what I was going to say in a live stream. Maybe he didn't like what he was going to hear. Maybe he had no response to the things that I was going to say. For example, instead of e-begging, by getting a lump sum of cash by e-begging, you could simply go to errands or rent a center and just periodically pay off rent to own a camera. Now, you guys gave him a lump sum of money, enough to buy a camera, but he's donating that money he got for the camera periodically to a charity. So, why couldn't he periodically just put the money aside to buy a camera? In response to that, fanboys? That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? The same thing that he's doing for the charity, he could have done for the camera. But these sort of thoughts, this sort of logic goes right over your heads, doesn't it? Just right over your heads, doesn't it? Because you guys aren't trying to see the truth. You guys aren't trying to see the illogical fallacies, the illogical thoughts, just the mess that was created by your YouTuber. And he has no one to blame but himself. He has seen it happen before. He has mentioned previous people who have had the same issues. He mentioned 3 kilobytes and what happened to them. So he knows how people react to it. He knows how it is when these things happen. Yet he still went through with it. Because he had everything to gain. He got a camera. He got a tax write-off for the camera. And then you guys gave him a tax write-off for the charity.
Now, the tax write-off on the equipment or whatever, I want you to think about that and then apply it to Dark Side Phil. Think about all those different times that, you know, we had the PS4 Pro, we had the Nintendo Switch, we had the laptop, and so on and so forth. Just keep going. All the games and whatever. And think about all of those convenient little write-offs DSP has. You don't believe me? Go back to the bankruptcy hearing. Yes, I own it, or yes, I have it and I still own it, or whatever. So trust me, this is a scam that DSP's been running for a minute. And clearly, I hate to say that DSP is smarter than Rich because they're both idiots, but he certainly was able to pull it off, I should say. So really, in a lot of ways, this is Rich, early Rich, trying to cosplay DSP. You got a bad con man trying to rip off another con man. That's hilarious.
There's a reason why he didn't debate me. A very good reason. Because I am logical. What I say makes sense. I put the facts before me. I gather information. It wouldn't have gone over well. The best thing to do, finally, after nearly a month, finally he decides to let it go. Do not let this happen again. I have nothing against you. I never have. Have I said anything about your character? Yes. I think you're lazy. You didn't put in the extra work to get the things you wanted. Instead, you took the easy way out. You begged for cash. You made a video called I Need Your Help. The thumbnail was of PayPal. That's an e-begging video. No other way about that.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? It's Rich, at the Cupcake Factory right now. There's a video that Next Gen 720 get it in again because he's looking to get views. He's concerned about my finances, so I'm going to explain how things work. When I said I was losing money at the job I'm currently at right now, that's actually a factual thing. See, when you work at something, when you're actually there, you make money. When you're not, you don't make money.
Now, keep in mind, Rich has a problem with time management. He's very single-minded in his approach. You can't do more than one thing at once. And he's always been this way. He's terrible at multitasking. So is DSP. Hence the reason why they both fail in their respective arts. But Rich isn't responding to BBC. He's sitting here responding to another guy's video and another commenter under that video. That's who he wants to go ahead and give the smoke to. And then you've got Rich has his peers, right, in the tech feed, in the YouTube tech field or whatever, who are concerned about him and his money issues. Take that all in. So this whole situation with Jay was over money. The whole problem he had with Keemstar was over money, or the perception of money. This idiot has been doing this forever. He's always been that way. He'll always be that way. But I just want you to see the progression.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? It's Rich, at the Cupcake Factory right now. There's a video that Next Gen 720 get it in again because he's looking to get views. He's concerned about my finances, so I'm going to explain how things work. When I said I was losing money at the job I'm currently at right now, that's actually a factual thing. See, when you work at something, when you're actually there, you make money. When you're not, you don't make money. I did the math and sat down for probably a couple weeks and looked at numbers and things like that, and it would be more worthwhile to do the YouTube thing.
But wait! I thought we heard in the sound clip that I did earlier that they were all getting laid off, and so it was a blessing they were all getting laid off, and that's why he was blessed that he was doing the YouTube thing. But that's strange because right here he's saying that he's making it sound like he had a choice. Not even a choice. He's making it sound like he has an option. I'm confused. And exactly, the wording of a couple of weeks. Like, how did you... What? like, what? Like, how far in advance did someone basically let you know, hey, Rich, a bunch of y'all are going to get laid off, or they're going to close down the office, or whatever the fuck. So you might want to go ahead and rear up getting something else ready for yourself. Whoever it was, big ups for hooking him up. But, what? I'm so confused now. So confused.
He's concerned about my finances, so I'm going to explain how things work. When I said I was losing money at the job I'm currently at right now, that's actually a factual thing. See, when you work at something, when you're actually there, you make money. When you're not, you don't make money. I did the math and sat down for probably a couple weeks and looked at numbers and things like that, and it would be more worthwhile to do the YouTube thing. Secondly, for everyone out there who keeps on bringing up, he's doing the charity as a business write-off. If I had the money up front, you could say it was for business too, even if you don't actually officially own a business, and you could write off what you purchased. Done it before. So that one's null and void.
And that right there harkens back to before DSP formally had to basically call himself a business, like on paper. We were doing all those write-offs and everything, like when he was doing the Ask the Kings, right? Excuse me. The 8 TKs. We were sitting there writing off the paper. I was writing off that I print this stuff out. I was writing off this controller. I'm writing off all these games, so on and so forth. You guys see the video that goes over all that. So there's an accumulation of this nonsense going on, and it all eventually coming back up to bite some of these guys in the ass. Except for, as far as I know, Rich has never had a problem paying his taxes.
Saw a Blackbuster Critics video where he bought the same camera I bought. I hope to God he didn't just do that just to troll. It was an indirect trolling video. I'll admit he's the one he was talking about. I'm paying the payments back. Actually, I've been doing it, like I said, once every 2 weeks when I get my check. I have my last one on my phone. I screen capped it because that's how I paid my last payment. I didn't scam anybody. I know these are trolling videos, I know, but for people to go around, I saw like More Games Jay commented, and he doesn't know the other side of it. Jay, if you follow me on Facebook, you go to Review Tech USA, you'll be seeing I've been making the payments back. So, Huntmaster Flex, everyone out there who's deeply concerned about what I'm doing, you need to, don't go into the whole thing, oh, I'm trolling, I'm just mind messing with you. You personally messaged me, told me to calm down. And I haven't had time to respond back, and I see you acting like a tough guy under Next Gen 720's video. It's flattering, bro, it really is. I'm glad, just make a video once in a while proving that you have a life and put a woman in your thumbnail, and we'll all be impressed by what you do. People are funny, man. I guess this is going to happen inevitably, eventually with something else anyway. So, you want to see I'm making the payments, follow me on Facebook, facebook.com/ReviewTechUSA, and you'll see that I'm actually paying the thing back.
All he had to do was keep his mouth shut. All he had to do was keep his mouth shut. Instead, yeah, it sounds shifty as fuck. It sounds really shifty. And all he had to do was keep his mouth shut. You shouldn't be responding to every little thing that's said about you on the internet. Like, you really shouldn't. Like, who has time to do that? Just, there's some shit, there's some bullets that you just have to let go by. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. If you avoided it, if it was a stray, and it grazed you, keep it pushing and move on. If not, you're going to end up falling into something far deeper later on, and this is something that these LOLCOW idiots never seem to do. And there's always someone watching. There's always someone recording. There's always someone who's archiving shit. Like, just let it go. Just let it go.
And whether I had the money or not, either way, it could be written off as a business expense, which wasn't my intention. Thanks, though. I appreciate the shout out. Hope you guys get some views off of talking shit about me. Hope it works out for you. See ya.
I am so sick and tired of these E-Beggars here on YouTube acting like they're victims! Now, before we get into the main E-Beggar that we're going to talk about, who lives in the USA, let's talk about a few other examples of E-Begging and E-Beggars and why E-Begging in general is just plain wrong. First and foremost, as an E-Beggar, when you E-Beg, you know what that does? That shows your work ethic. That shows your dedication and your diligence to what you are doing. If it meant that much to you, you would put in the extra hours, you would work hard to make that happen. That's what I did. Look at this crappy camera I used to work with. Look at this thing. It's a JVC HD camcorder called a Pixio. This thing is garbage. It's garbage. I didn't like using that thing. There was so much feedback. I didn't like the microphone. I didn't like the quality. I wanted to get a new piece of equipment so that I could bring my fans a higher level of quality and entertainment than I usually would give. So you know what I did? I bought this Sony camera. The same one that one of our E-Beggar friends got. And you know how I did it? Come here. It's a secret. I worked hard. I worked a lot of hours. And I put a lot of work into my home business. I didn't have a YouTube paycheck with extra cash that I could use. I didn't have that. So I had to put in extra hours of work. And you know what? This $400 camcorder wasn't the only thing that I bought. I also bought this power.
Wait, I thought the camera was $500. But my man got it for $4? Uh-oh.
Power, a really nice piece of exercising equipment. I bought a 3 terabyte external hard drive all at the same time. But for some strange reason, this e-begging individual over here had to ask his fans for the money to buy a camcorder. We've had e-beggars here on YouTube who begged to have their bills paid for, who begged to have gaming PCs made for them, and all kinds of other stuff. But one thing that I've said before that I just really, really can't stand is when these people act like they're a victim. They're not a victim. The only people who are hurting you is yourselves. Like this e-beggar in particular that we're talking about. For months. 4 months. He has been damage controlling himself, defending himself, and lately he made a new video where he's comparing himself to someone who abused Kickstarter. Yes, he compared himself to someone on Kickstarter that got a bunch of donations and didn't do much with it. I made a comment saying that they're very alike, seeing how they made promises to their fans they didn't keep even though they got the money they wanted. But for some strange reason, he sets himself apart from this guy. He stated in his video, see, this is why people like me who needed donations, this is why we get such a bad rap. No, you get a bad rap because it's e-begging, because it's your equipment that you're going to get, so it should be your responsibility. And the best part is, you lied. You lied to all your fans. Let's go over a few details here. Now, all this information I'm about to state was given to us by the said e-beggar. And he's done this on Twitter, on Facebook, and YouTube. And all of these things that he's done have been attempts to damage control. So by defending himself and by trying to give us all these reasons why what he's doing is okay, he's only giving us further proof that he lied to every single one of his fans. First and foremost, guess what you said during this whole e-begging debacle on YouTube? You didn't like how it was turning out. You didn't like all the negative feedback, so you know what you said you were going to do? You said you were going to return the camcorder and refund all the money. That's what you said you were going to do. That's what you said you were going to do to fix everything. And just get this just swept off the board. But guess what? You didn't do that. You also told your fans that you were gonna do skits and all these other hilarious things with this camcorder. But guess what? To this very day, you have not fulfilled that promise. Just like the Kickstarter guy, who you say that you're not within the same league as him. You guys are nothing alike. You guys lie to people that donate money to you. You're nothing alike. But guess what? You told your fans that you needed their help. Remember the title of your video? I need your help. Thumbnail was just PayPal logo. Description, email to your PayPal. Remember that video you made? It was only up for about a day. But guess what? Guess what? When you told your fans that you couldn't begin to save up for a camcorder, which is why you need their help, that was a lie. Because you, over the course of before and after the camcorder, you proved that you had enough money to do this on your own. But guess what happened? 5 days! 5 days after you got the camcorder, you spent over $400 on Newegg.com. And you showed that in your video. So here you are claiming that you don't have the money to get a camcorder, and 5 days after you ordered the camcorder, you spent $40 on Newegg. And then shortly thereafter, you buy another Wii U!
I forgot about the Wii U one, the Wii U shit. I forgot all about that. I literally forgot all about that. That's hilarious. Oh boy. And see, none of you can say, oh, well, didn't Amazon back in the day have, like, I don't know, that layaway service or whatever it is that DSP does now to get shit? I don't think so. I'm not sure. I don't think so, to be honest with you. So, Rich begged for money for a camera, bought it, then bought himself another camera because he said the first one, he didn't like the feedback and everything on it. Then he goes off and buys himself a Wii U. But here's the crazy part. When he gets called out for supposedly returning the first camera, the one with all the bad feedback and everything, to buy the Canon, he ends up doing a video showing that he still has the original camera. So where'd you get the money for the second camera from, and where'd you get the money for the Wii? I have so many questions. I got so many questions. Let's see here.
In your own video, you show that you purchased another Wii U.
Actually, that's a really good question. Will DSP... let's see, sorry, it's a little off topic. Will DSP get his parents' house if he owes money to the government? I think he would still get the house because he's like on a payment plan or whatever. It'd be different if he just outright just owed them and he wasn't paying anything, and they could probably hold it against him. But he's not in a position currently where that would be an issue. In my opinion, of course. That's a very good question. That's a very, very good question. But no, because he's on a payment plan, the government, and he's still, allegedly, he's still consistently paying on that payment plan. If something happens to his parents, yeah, he'll inherit the house. I mean, Melissa gets half of it, so, well, she'll get half of the estate. So it is what it is. Oh, that's right. That actually, that does depend if, sorry, it's a fantastic point. It also depends if Phil's parents owe any money on it as well. I don't think... I feel like his father has his shit together. So, I feel like he's not going to have any outstanding balances or whatever. Except for, Phil. Phil is kind of a living outstanding balance. Or a living unpaid bill. But outside of that, I'd like to think, though, that Phil's father already has that house paid off. That's my thoughts. Melissa is Phil's cousin. Well, she's one of many cousins, but that was the one who was, like, raised with him for a little while. So... he took over. They essentially adopted her because her parents, which is Phil's father's brother, they had drug problems basically, and they couldn't take care of him. So, a little backstory on that.
It's not making sense, is it? All this money that was flowing all of a sudden, right after the camcorder after he got the camcorder, all of a sudden, here's all this money. And then after he got the camcorder, guess what? All of a sudden, he calculates that he can leave his job and live off of the money he makes on YouTube. This tech guy sold the camcorder that his fans purchased for him. Now, if my fans purchase me a camcorder, you know what? I would keep it. I would always keep it. That's something special that my fans would have done for me. But he just showed how much he appreciates his fans by selling that piece of equipment that they bought him for another piece of equipment that was useless. But just like I said, a word of advice, do not respond. Do not. Anything you say can and will be used against you.
What's up, guys? Just wanted to make a quick video thanking everybody. There's been a ton of support for Review Tech USA's Patreon.
Hope this doesn't upset you. Hope you don't fucking die of a stroke or have a fucking heart attack, you fat fuck. Christ. Get on a diet. Jesus Christ, you fucking retard.
And I also want to thank the patrons for Patreon. I'm over $1,000 a month on Patreon, and that definitely helps with the office. It helps with the cable bill there.
I think Patreons are stupid for YouTubers that make a ton of money. All right, if you're making a ton of money and then you have a Patreon on top of it, I mean, you're really just milking this fucking thing for everything you can possibly get, you know? And if you think I'm hypocritical because I have a donate button on my stream, you can suck my fucking dick. So fuck off.
Okay, so now we get into part 2. So the 3-part series. Now we get into our nonsense with fucking Keem. This shit right here is going to be a major fucking reach on Review Tech USA's part. A major reach. I mean, fucking hey. This was completely and utterly avoidable. It's bad enough he fucked up once, but he fell for the same trap twice. Sorry, I don't want to spoil it for you. I'll just let you watch. Holy shit.
I beg people, I beg corporations, I beg everybody. And to everyone out there who thought I was just trying to scam people, look at these screen caps.
Jesus Christ, look at that bug. Woo! Holy shit. That's rough.
And shove them up your ass. Have a good one. So some of you may have noticed, because I posted a update on Facebook, I took down the Patreon account. And many of you are going to wonder why. Some of you think I was trying to sweep it under the rug, which is another reason why I wanted to make this video, because no, here, this video is staying up and people will know that I had a Patreon campaign posted temporarily.
Well, first off, he's an idiot. Here's the thing with that, and this is with Patreon, Buy Me a Coffee, whatever it is that you use to collect donations for whatever reason you're collecting donations for. You're going to eat it. Like, pure and simple. If you commit to making the account and then, excuse me, and then letting people know publicly, then just go with it. There's going to be backlash no matter what. It is what it is. As long as you use the money for whatever the fuck you say that you're going to use the money for, or whatever the case may be, you have no problems. Just keep it pushing. You're going to get blowback no matter what. You're going to have to deal. Excuse me. You're just going to have to deal. Or these people are like DSP and they're afraid that it's going to fail on them. One of the two. But either way, you're going to have to deal. Not everybody's going to be like Spoonie, for example, and at least in the beginning, when he started his Patreon, and it being just really successful like that. You know what I mean? But the pressure got to him and he couldn't live up to his responsibilities. It is what it is. But if you're going to commit to it, then commit. People are going to feel whatever way they feel about it. For the people who say, oh, I don't feel that, I'm going to unsubscribe, then they unsubscribe. It is what it is. You can't do anything about that. But don't sit there and do this dumb shit where you open up a Patreon and close it like 3 or 4 times, which is what Rich did. So fucking idiot. Just deal.
I already in a day got about 141 bucks. 30 times 100. If I had it up for a month, more than likely I would have at least gotten close, if maybe not a little over what the goal of the campaign was, which was 3,000. Many people, first and foremost, were saying that I was doing it to be greedy. No. Basically, that once I hit that goal, I would have gotten rid of my third-party sponsors. So it wasn't that I was just looking to get extra money. That it wasn't me looking for just extra.
But that wasn't true either. He said that he started Patreon to get rid of his third-party sponsorships. But in fact, he was being dropped by his third-party sponsorships and whatnot. Dollar Shave Club. He had like another deal with like Intel or some shit. Don't quote me on that, but I know it was with somebody, and he got mad because he didn't get a piece of equipment, act like an asshole, and they dropped him. Rich has been in bed with a couple of different companies and lost all of them for just dumb shit that he did online. So, yet again, it is what it is. But like, it's just like the situation with his job. He said that the YouTube thing was looking more profitable than the actual 9-to-5 thing. Come to find out, he was actually going to be laid off from the 9-to-5, and that's why he committed to YouTube. So, you see the correlations? Keep it all. I got to try to keep all this shit juggling and whatnot so people know what's what. But god damn, dude.
In a day, got about 141 bucks. 30 times 100. If I had it up for a month, more than likely I would have at least gotten close, if maybe not a little over what the goal of the campaign was, which was 3,000. Many people, first and foremost, were saying that I was doing it to be greedy. No. Basically, that once I hit that goal, I would have gotten rid of my third-party sponsors. So it wasn't that I was just looking to get extra money. That it wasn't me looking for just extra bucks to get extra toys and all that crap. Whether it be trolls.
But you're a tech reviewer, though, and that's another thing that doesn't make any sense. Hear me out. If I have a YouTube that's monetized, if I have a Twitch that's monetized, if I have a PayPal, and I got sponsorships and endorsements, why would any of that, in combination, I should say, why would any of that be a bad thing? You clearly have money issues, right? You have money problems. You have since the beginning. So why would you drop third-party sponsorships and endorsements for PayPal, or for Patreon, I'm sorry, when it's not going to pay nearly as much, and you're a tech reviewer, right? Allegedly. So don't you really need all of the basically liquid capital possible so you can review tech? And then you said that you need more money because you want to bring people a better product, right? So theoretically, you need as much money in the war chest as possible. So how does that make sense? Like, the lies just don't make any sense when you really put that shit together. I'm confused.
Or whether it be people that really feel that you shouldn't make a dime off of creating videos for online websites, whether it be YouTube or whatever. I don't get it. So I'm going to end my video with this statement to all the people out there who constantly keep telling me to get a real job. I don't need a quote-unquote real job because my bills are being paid just fine. The whole point of the Patreon account, again, was to get rid of third-party advertisers. It wasn't that I was strapped for cash. And secondly, why are you so concerned about how I make my living? Am I selling crack? Am I doing a sex trafficking ring of underage girls? No. I do a YouTube commentary channel where I comment on news and talk about my opinions and have a fucking blast doing it. And if that pisses you off, that either means one of two things. You're delusional or you're jealous. And if you are jealous, you need to get out of the house more. And the reason why you're probably not happy with your life and jealous with what I'm doing is because you're sitting behind the computer hating on someone else instead of applying yourself to actually do something with your life. Yes, my job is not physically demanding, and yes, I'm not doing something like construction or working for the post office. But if you think it's easy, by all means, start up a YouTube channel, put years of work in, and hope, because it's not guaranteed, that enough people will watch that you can make a living off of it. Doesn't sound that easy, does it? Because it isn't. Now shut the fuck up and sit in a corner. Have a good one.
If you're a YouTuber and you're making like at least $10,000 a month, and you have a Patreon, I find that scummy. I do. Like, why would you ask your fans for money when you could give money back to your fans? I mean, you're the one that's blessed. And to clarify, like, I know some people are like trying to raise money to do like bigger projects. I guess, like, I understand that. And I understand streaming, like you're doing a live show. If people want to tip you, that's fine.
Before everyone freaks out, I have no ill will against Keemstar.
And yet again, Keem didn't even say his name. So why the fuck did you interject yourself into that shit? Yet again, going back to that time period, there was a bunch of people. There was a bunch of gaming channels who Keem was following, or he at least had some type of association with, who were doing that shit. And even they were smart enough not to come out and say anything. It's, you know what I'm saying? Like, why get shot when you don't need to? Why throw yourself into the frying pan if you don't have to? The fuck, Rich?
This isn't going to turn into some stupid thing. I guess I'm just pissed off and tired of like the double standard everyone has on the internet. Keemstar, I don't dislike you. I have no beef with you, but I disagree with you. We have a different standpoint on this, and I just do think it's hypocritical that you take donations on when you stream. There's no...
Now, I want you to listen to the retard shit that this entails. This idiot has the nerve to be like, oh, well, you collect money when you live stream. How is that any different from Patreon? Rich, it's a live show, an event, whatever the fuck you want to call it, where people can interact with it in real time. Whereas people have a, as some people say, a one-time payment or a reoccurring payment to a whole nother platform, to a whole nother site. There's a clear difference, Rich. Should everybody who streams do it for free? I'm confused. I'm confused how he was confused about what the difference was between the two. But it gets sillier.
Difference between getting donations in the stream or on a Patreon, period.
Rich, I mean, 2 hours ago I said that, live streaming is different than YouTube, all right? I'm talking about YouTubers that make $10,000 a month and then have a Patreon for their YouTube, all right? It's not the same as a live stream. YouTube and live streaming is completely different.
And for the record, I don't have no problem with Patreon anyway. I thought it was a dumb thing for Keem to go ahead and boast about or whatever the case may be. But it is what it is. It don't matter. The people who did it, they stuck to it and, you moved with it. End of story. If you feel that you need some type of supplemental income, which is what Patreon is, then go ahead and go for it.
All right? Most of the money on YouTube...
As long as you're not paywalling shit, then, peace and blessings, I guess.
YouTube comes from ads, right? On streaming, most of the income that comes in to support that entertainment is from donations. They are not the same thing. And I clearly said that 2 hours ago, and now you're saying I'm being hypocritical. It's just stupid.
No, Keemstar, I'm not stupid. I saw this. So you're doing the internet logic thing again. So you get tips, which I've seen you get some pretty good ones, on your stream. That's different than having a Patreon account. Last time I checked, money's green all around. And last time I checked, that's still getting donations, quote unquote, from people that follow you. So there is no difference. I'm not stupid. You're still getting money from people that follow you. So yeah, it still falls into hypocrite.
I think Patreons are stupid for YouTubers that make a ton of money. All right, if you're making a ton of money and then you have a Patreon on top of it, I mean, you're really just milking this fucking thing for everything you could possibly get, And if you think I'm hypocritical because I have a donate button on my stream, you can suck my fucking dick, all right? Because I feel blessed that I make this much money. I feel blessed that I get to do this for a living. And that's why I've given out over $30,000 of stuff to my fans this year. So fuck off.
So wait. Hold on 1 second. Now, Keemstar just had a video up where he was saying that people who have Patreons who make so-and-so amount of money are scumbags. But Keemstar, who is pretty much a self-proclaimed millionaire, who I know makes way more than $10,000 a month, on his StreamMe page, as soon as you click on it, he has this. Only on the internet can you accuse someone for doing something, but be a hypocrite and do it yourself. God bless. I still, on a somewhat regular basis, get people saying, hey, Rich, I want to donate to the show, help you out, blah, 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 blah. So I put up a tally or whatever it is on Twitter. I put up a survey to see if people wanted to donate or not. Then from there I said, how is someone wanting to give money towards something they like, and a homeless person shaking a cup in the street is the same thing, and so on and so forth. And it went back and forth between that. Then finally later on, Keemstar did come out and say, hey, Rich, it wasn't directed towards you. And I did apologize.
I want you to take this in, because this is when shit gets important. Okay? This is when shit gets important. Okay? Rich ain't made a big stink about all this bullshit, right? He brings this up, which you guys can clearly see what the results were, but whatever. He brings all this bullshit up. Keem says, hey, I wasn't directing this towards you. Why are you bitching? Review Tech apologizes and says, all right, my bad, this, that, and the third, but then for some reason the war keeps raging. Huh? Okay.
whatever it is on Twitter. I put up a survey to see if people wanted to donate or not. Then from there, I said, how is someone wanting to give money towards something they like, and a homeless person shaking a cup in the street is the same thing, and so on and so forth. And it went back and forth between that. Then finally, later on, Keemstar did come out and say, hey, Rich, it wasn't directed towards you. And I did apologize. Then, admittedly, I took it back because something pinged in my brain, and I remember Keemstar is on stream.me. I've seen him get donations on there, and I know that he has some kind of sponsorship through them. So what is the difference? He's calling people who have Patreons who make decent money on YouTube scumbags, and it's kind of the same thing that he's doing.
So wait. So we're on YouTube, and then you basically open up an account to what is a supplemental source of income, which is Patreon. No problems there. Keem is paid by a stream site, and he collects donations or tips or whatever the fuck. And you somehow think that's literally the same thing. How did we confuse this? And then, this is a grown-ass man. That you apologize to someone, and then you immediately take it back and be like, oh, nah, it's on site now. I'm gonna have to catch you in traffic. That's weird, because Rich had a situation with a gaming company recently where he was saying that there was some type of input lag or whatever the situation was for whatever that situation was. And if I remember correctly, Mutahar came through and was like, nah, Rich, you're wrong. There isn't any. You're wrong. Then Rich, being back the fuck down, right, ends up apologizing and ends up falling the fuck back. Then, a couple hours later, supposedly Jay finds something, and then Rich is back on Twitter and the war's back on again. So, not only do you have a piece of shit who clearly doesn't understand what the fuck he's arguing about, but then, you're going to sit there and be a man and apologize because maybe you misunderstood the situation or you were wrong, only to take the apology back hours later. So, so you can't hold to your word on anything. Why the fuck would anybody want to associate with someone like that? We're taking back apologies now. That's what it's come down to. And he's been doing this. The whole thing with Mutahar and Jay and everything, that was only like a few months ago. It may have been as late last year. If not, it was early this year. There's a pattern, and he just keeps doing it.
I made a tweet where I basically said, I think it's kind of scummy that, YouTubers that are making at least $10,000 a month, on YouTube, have Patreons for their YouTube, all right? I'm not talking about live streaming. Live streaming is something completely different, okay? And I said, I'm not talking about, YouTubers that have a Patreon for, like, a bigger project, all right? So Rich starts responding to me, okay? And I'm responding back to him. I have no idea that he tweeted about him having a Patreon. I had no idea. So after he apologizes to me, 2 hours go by, right? And he comes out and he says, got him, right? He's like, look at Keemstar, I take my apology back. Well, first of all, you apologize because you thought I was talking about you, okay? That's why you apologized, all right? But then you took my apology back because you found that I have a donate button on my stream. That doesn't make any sense, all right? So at this point, I call Rich out. I go, okay, I know what's going on here, all right? Rich is going to be creating a Patreon, and he wants to talk about this issue, and he wants to make a video about this issue so he doesn't have to beg, right? Because when Rich put out this poll, because I looked at it after he thought that I was talking about him, right? When Rich put out this poll, there was a bunch of people talking shit to Rich. They were like, fuck you, get a job, like all this other stuff. That poll, 55% of the people told him not to have a Patreon. Only 45% supported it, right? So Rich is thinking in his mind, all right, well, let me make this a thing. Let me use this controversy so I don't have to, hey, this is, I know exactly what you were fucking doing, Rich. You're a manipulator, you're a liar, and that's exactly where you were going with this. Because this should have been dropped as soon as you knew I wasn't talking about you, but somehow 2 hours later you're like, oh, I'm going back in there and expose him to be a hypocrite. When the first thing, one of the first things I said on this topic was, I'm not talking about streamers. I'm going to block you if you talk about this one more time. Like, obviously you're trying to make a video out of this. That's exactly what I said to him. And he tweets back at me, All right?
I wasn't in the beginning.
He tweets back at me, I'm not going to be making a video about this. Now, we all know what happened, right? Rich made a fucking video, all right? He made a video calling me a hypocrite when he tells me that he's not trying to make a video, but then makes a fucking video. What the fuck? What are we dealing with here? So he made it seem like streaming is the same thing as fucking YouTube. But it's not. It just isn't. It's not the same platform. It's not the same style of videos. It's not the same thing. These are different things.
Well, I didn't use it as an excuse because I had that survey up before I saw Keem's tweet that he had. The thing that was interesting, though, is that when Keemstar had a video, when he puts up those like 20-second or 30-second videos on Twitter, and he goes, Rich, I think you're stupid. And under that, in the video, he said, on streams, virtually all the money only comes from donations. But that's where the caveat comes in, is that Keemstar has some kind of deal with Stream.me, and he's still getting donations.
Yeah.
So that's the same thing, it just in a different website, as if you have a Patreon. And
so you're acknowledging that it's the same thing, but on a different platform with a different style of content. How is he strangling himself like this and still wanting to fight? I don't understand. It's like with DSP, especially recently. DSP is absolutely lynching himself every time he talks about a subject, and he just won't stop. I don't know if they're sadists or whatever, or they just gotta, they just have a thing for punishment, but how can anybody with some common sense not see the futility in what you're saying and be like, you know what, this is a losing battle, I'm out. Just stop. Just admit that you're wrong. How hard is it to just say, I'm sorry, I'm wrong?
You have a YouTube. What is the difference between... And the thing is, Keemstar, I don't care if like 10 people here right now go, you know what, you could buy a small fucking island, but I'm still going to empty out my bank accounts and give them to you. That's not the point. I don't care about that. But what you're doing here is the same exact thing as if a quote-unquote successful YouTuber who makes 10 grand a month and has a Patreon.
But you don't make 10,000 a month and you're not a successful YouTuber. You're not a successful YouTuber. So that disqualifies you twice, theoretically. Oh well, semantics.
Because you're making money from Stream.me before the donate button, and you're getting donations. It's really simple. It's just...
When you do a live show, you're doing a live show for a certain amount of people, all right? If I thought that streaming was the same as YouTube and a Patreon, I would have said it. No, I clarified my point at the very beginning before you even responded to me, that I don't think that streaming is the same thing as YouTube. All right? If people want to do streams and have donate buttons, I don't have a problem with it. That was my opinion that I voiced from the beginning, okay? And 2 hours later, after I make this statement, all right, Rich comes out and calls me a hypocrite, okay? It doesn't make sense.
Because it's true.
Also, on top of that, Rich, you manipulated this whole situation to promote your Patreon. And honestly, Rich, if you were going through financial problems, you could have DM'd me and said, Keem, give me some money.
Yo, that's not the point.
He could have reached out to me. If
that's not the point. Stay on topic.
I'm going to stay on topic.
Like personal...
I mean, he did need the $500 for the camera. So, I mean, couldn't he have gone to Rich for the loan and then just paid him back throughout the year? I'm just saying, he didn't mind asking a bunch of faceless people he didn't know. You know Keem. You want to know why he didn't do that? The same reason why most people don't ask Keem for money. Because they know Keem's going to hold that shit over their head for fucking ever. And ever, and ever, ever, and ever. Exactly. There's a reason why most people don't ask for help on the internet, because they're scared that people are going to hold that against them.
Insults are not staying on topic.
Rich, if you are going through money problems, you could have reached out to me and I would have helped you like I've helped so many other people.
Dude, come on.
You could have DM'd me and said, look, I'm
I
going
don't
through
need
financial
your money.
problems
I
right
don't
now.
need your
I would
money.
have helped him. I would have helped him.
Need your
no,
money.
Keem, no one doubts your altruism.
He tried to make this a thing. Rich wanted to make this a thing so we could talk about his Patreon. And we're here right now talking about his Patreon. You saw an opportunity for a debate, and you pounced on it, right? You started tweeting at me. Then I respond to you, and I say, look, man, I'm not even talking about you. And then you have this... Then 2 hours later, you're like, got him, fucking hypocrite. He's got a donate button. What, Rich, I thought we already settled this. Why are you coming back, right? And I tell you, hey, look, I know what you're doing. I tell you, Rich, I know what you're doing. You're going to try to make a video on this because I already knew what was going on. I already knew that you wanted this to be a thing. You want to talk about your Patreon without having to beg. And if you can create some controversy here,
Keem?
and you can upload a video saying, oh, Keemstar's a hypocrite, then you can promote your Patreon without begging.
How could I have even, if anything, this quote-unquote drama surrounding this, and if I opened up a Patreon now, would fucking destroy it. It would fucking destroy it. It would not make people donate to me. Trust me. If there's anyone from my subs watching right now, they could vouch for me that I would get my ass metaphorically pounded, and not in a good financial way from this. It would have the exact opposite effect. As a matter of fact, before I got into the Twitter spat with you, there was more thumbs up on me starting a Patreon than thumbs down as soon as I started going at it with.
And why would he lie about something that would have been so easily provable? It's so good. It's so good.
You, it went to there was more no's than yes. So it wouldn't have worked in my favor.
I seen it the minute you tweeted at me. I went to look to see what you were talking about, and it was 55 to 45. Not in favor of you doing a Patreon.
No, it wasn't.
That's
It was
just
there
not
was
true.
more yeses than no's. Yes, there was.
That's not true, Rich.
Okay, it wasn't true.
We're talking about a fucking liar, a manipulator, a fucking hypocrite.
I'm not, because it was a clip proving the fact that he gets paid from Stream.me before he even gets donation.
Rich, look at you said just a little while ago that you're not going to be making a Patreon.
Yeah,
Are you 100% you're not going to be making a Patreon?
pretty much, yes.
All right. Well, there it is. He's not making a Patreon.
What does that have to do with anything?
No, because I know that you brought this up to basically promote a Patreon. But now that I put you in that corner, you said that you're not going to make one, so I win. Like, I'm happy. But all I know is that you manipulated this situation to promote your Patreon, and now that you're backed in a corner,
Well, no, I'm not backed in a corner.
You have publicly
I'm not
stated that
backed
you
in a
are not
corner.
making a Patreon.
It would have not helped it. It wouldn't have. They're not like they're.
Yeah,
they're,
right.
Okay,
You're
but see,
right.
that's speculation though. You can't say that you're right. And you know what I mean? Like,
Hey, man, you speculated that I was talking about you. Listen, Eddie, when me and him were debating about this on Twitter, all right, I knew exactly what he was doing. I tweeted at him, and I said, obviously, you are going to try to make a video on this. Because I knew where he was going with this. I knew why he wasn't dropping it. I knew why he kept bringing
and
it
I
back
wasn't
up.
going to make a
I
video
knew-
until you blocked me.
Rich! I mean, not Rich. Jay, pick up the phone, ho! The fuck you doing blocking me? I'm still talking to your bitch ass. Don't make me go on stream and talk about you. Jay, pick up the phone. Jay, pick up the phone. You ain't done the same thing. Rich did the same thing to Keem years before. And look, Jay recently caught that treatment. Supposedly, the situation's all squared up. Okay, I wasn't talking about you, Rich. Okay, my bad, Keem. I'm sorry, this, that, and the third. Rich keeps the drama going for whatever reason. Keem blocks him. Rich goes and makes a video. But Rich already said, I'm not going to make a video. Once this is all done, this is done. Rich was always going to make the video. Rich probably already had the video recorded. He was just looking for a reason to drop it. So, because you got blocked on Twitter, that was probable cause for you to go ahead and do this bullshit? That's funny, because isn't that the same thing that happened to Jay? Him and Jay had everything worked out. There was no problems. Everything's cool. All of a sudden, Rich is still, for whatever reason, still talking about him on Twitter or still trying to reach out to him. Jay blocks him. Then all of a sudden, Rich goes on stream and bitches out. I'm confused. I'm really fucking confused. But it's a pattern, though.
That's an opinion. If you're getting paid from Stream.me and you're getting donations, I don't care if you're buying a yacht for kids in a third world country. You're still doing the same thing that someone with a donate button or a Patreon account is doing on YouTube.
This is what I said to you, all right, once I realized what the fuck you were doing. Once I realized you were manipulating the situation to promote a Patreon and you were trying to make a video out of this is what I said to you.
I swear to God, I wasn't.
that's
God
conjecture,
strike me. God strike me dead
This
if
is what
I
I
did
said
this
to
to
you.
promote
I go,
my Patreon.
this
But
is
okay.
2 hours after I explained my point in full. So then he responds by saying, I'm not taking offense. I'm just stating my opinion as well. So I respond to him. I respond to him by saying this. That's not true. You were clearly offended and are clearly still trying to talk about this and will likely make a video on it.
And then, Rich, didn't you respond by saying, there's no way I'm going to make a video on this?
Yeah, and then I put up, it's time to stop from Filthy Frank. And then, like, 10 seconds after that, I was blocked. And I'm like,
Yeah,
this
because
is ridiculous. Why is he blocking me? So, yeah, it pissed me off, and I made a video to be...
That's funny, because yet again, back to the Jay situation. Yeah, me and Jay had everything worked out, but I was still pissed off, and I felt a certain type of way. And then he blocked me, and then that's when I did what I did. The fuck? How is anybody who may still be on the fence, or may still consider Rich not a lolcow, how is this not lolcow behavior? And this right here is what? 2016? 2017? And this same behavior he exhibited during the Jay situation, which is this year, 2024. Nothing's changed. Just like how DSP likes to say, oh, I'm not the same person. People can't bring up stuff against me from, 10 years ago or 15 years ago because I'm not that same person. Bitch, you exhibit all the same behavior. Nothing about you has changed. Just because you want to change doesn't mean that you have changed. Same thing with Rich. The same shit is still here. And he's still doing it. How does anybody think they can defend this? I mean, he can barely defend it, let alone anybody else.
I'm not taking offense. I'm just stating my opinion as well. So I respond to him. I respond to him by saying this: that's not true. You were clearly offended and are clearly still trying to talk about this and will likely make a video on it.
I believe people can change, but you have to want to change. You know what I'm saying? But if you're one of these idiots and you think that you're doing everything right, everything correct, then why would you? You'll say whatever you have to say to get people to keep throwing money at you or to keep listening to you. But truth be told, excuse me, but truth be told, these guys just don't know how to change. I don't think they want to be honest with you, especially lolcows. But I think that's what the situation is. I think people really can change if they want to. But that's neither here nor there.
And then, Rich, didn't you respond by saying, there's no way I'm going to make a video on this?
Yeah, and then I put up, it's time to stop from Filthy Frank. And then, like, 10 seconds after that, I was blocked. And I'm like,
Yeah,
this is ridiculous. Why is he blocking me? So, yeah, it pissed me off, and I made a video, to be honest with you.
Well, listen, guys, I knew from the beginning that this is what Rich was doing. He was trying to create a thing out of this, right? He was being passive-aggressive and said, hey, guys, I don't want this to turn into a
Stop
thing.
trying to be Alex Jones. He doesn't have a beard. You don't know that. And I wasn't. I'm not that smart. I wasn't trying to manipulate.
I'm not that smart. I'm not trying to manipulate. Remember Monday Matt? When he was on, what was it called? On the kill stream. Same thing. There's no way I'm a mastermind, guys. I'm not that smart. And what was that? Medicare was like, yeah, of course you're not that smart. No one's putting you into a position that you're clearly not capable of doing. Same shit here. Exact same shit here.
If anything, it would have...
He was. No. So, I knew what he was doing. I knew that he was trying to create this into a thing so he could promote his Patreon.
But that's not true, because that thing would have done nothing but fuck me in the ass.
How?
It wouldn't have helped me. Because I know my subscribers. They would have turned on me.
I know my subscribers. They would have turned on me. Holy shit. What kind of scared bitch boy shit was that? Oh, let me hear that again.
Passive-aggressive and said, hey, guys, I don't want this to turn into a thing.
Stop trying to be Alex Jones. He doesn't have a beard. You don't know that. And I wasn't. I'm not that smart. I wasn't trying to manipulate it. If anything, it would have...
He was. No. So, I knew what he was doing. I knew that he was trying to create this into a thing so he could promote his Patreon.
But that's not true, because that thing would have done nothing but fuck me in the ass.
How?
It wouldn't have helped me. Because I know my subscribers. They would have turned on me. Maybe that doesn't say too much about how much people feel about me, but they would have fucking turned on me. And that the Patreon would have been a disaster. It would have not... This whole thing...
Now, here's another thing, too, I want to point out. I don't know what people's expectations are when it comes to, like, Patreon or whatever external service that you set up for people to give you donations or whatnot, or even super chatting or whatever the case may be, or getting, bits or cheers or whatever the case on whatever your platform or choice is. It seems like Rich has the same type of syndrome, if you will, that DSP did, where they literally thought everybody who shows up to all their videos, which for Rich was like 100,000 plus back in the day, were going to donate to his Patreon. That seems strange to me because, truth be told, I'm pretty sure they've done studies on this, only like 5 or 10% of your viewer base will actually donate to you, in a platform that you don't originate from. Let me reword that. If you have 10% of your viewership on YouTube may donate to you on another platform like Patreon or whatever. Period. Even if it just comes down to the convenience of clicking a link. It's easier to give you a super chat or a super thanks than going into your description, clicking on the Patreon link or whatever, and donating that way, right? So it's really it's not just convenience, right? It's just the general expectation. They don't owe you anything. You should know that they don't owe you anything, and there's only a small group of people who will go that extra mile for you, if you will. It's a very, very small demographic. And for people like Rich, people like Wings, people like DSP, they never really understood that. So when, like I said, if you got 100,000 people watching your videos, I'll be reasonable and say 10%. If you think 10,000 people might donate $1 to you and it just doesn't happen, because why would it? I mean, look at 1 Minute Man. I'm hearing right now that he was like MIA today, which seems kind of strange, but whatever. There's not too many people who are going to do that consistently, for weeks on end like 1 Minute Man was doing. It's just not practical. It's not reasonable. You're asking, and at that point, you're asking for far too much with the expectation of them doing it, or anybody doing it for that matter. Just something to think about. But I'm listening to it right here, and DSP actually seems a little bit worried. He's not manic, but he does seem kind of worried that 1 Minute Man didn't show up. Womp womp.
Would have not helped the Patreon. It wouldn't have.
Yeah,
I know.
Yeah, it would have.
No.
Well, Rich is pathetic. Rich is pathetic by nature. You know what I mean? And that's why the idea that people can't change or people don't change makes sense. Because, I mean, just look at the behavior that he exhibits. And then going to his crying segment earlier today. You know what I'm saying? Hence the reason why he has to hop himself up on edibles and whatever else is in his bag. You know what I'm saying? And you could go and make the argument, oh, well, he's weak. It's not just weak, or weakness, if you will. It's certainly a personality type thing, to be honest. Look at Ralph. Ralph is probably one of the more entertaining rage pigs out there, but he's also hopped up on whatever his pills of choices are, and plus, drinking himself to death. It is what it is. It's a personality trait more than anything. And whether you determine that person is weak or not is completely up to you. I won't hold that against anybody. But pathetic people do pathetic shit. Just pure and simple. You know what I'm saying? And the reason why is because life is hard. You know what I'm saying? Life is extremely hard. And nothing's going to hit you harder than life. And some people just aren't built for that. That's the reality. Rich probably shouldn't have had kids. Rich probably should have still got himself another job while still trying to do the YouTube thing for a while. It would have helped build character and humility. Because they're clearly traits that he was never taught and that he doesn't have. But yet it's weird because he expects other people to exhibit those same traits or characteristics. Seems weird.
It wouldn't have.
Oh, he's not going to make a Patreon. Just like he said he wasn't going to make a video. Just like he apologized to me and took it back.
God,
look.
If
In
I
this
made
situation,
a Patreon now.
in this situation alone, all right, there are 3 things that fucking Rich did that contradicts his first action, okay? And we're going to talk about them right now, okay? 1, he tells me he's not going to make a YouTube video about this, and does. He apologizes to me once he realizes that I'm not talking about him. Then 2 hours later, without being any conversation between me and him, he takes his apology back and uploads a video calling me a hypocrite, okay? The third one, he uploads a video, and in the video he says, I'm not going to show any footage of Keemstar. And again, this is the evidence where I define that streaming and YouTube is different from my opinion, all right? He says he's not going to show any footage because he might get flagged, but then later in the video shows footage of me from my stream, all right? Those are 3 examples within this situation where
The third one was actually kind of interesting because I've never really known Keem to have a reputation of taking people's content down, but yet he threatened Rich. Rich threatened that if he puts any footage of Keem in his video, the video could get struck down. and then did it anyway, almost to bait him into doing so. Isn't that wild? And that's where the kind of manipulation shit comes from. Or at least that's what Keem is trying to explain. He literally baited Keem into trying to take the video down. But yet again, Keem doesn't have a reputation for taking videos down. But Rich do. DSP do. Isn't it funny how DSP and Rich always talk about, oh, I don't want to use such and such video because they may take my video down. Yet they both have a history, an extensive history at that, of taking down other people's content. Makes you think.
This dude has been a complete hypocrite, all right? A complete hypocrite, all right? I don't trust him. I don't trust him. I think that he's a manipulator. I think he's a liar.
Okay.
Dude, you're
first
taking
off,
this and making it into something much bigger than what
You made a fucking video!
Hold on.
No,
Hey, man, I'm not yelling.
Chill.
Yeah,
chill. First of all, can we get a 420 in the chat for that excellent British accent from Keem? I thought he did a very good example of me.
Did he just say that I'm making this bigger than it has to be? I fucking solved this with you. You apologized to me. I told you this wasn't about you, and that was the end of it.
It doesn't matter if it was about me or not. What bothered me, what pissed me off is that you're...
Just accuse me of making this bigger than it has to be. Just accuse me of making it bigger than it has to be. Rich, this was solved. This was done and over 2 hours ago, or 2 hours after this was solved and done and over with. You brought it back up
because it wasn't about who you were directing it towards. It was the fact you have a double standard towards it. That's what bothered me.
Then, Rich, I responded to you and saying, look, I know what you're doing. I'm going to block you because obviously you're trying to make a video about this. And then you make a fucking video about it. All right? So the reason why this got fucking big is because of you. To a point where I have to defend myself.
No, I don't think Rich has ever been to jail, but who knows? But I doubt it. I doubt it. Then again, people do wonder where that cucumber fetish came from. I'm not saying that you would pick it up in jail. I don't know. I've never been to jail, so I wouldn't know. But I don't know. I'm going to say no, though, but who can say?
And give you even more attention by doing this live event, which you said, hey, I have no problem, I'm going to show up to.
Think about it from my perspective.
It could be a mugshot. I can't deny that. It could be a mugshot, but I don't know if he's been in jail. I have no clue.
I posted that poll, and literally, I don't even think it was 10 minutes after you typed that tweet. If the shoe was on the other foot, I guarantee you would have thought the same thing.
Rich, how could I be talking about you? You don't make 10 grand a month. You don't make $10,000 a month.
Okay, I don't. Okay.
Do you? Because you get 5 million views a month. I just looked up on Social Blade.
Yeah, so, this month because I barely posted, dude. All right. I'm not going into how much I make.
Yeah, you heard how the announcer kind of laughed at it because he saw the bait. And Rich went right for it because he's a fucking idiot. And he just barely pulled his ass out. Just barely. By the skin of his cucumbers, he barely pulled his ass out of that shit.
And literally, I don't even think it was 10 minutes after you typed that tweet. If the shoe was on the other foot, I guarantee you would have thought the same thing.
Rich, how could I be talking about you? You don't make 10 grand a month. You don't make $10,000 a month.
Okay. I don't. Okay.
Do you? Because you get 5 million views a month. I just looked up on Social Blade.
Yeah, this month because I barely posted, dude. All right. I'm not going into how much I make.
Do you make $10,000 a month? Yes or no? Because I don't think you do. I don't think you have.
Yes, I have. Yes, I have.
Well, I disagree. I don't think that's an honest.
Okay. I'm not going to tell you. I'm not allowed to tell you. But all I'm saying is that you called out YouTubers who are having Patreons or donate buttons, whatever the case may be, for being, if they're making a certain amount of money, that it's scummy. And you said, just say. Okay? You have a stream.
Change my fucking words again. I can't deal with this, Eddie.
Who
now I'm saying donate
Patreon.
Am I saying
Patreon. Who gives a shit?
How many times are you going to change what I have to say to fit your look? You manipulate the situation. You lied 3 times. We've already went over this 100 times. And you know what? Now I've backed you in a corner, and you're not making a Patreon. So I'll take it as a win.
Dude, don't
Anyone
even try.
else can say whatever the fuck they want. I'll take it as a win.
Yeah, of course you're going to take it as a win. You're like making these things and putting them in there to make it as a win. The bottom line is
as a win. You're not making a Patreon.
Hold on, no.
You're not making. I'm not making a Patreon because of you. I wasn't making a Patreon before this. Calm down.
He said that he wasn't going to make a Patreon because of this situation earlier in this debate, and now he's saying that he wasn't going to do one from the beginning. I mean, you just lied again. God damn it.
you're trying to make it that I'm lying about things.
Next time you have money problems, don't use me, don't manipulate me for your own agenda. You can just DM me. And
Dude, stop with the money problems. You don't know. I don't have a financial situation. That's just like a
situation,
dude. That's a low. That's an immature, low blow thing to say.
I would have helped them. How's that immature?
Yeah.
How's it low? I would have helped you.
Because you're trying to make it seem like I'm broke,
Eddie,
bro.
am I a generous
You're
person?
trying to make it seem like I'm broke, bro, and that has nothing to do with.
Guys, for the next hour, all donations will go to Rich.
Wow.
All right, guys,
Rip.
thanks.
Rich, if you're having money problems, I feel bad for you, son. I got 99 problems, but views ain't one. Hit me.
I beg people, I beg corporations, I beg everybody. The only tier I have is one, and it's $1 a month.
The fuck? I thought we said that we weren't gonna make a Patreon. Now we right back to it. We right back to it. Yet again, how do you trust somebody like this? Yo, real talk, and I've already said this before in like a previous broadcast and shit. Whoever it is that's in Rich's camp, whatever you've said to him in DMs or in conversations or whatever, I guarantee you he has screenshots of that shit. And the moment that he get mad at you, the moment he finds you motherfuckers useful, or not useful I should say, he's gonna leak all that shit. All of it. Just keep that in mind. Don't act surprised when that shit happens. He has a track record of doing this shit. God damn, son. Oh, shit's gonna get rough out here. Shit's gonna get rough out here. Whoever, like I said, whoever's in his camp, if you're trying to help this dude legitimately, best wishes about all that shit and good on you and whatever. But boy, the moment he get mad at you, he gonna dry you out. He's gonna lay you out to dry just like he did Jay. And he gonna leak everything. Everything. Just so you know. Just so you know. Because I hate to see people walk into a fucking train wreck when they don't have to and shit. Damn. I may not know any of you guys. I may not even be cool with any of you guys. But goddamn, you don't deserve this.
My content is worthwhile enough to support me on Patreon, and it'll definitely help.
And this fat cheeseburger eating greasy motherfucker, Rich.
Give $1 a month so I cannot fear talking about things like that, and I can become the old Review Tech USA again, where I don't have to worry about what words come out of my mouth.
To begin with, so the patrons essentially are panhandling, Rich, just like fucking people like myself say they are.
My content is worth supporting, and it's phenomenal. I was very transparent in my Patreon video. It's not that I'm not making money on YouTube.
Wait, we weren't making money at the job. That's why we went to YouTube. Now we're not making money on YouTube, so we have to go to Patreon. Make it make sense. Holy shit. He was flipping this shit in all kinds of crazy ways. Speaking of which, the bald guy that you guys see there, that's 8 Thoughts. Just in case you guys don't know. He goes by the Ghost of 8 Thoughts now because he had his channel taken down. I can tell you that whole story if you want. You can thank Nick Merckx, Drifter, and fucking Swag for that. But, because they were the ones who flagged his channel down. But the reason why he never got the channel back is because he was streaming on a second channel while he was fighting the copyrights and whatever on his main channel, and that's ban evasion. The same thing that basically took low tier God out, to be honest.
Son, I got 99 problems, but views ain't one. Hit me.
I beg people, I beg corporations, I beg everybody. The only tier I have is one, and it's $1 a month. My content is worthwhile enough to support me on Patreon, and it'll definitely help.
And this fat cheeseburger eating greasy motherfucker, Rich.
Give $1 a month so I cannot fear talking.
Yeah, 8 Thoughts is still theoretically ban evading and whatnot, but I got a lot of respect for that guy. It's just fun. That dude's funny as fuck and whatnot. Definitely, as someone said there, he's a Call of Duty legend. That guy's hilarious. He shits on Call of Duty on the regular and shit. It's just fucking hilarious as hell. He's not wrong either, though. So.
About things like that, and I can become the old Review Tech USA again, where I don't have to worry about what words come out of my mouth.
To begin with, so the patrons essentially are panhandling, Rich, just like fucking people like myself say they are.
My content is worth supporting, and it's phenomenal.
My content is worth supporting, and it's phenomenal. Excuse me. This is Rich saying that my content is meaningful before DSP said it, if you think about it. That's hilarious.
I was very transparent in my Patreon video. It's not that I'm not making money on YouTube.
My Patreon, my Review Tech USA Patreon, is now at $872 a month.
Hope this doesn't upset you. Hope you don't fucking die of a stroke or have a fucking heart attack, you fat fuck.
For that one tier, I'm only asking for $1 a month. So for $12 a year, you could help my channel.
If you love what you do, the money will eventually come, but it's all about the money. But it's all about the money. But it's all about the money.
And just in case you don't get what that reference is, that's the equivalent of DSP saying that contributions are mandatory and always will be mandatory. You know, that one slip that he had, that one time that everybody uses. Snorpinel uses it a lot. It's fucking hilarious.
No, I'm not setting up a Patreon. I'm not.
Rich, look it.
It's alright, Ice. You should check him out, though. Like I said, he goes by Ghost of A Thoughts currently and whatnot. It's a good listen. There's an archive channel, too. There might be a few of them, actually, out there with his old stuff on it. Like, same thing with, like, El Presador, where, you know, like, El Presador used to rage a lot at games and shit like that. Yeah. Dude, A Thoughts kind of does something like that, too. Just not as animated, if you will. But he is kind of funny.
You said just a little while ago that you're not going to be making a Patreon.
Yeah.
Are you 100% you're not going to be making a Patreon?
Pretty much, yes.
All right. Well, there it is. He's not making a Patreon.
Because I'm not in a financial position I need to make a Patreon. That wouldn't be right to do.
So what am I doing with my Patreon? I'm not doing anything extravagant. I physically would not have the time to do that. The only tier I have is one, and it's $1 a month. And what I'm hoping to see happen is that people give $1 a month.
Here, I can actually drop the link to his channel right now. Give me just a second, and you can check it out at your leisure. All right, here we go. Dude, there is so much fucking YouTube bullshit drama out there that, like, so many people sleep on. Is crazy. Especially in, like I said, the Call of Duty, like, the early Call of Duty era, the early FGC era. Obviously in the tech community, in the retro game fucking community, I stumbled across, I used to watch a lot of them, but I haven't watched them recently. Mexican speedrunner. I think his name is The Mexican Speedrunner, honestly. He's big on Twitch and whatnot, doing retro shit and whatever. He used to get accused of fucking, like cheating speedruns and shit. He didn't. But, dudes were, like, purposely going at him just because he was, like, building a really strong fan base and he was building it really quickly. And supposedly he wasn't willing to go head-to-head with other guys and whatnot. Because, you know, speedrun races are a thing. But he wasn't willing to do it because he was trying to focus on, like, what he had. And I can understand that. But there's all kinds of drama out there during that bullshit. Dude, fucking Wings had a bunch of fucking different mishaps with people. People just think about the Syndicate shit. He had some problems with a bunch of people back in the day. Shit, he almost had a situation with Randy Savage back in the day, which was over nothing. Like, literally, like, Wings took something out of fucking pocket for no goddamn reason and almost fucked his whole shit up over it. Just, I'm sorry, just bunch of stuff. Like, a bunch of shit I could throw at your feet. Well, the Smash community is still full of drama for various reasons because they fucked themselves over on that Panda Global thing. I actually want to do a video about that, to be honest, because that's a complete and total mess. Yeah, the comic podcast community is also shaky for various reasons. There's a lot of shit out there. There's just a lot of shit. You'd be surprised what you find.
This is a video that I'm sure is going to have a wide range of...
Yeah, not just technicals though too. The franchise. He actually has made some pretty good shit too. To be honest with you, I was in a Discord where he's in where they're actually like he's trying to get more information on falcxne, on VG, on that whole situation with VG. They were like the biggest guys when it came to the Smash community as it pertains to running like tournaments or whatever, and then they completely imploded on themselves, and then there's all kinds of crazy talks of Ponzi schemes and all kinds of other silly shit, and dudes trying to strong arm each other, and dudes ate that shit up. That shit was crazy. Like the very thing that VG was doing, they accused Panda Global for doing, and then when Panda Global fucking basically blew the fuck up, and Nintendo was getting even more shakier with dealing with people, then all of a sudden Summit fails, and then VG's like literally done. So the only people who are left is Moist Critical and fucking Ludwig and their little tournament, and they only do that like twice a year, and there's no sponsorships or anything. So now you got all these sponsored players who literally don't have a place to go, essentially. All because a bunch of idiots sat there and fucking put out a bunch of propaganda that wasn't even true, and then a bunch of other idiots ate that shit up, and they fucked their own community up. On top of no one wants to clean up all those pedophiles and shit that they got over there either.
Responses. But it's one that needed to be made. And this Patreon campaign that I'm doing is something that I probably should have started and stuck to years ago, but I was afraid to. But ever since Adpocalypse, that has changed. There has been a fundamental shift in my channel, and I'm sure many of you have noticed it, where the topics I cover have been much more benign. Now, luckily for me, I wasn't as hard hit as other channels, but it still hurt a lot, not only financially, but partially in terms of the growth of my channel too. Now, what made me want to attempt Patreon again is because recently I made a video talking about Wolfenstein 2, and what happened? The video was had limited monetization. It was manually reviewed and limited ads were placed on it permanently. So what am I doing with my Patreon? I'm not doing anything extravagant. I physically would not have the time to do that. The only tier I have is one, and it's $1 a month. And what I'm hoping to see happen is that people have enough faith in my show and want to see me cover those controversial topics again enough to give $1 a month, so I cannot fear talking about things like that.
Now, keep in mind, the limited ad situation back in the day here is a lot different from what's going on now. So, like, I don't know if you had limited ads back in the day that you just didn't get paid at all, or what. I'm not really quite sure about that. Because the last thing I want to do is talking to other YouTubers about fucking money, unless it means something, but it really don't. At least this don't. So I'm not really sure how that pans out. But either way, like, just be honest and say you need supplemental income and just leave it at that. Like, getting into all this extra is kind of dumb, because eventually it's going to end up slapping you later, especially if someone who actually knows what they're talking about actually figures out what the fuck you're doing. Just saying.
And I can become the old Review Tech USA again, where I don't have to worry about what words come out of my mouth. And that's why I only have one tier.
But wait a second, old Review Tech didn't have a problem with that. They had a problem with using game footage in their videos, and that's why their videos were getting copyright struck. Did we forget that already? We literally talked about this in the early parts of the stream. Now he's saying that, you know, essentially he's being hogtied because he can't say what he wants? I'm confused.
And for that one tier...
And keep in mind, back at this time, Rich was, like, doing videos on kids getting their fucking Xboxes and PlayStations destroyed, people dying in horrible ways and shit. That's how he got all those crazy views and everything. Keep in mind, he removed all those videos now. So, unless someone has it archived, you can't even see those things anymore. But that's where the viewership really came in, to be honest. But whatever, semantics.
I'm only asking for $1 a month. So for $12 a year, you could help my channel expand and grow and become what it was before, where I don't have to fear what I talk about, and I don't have to fear about holding my tongue. We'll see what happens. And for those of you that want to support me through this Patreon, Thank you so damn much. You have no idea how much it means.
Now, I've been wanting to talk about this for a minute there, so I need you to bear with me on this. The reason why Rich and DSP structured their Patreons the way they did is they wanted the Patreon money to be the equivalent to what they were making on YouTube, or, of course, to expand upon that, or past that, if you will. So that's really what Rich was looking for. He's looking for $12,000, $15,000 a month from Patreon, which is probably the equivalent or close to right up around about what he was making on YouTube. DSP was doing the exact same thing. He was looking for about $10,000, $12,000, maybe even $15,000 on Patreon when he started. And if you can get the Patreon money to match the YouTube money, then it's all gravy. Then you literally have another 10 grand to just blow each and every month, because clearly neither one of these guys are saving it, and still have old reliable YouTube to basically pick up the slack on the bills. That's really what the scheme these two guys were going for, and they weren't the only ones, to be honest. But I've been thinking about that for a hot minute. Yeah, like $1 a month. If you think about it, if you have, for example, I don't know how many people I have on stream. I have 111 people on stream right now, right? Big ups. You think, 100 people give you $1 a month and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? What's that? $1,200 a year. So then, you know what I'm saying? Go ahead and take those 12 people and times that by 10. You know what I'm saying? And like that shit adds up, and it adds up fast. You know what I'm saying? So that's what the scheme was, or at least that's what they were trying to perpetrate.
Hey, what's up, guys? You could have spent money to prevent acute malnutrition through large-scale emergency feeding programs, but instead you are supporting my Patreon, so thank you. Why provide sustenance to millions of children when millions of children can provide me a Big Mac and large fries? For reading them video game articles, who knew? Don't be fooled by children in the grips of famines and hunger crisis. Donate money to people that think effort is adjusting a camera. Whew, that was hard. Donate money to YouTubers that think hard work is searching the internet for the latest and greatest video game article to reread. I won't give any of my Patreon royalties to anyone that wrote the original video game articles, okay? Seriously, who knew plagiarism and Patreon would make a fantastic bedfellow? Plagiarism, Patreon, and YouTube revenue. It's like a love triangle, or at least a wet dream for me. Guys, I can't get a job. Do you see how much time and effort I'm putting into regurgitating these video game articles? I mean, seriously. Donate to my Patreon. Oh, no, wait, this is a thank you video. Thanks for giving me some money on Patreon. Do you think just every Joe Blow can turn on a camera in their mother's basement and regurgitate a video game article?
Now, this is actually kind of relevant, too, because if you go back to the situation with Jay and Rich, and how Rich was basically saying, oh, Jay didn't want to do this, Jay didn't want to do that. But then Jay comes back and says, well, no, Rich is bad at time management, and every time you make a suggestion to him, he'll do it for a little while, and then he doesn't want to stick with it. So, because remember, Rich wants to kind of move away from the essentially news videos and just stream, because he sees the easy money that comes out of it, or ATM type formula, if you will. Well, Rich has been doing bare minimum shit since the beginning. Just like Monday Matt. It's all relevant. It's all very, very relevant.
Tack on their opinion? Come on, this is hard work, people. Could you imagine if I had to stress out and think about getting a job? Thank God I have no kids, because if I did, I sure would feel fucking irresponsible. Just depending on YouTube revenue and Patreon? Completely irresponsible, that's how I'd feel. So remember, kids, ask mom and dad for more money this Christmas so you can support me. Yes, your favorite YouTuber that rereads you video game articles. Or Santa won't let me read you Kotaku articles!
This is a shout out to a very, very dedicated man who says that he is just criticism and parody. I've actually heard that line before. Yeah, he's definitely, I don't know what happened to, he thinks, I'm pretty sure he thinks that I flagged his old channel. I never flagged his old channel. I never once flagged his channel. I never told anyone to. Okay, I don't know who did.
I know he's like, oh, because you made videos on me. Yeah, dude, I made a video refuting what you said. Fuck you, tough shit. I don't care. Yeah, as a matter of fact, in that video, I told people to leave you the hell alone. If people didn't at that point, I don't know what to tell you, but I've never once told anyone to go after you.
I don't know. That sounds like dog whistling to me, but semantics. That sounds like dog whistling to me. Oh yeah, look at this person who's criticizing me, and look at how their channel's built. This is completely fucked up. But don't mess with them though. Yeah, don't do that. You know, I don't want that to happen. No, I didn't hear about P. Diddy getting raided. I heard about Meek Mill's supposedly being in a compromised situation, and there's supposedly videos that backs that shit up. No pun intended. I've heard that. Like, I'm sorry, Meek, but you're a goddamn idiot. Holy shit.
If you don't like the fact that I have an opinion about you back, you could fuck off. But I'm sitting here, and I'm just like, he just made a video, I didn't even watch the whole thing, where he says that he's not obsessed with me. So like, you know what? Let me take like literally 3 to 4.
Yo, wait a second, huh? They went Call of Duty SWAT on Diddy? God damn, for real? No, I didn't know that. Damn, that's unfortunate. Yikes. That's crazy, I didn't know that. No, I didn't. I wonder if they found anything. Because that's the real question. Because you know Diddy's got blackmail on everybody. So, yeesh. No, I didn't know that though. That's wild.
5 minutes of my time. And just look through his channel. And the reason why, like I said, this bothers me is just it brings negative shit to my channel. It's really, dude, you're not let me just say something to you right now, Joe. Yeah, because I'm sure you're going to watch this because you get mad that I post videos on here. Once in a while I'm going to make a video coming back at you. If you don't like it, fuck off. I'm not going to stop, just like you don't stop. But you can't be on the offensive like he is constantly and being, he doesn't stop, he's relentless, and think that no one, what are you going to say? Oh, but I could come after you and attack the living shit out of you, but if you come after me, you know, how dare you? I'm very sensitive. Fuck off, man. You can't be the way you are and expect no one to come at you and hide behind the veil of, I have issues, and it's parody. Am I saying you can't have an opinion on me? No, you can have an opinion on me all the fuck you want to. But this is an extreme, Joe. This is extreme. This is extreme. And if you don't see that this is extreme, you have issues, which...
How is that not dog whistling? How's that legitimately not dog whistling?
No shit. So, it is...
Especially when you go and look at Rich's streaming channel, and I can say this because I got 3 fucking channels going over fucking DSP, so, like, you know what I'm saying, I have no reason to talk. But then again, I'm not being a hypocrite at the moment, so it is what it is. But Jesus Christ, you have a streaming channel that's completely and utterly devoted to DSP. So, how is it that when Joe was doing it, that shit was extreme? But what you're doing now was just, it's all gravy, it's all good. Make it make sense.
What it is, man. Hey, Joe, you want to keep doing this? People are going to come back at you. And if that pisses you off, you get the fuck off YouTube then. It is what it is, Joe. Hey, look, man, you keep doing what you're doing. But I'll let you know right now, if I want to come back at you and give my opinions on some of the stuff that you're doing, I'm going to do it. And if you don't like that, too fucking bad. Yeah, I haven't talked about him in a long time. Whatever, man. Joe, at this point, if you're going to say that...
He was obsessed with Joe as much as he's obsessed with fucking Jay now. I don't know. Maybe he has a thing for people who have J in their name. I don't know. Or have the letter J in their name, I should say. But make of it what you will. Holy shit.
That you don't have some kind of clear either obsession or...
Yeah, he blatantly threatened this dude. Blatantly. But it gets worse.
Or maybe you are dick riding my channel, dude. Maybe you are. I don't know. But if this, makes your ass hurt a little bit, tough fucking shit. Don't come at me that you're a delicate snowflake after the offensive prick of an asshole that you are constantly all the time. And then you say you can't take it back. Cry me a fucking river, dude. Deal with it or get the fuck off YouTube.
So the topic I'm going to discuss in this video is Patreon.
and how people, for some reason, when other people with their own money choose to support a Patreon or choose to support a Kickstarter, whatever the case may be, they lose their minds and they write Bibles on Facebook or Twitter or whatever social media platform you're on, sitting there lecturing people about how horrible they are that they're supporting a Patreon while there's children starving around the world. But anyway, these are like the 4 or 5 typical talking points that I hear when people go anti-Patreon. And the first one I hear is that supporting someone on Patreon, or someone opening up a Patreon, I should say, is them panhandling. And when you support someone on Patreon, you're basically supporting them panhandling, which is 100% wrong, okay? When someone opens up a Patreon, they're offering a product or service. You may
But that's not actually the case. First off, people can have an opinion of you. That's where the real problem lies and whatnot. He doesn't like the fact that people have an opinion of him. As it pertains to, if you open up Patreon, you're providing a product or service. Are you doing it through their platform? Or are you already, quote unquote, providing a product or a service and people have a supplemental way of supporting you? Which one is it? Because that's not an easy thing to confuse. It really isn't. But that's not even the underlying problem. The problem is that he's mad that people have an opinion of it. It's the internet. If you don't like it, you get the fuck off the internet then if you can't handle that. People are going to have an opinion about shit. It is what it is. And either you take it and you move with it or you don't.
like their content. Oh, you know, there's even Patreons open for emulators. The Wii U emulator has a Patreon. It has over $30,000 on it. Someone is offering you a good service, whether it be videos, whether it be an emulator, a piece of software, whatever the case may be, and you're willing to support it. But the thing that I hear all the time is that if you support someone on Patreon, you're supporting someone panhandling. You're supporting them e-begging, which again, people think about Patreon this way because it's a new way to support people that create content for you, and therefore they have to shoot it down. But let me compare Patreon to something else that most of these people are too simple to think about this way. Okay, Howard Stern is worth over $500 million.
What's up with these lolcows and going to Howard Stern? Why does Howard Stern have to be the whipping boy for all you idiots? I don't get it. DSP stole jokes blatantly from Howard Stern and then tried to pass it off as his own. Then he got proper fucked for it, and he's been mad and says, oh, well, Howard Stern ever since. Refer to the Blip TV saga if you don't know what I'm talking about. As it pertains to Rich, oh, this service right here that I'm providing, what makes it any different from what Howard Stern does? What? It's completely fucking different. It's completely fucking different. God damn. All right, well, let's let him continue to strangle himself, because why not? That's why we're here.
He is on SiriusXM. People pay monthly, maybe not just for him, but for, the service as a whole, to listen to Howard Stern and other shows on there. Are the people on SiriusXM that have talk shows, are they panhandlers? It's the people who are paying that monthly fee that are supporting them. It's the same thing, but you're too...
You gotta be kidding me, right? Fuck it. Let's let this draw out a little longer. God damn.
You're dumb to think it's the same thing because, it's going through a corporation and I've been conditioned all these years to think that's different. It's not different. It's not different, you simple, dumb morons. What's the difference? There is no difference. You're just dumb and we're conditioned to think there is a difference. But Rich, it's Howard Stern. What's the difference with what Howard Stern's doing? Why? Because he's super mega famous? He's doing the same thing my fat ass is doing right now. He's sitting in front of a microphone talking. He's not doing anything different. You're just conditioned to think that way because he's on a conventional format. And that's why you think the way he gets paid is different than the way someone on Patreon gets paid. And that's why you consider someone on Patreon a panhandler, and it's okay for Howard Stern to do it. So by you calling out people who choose to support people on Patreon because they like their content and they enjoy it, makes you the biggest goddamn hypocrites on the planet. I am so tired of all these people who stand on soapboxes trying to make other people feel terrible. Until what other people spend their money on affects your wallet, you need to sit down and shut up and stop worrying about what other people are doing with their lives.
So let's Howard Stern, what? Okay, Sirius XM Radio, what? Okay, what? Okay, so XM Radio and Patreon are the same shit? How does that, what? I'm so confused. I'm He's completely lost the fucking narrative. And yet again, ladies and gentlemen, he was a grown-ass adult with kids thinking like this. This is all because of criticism that he can't handle. If people want to donate to your Patreon, Rich, then they're going to donate. People are going to have an opinion of that shit. You're going to have to eat it. But how the fuck do you compare yourself to Howard Stern? Like I said, it must be a LOLCOW thing. I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get it. I want to bring that rant back, though, because that shit's just manic.
It's a new way to support people that create content for you, and therefore they have to shoot it down. But let me compare Patreon to something else that most of these people are too simple to think about this way. Okay, Howard Stern is worth over $500 million. He is on Sirius XM. People pay monthly, maybe not just for him, but for, the service as a whole, to listen to Howard Stern and other shows on there. Are the people on Sirius XM that have talk shows, are they panhandlers? It's the people who are paying that monthly fee that are supporting them. It's the same thing, but you're too dumb to think it's the same thing because, it's going through a corporation and I've been conditioned all these years to think that's different. It's not different. It's not different, you simple, dumb morons. What's the difference? There is no difference. You're just dumb and we're conditioned to think there is a difference. But Rich, it's Howard Stern. What's the difference with what Howard Stern's doing? Why? Because he's super mega famous? He's doing the same thing my fat ass is doing right now. He's sitting in front of a microphone talking. He's not doing anything different. You're just conditioned to think that way because he's on a conventional format. And that's why you think the way he gets paid is different than the way someone on Patreon gets paid. And that's why you consider someone on Patreon a panhandler and it's okay for Howard Stern to do it. So by you calling out people who choose to support people on Patreon because they like their content and they enjoy it, makes you the biggest goddamn hypocrites on the planet. I am so tired of all these people who stand on soapboxes trying to make other people feel terrible. Until what other people spend their money on affects your wallet, you need to sit down and shut up and stop worrying about what other people are doing with their lives.
So, Rich from Review Tech USA just made a video talking about how people who talk shit about those who use Patreons are holding fucking stupid morons. Those fucking idiots are too stupid to realize what a Patreon is. And this fat cheeseburger eating greasy motherfucker, Rich, equated YouTube Patreons to satellite subscriptions of XM/FM and said there's somebody called Howard Stern who makes about $100 million a year and people pay a subscription to listen to him and that's the same thing. Well, actually, no, it's not, you fucking retard. It's not anywhere near the same thing. The YouTube goddamn Patreons are unnecessary for content creators to produce content because Google is what pays the fees to YouTube content creators with ad revenue. Unlike XM/FM radio, which almost solely relies on fucking people to pay a subscription to help pay for what it costs to run the shows with the ads that the people pay to be on those shows for XM/FM radio. And in fact, actually, if I'm not fucking mistaken, I don't think XM/FM radio even has commercials. Do they even have commercials? I don't know. I don't fucking listen to XM/FM radio. Howard Stern can suck my dick. He's not my goddamn style. Yes. And these Patreons, unlike...
I don't think they had ads at that time, but I couldn't tell you. But, I do know for sure because they had like a couple of really good stations up there for like hip hop music, for like jazz and shit like that or whatever. That those channels weren't dependent on like outside contributions or whatever. They already had like a contract with Sirius XM. XM goes ahead and makes everything happen on their end and whatever. The stations get paid no matter what. You know what I'm saying? So at least at that time anyway. So the complete and utter structure of how money was made or how revenue was generated for XM, at least back in those days, was completely different than what YouTube and ad revenue and all of that is. And yet again, this goes back to what 8-Bit Eric said early on in the stream. Rich don't look up nothing. He doesn't think about any of these things. He just goes ahead and spews whatever the fuck that comes out of his mouth and hopes that it sticks. Yet again, another example. So, but this is old Rich, even though a lot of this shit could be applied to what he does today.
Actually, you know, XMF Radio, who I just talked shit about, which, you know, some of those channels I had it free when I first bought my new Ford truck. They gave it for 6 months free, and they want me to pay for it afterwards. Actually has some good content. They have good comedy, they have music, they have all kinds of good stuff, unlike 99% of content creators, which are fucking straight trash. But besides the point of our tangent there, call YouTube Patreons. The rewards that people get from them are negligible garbage. And oh, you get a follow back on Twitter. Oh, you'll get some early access to some of my videos. They're all just garbage. They're all bullshit because there's nothing that any YouTube content creator can provide, but besides all our shitty content, which is free anyways, that anyone fucking want to begin with. So the Patreons are essentially are panhandling, Rich, just like fucking people like myself say they are, because people don't get shit for them. And if that's the way it is, then I'm sorry. Hope it doesn't upset you. Hope you don't fucking die of a stroke or have a fucking heart attack, you fat fuck. Christ. Get on a diet. Jesus Christ, you fucking retard. What's
up, guys? Just wanted to make a quick video thanking everybody. There's been a ton of support for Review Tech USA's Patreon, and it's because of you guys now that the Patreon has grown to the point that I am now getting enough to support this office where I work out of, and that's a huge deal. It's amazing to see that people feel that my content is worthwhile enough to support me on Patreon, and it'll definitely help because doing all this.
I'm not sure if Rick still has a Patreon. I'm not sure. There's no reason for him to take it down again, so hard to say. If he does, he don't promote it as far as I know, but I'm not sure. Actually, I can check his channel. Give me a second. I'll check his channel real fast to see what's what. Yeah, this video is super old, Silent Weapon. Super, super old. The original channel is gone. It was on a couple archive channels, but those channels, you know, interestingly enough, got hit at one time or another. So there's like literally only a few people left that may still have it. I know I have it, I'm not sure if it's archived on the main channel, but I know I have it for sure. I have all 3 parts.
And getting this studio up and running and getting this office to where I needed to be was a huge financial investment. And now that I know that you guys deem it worthwhile to support me and help pay the rent for this office to keep it going is phenomenal. I also want to thank everybody too. I was very transparent in my Patreon video. It's not that I'm not making money on YouTube, but due to YouTube's new policies, due to how sensitive advertisers have been, it limits what I could talk about. But again, for everyone who supported me on the Patreon, you're awesome. And everyone who just watches my channel, it's because people actually want to watch the videos that I put up that I'm even here doing this in this office right now. Thank you so much.
But this is just a thank you video for everyone who's been supporting me through Patreon. It is over $1,000 a month.
Yeah, I just checked. I don't see it. He doesn't have the link to it there anymore. So, what's up, Goji? But I don't see it there. What year is this video from? Like 2017, 2018 maybe? But yeah, I don't see it anywhere. Cucumbers pay the bills. That's cool. That's funny.
Kind of went back and forth. It was a little under 1,000, over 1,000, a little under 1,000, over 1,000, but now it's over 1,000, and it continues to grow.
And that's another thing too that I've always found some concern is when people open up Patreons or whatever. Like I said, I have no problem with that, and no one else really should have either. But I think one of the ongoing issues, especially if you're a chronic internet user, is people sitting there literally watching the Patreon minute by minute. I think that right there is like, that's clearly a problem. That's an issue. Like, start it up, promote it, and then move off of it and whatnot, and then see how you do over 6 months, and then you can compare it and if you want to talk about it. But to sit there and watch that shit minute by minute like people used to do, and sadly some people still do, that right there is a problem. That's a legitimate issue that people should address.
And obviously, it's not completely supplementing what I get on YouTube, but it has made me more daring to talk about topics that I kind of shied away from for, like, honestly, the past year and a half. Slowly but steadily, I see it growing almost every day to, at one point, say that Patreon campaign that I have, I'm supported by the community, and the YouTube income that I get is secondary because that would give me so much damn freedom on my channel. And that's really all it's about.
And see, that goes back to what I tried to tell you guys not too long ago. If you can get if they can get the Patreon money up to where the YouTube money is, or even above it, or exceed it, then that's the real goal. But what would he do with all that extra money anyway? He's not going to save it. It's not going towards his kids. So what are you actually going to do with that money?
Is having freedom to talk about what I want to talk about on YouTube.
Yeah, Rich seems like the type of person who would spend his Patreon money on Bitcoin. That does make a lot of sense, actually.
What's up, everybody? It's your favorite fat YouTuber here, Review Tech USA, and this is a positive video. I see a lot of people making certain videos like this, and they're always negative and urgent, and oh my god, I need you to support my crowdfunding, or, you know, that's the only time they actually talk about crowdfunding, and the only time they actually thank people that support them via crowdfunding is...
That's a shot at DSP, by the way.
When they have an urgent negative message to give to people, and I don't want to do that. I wanted to make a...
Because actually, if you remember, around this time, you could probably still find it too. I know Mr. Huff Stuff used to have all of them, to be honest with you. He would have like he would do streams where he would go over DSP stuff and he would talk about his income and how he was still able to make money. So this might be somewhere between 2017 and 2018, but I could be wrong.
Positive video thanking you guys, because it's been for a while now, but it's still going great. My Patreon, my Review Tech USA Patreon, is now at $872 a month, which pays for the rent here and some of the internet bill. And that is a huge, huge relief. I'm still doing okay on YouTube, but things are stressful. They must have changed their algorithm now, where videos have been flip-flopping back and forth. I'm so glad to see, too, that the investment in this office was worthwhile. 99% of the comments I get about the format change are positive. All the other format changes did not have the same reception, so...
Oh yeah, I remember that, because around this time he was like flipping formats like every week. Like every week he was changing up how the content was being presented and whatnot, because Rich doesn't sit there and believe in letting something go for a few months and see how shit happens. He never does that. If he doesn't get an immediate response, it's failed and he has to move on. DSP's kind of like that too.
Things are looking really good right now, so if you're supporting...
Exactly, the electric bill, the internet bill, the mortgage... all of that bullshit. It's all just recycle shit between him and DSP. I'm telling you, these guys are made for each other.
Supporting me on Patreon, thank you. Even if you're not, and you're just supporting me by, you know, going to the live streams I do or watching my YouTube videos, everything combined is helping this channel, you know, and I'm looking forward to seeing where things go. And I also want to thank the patrons for Patreon. I'm over $1,000 a month on Patreon, and that definitely helps with the office. It helps with the cable bill there. That's a big thing, and I'm very, very humble to see that much support relatively quickly on my Patreon. There's people with double the subscribers of me who don't get that kind of support that quick. So
the thing is the office at that time wasn't even that big. He should have actually. He should have just done it from one of the rooms in his house or his parents' house or whatever the fuck. And it could have worked out just as well. So, what are you going to do?
So this is fun. It's always...
Oh, hold on. Paul Mall actually has a pretty interesting take here. No, Rich doesn't have a Patreon anymore. He made a deal with Ann Doyle to take it down. Yeah, Ann Doyle's like his Tevin. Yeah, Ann Doyle was on top of the game for the longest time. Really? They made a deal? Wow. Ann Doyle really wielded a lot of power back then. That's wild. He took his Patreon down. I mean, big ups. Shit. Holy shit, I did not know that. That's wild. I did not know that piece of lore. I'm going to remember that, though. Alright, big ups.
It's exciting to see 8 hours worth of work be totally shot down the drain. So I've been working on this video all day. And I'm like, what the hell is going on? What are you talking about now? The video was fully monetized when I made it live. What are you talking about? And then I see this. The following content has been identified by the YouTube community as inappropriate or offensive to some audiences. My entire day of work, even beyond the video being monetized, is now shot down the drain. It's dead. The video is dead in the water. This is what it's like now uploading news stories, whether it be tech news stories or political news stories, to YouTube. It's a roll of the dice if you're going to make money now. And in some ways, it's gotten worse. And I don't know if I could do this anymore. I don't know if I could play this game anymore, because it's just not supporting my channel. This is not a way I can make a living. So something is going to have to change, or I don't know. I'm kind of flabbergasted at this point because I can't roll the dice like this all the time. I can't. It's just.
Dwight, I don't know if they actually, when you become a lolcow, do you receive a handbook and a script and all that? I have no clue. I'm not sure. They might as well because they all read from the same shit either which way. But I'm not sure. They have to. Well, I've always been of the belief that lolcows watch other lolcows, right? And there's actually a lot of truth to that. No one's above it. I guess that's the main point. That's the main point. If you've heard one lolcow, you've probably heard them all. That doesn't mean that there isn't tiers of the shit, but it's all the same shit no matter what. It may be repackaged in a certain type of way, but it's still the same shit.
It's not working, and this kind of nonsense that I'm dealing with isn't going to pay the bills. So something's got to give. So I'm going to do a litmus test right now. If you want to continue to see news stories like the one I uploaded today, I have a Patreon. I'll have a link to it below in the description. I ask for no more than $1 a month. If I see growth on my Patreon from making this video, I will continue to make videos like this. But if you guys do want to continue to see this content, then you will support the Patreon, and I don't have to worry about this nonsense anymore. I can upload what I want to and not think about what I'm uploading.
You know, I saw a bum on the street today, and he had the audacity to ask me for money. You know what I told him? I said, get a YouTube channel and contribute to society, you degenerate.
Fuck you, Review Tech USA.
All right, I'm not going into how much I make.
My affiliation with Rich and Review Tech USA. He's an emotional victim from past sponsorships that had dropped him because of his unprofessionalism. He's unprofessional. He doesn't do business well. If it involves money, he doesn't want to do anything with it. He will use his numbers as far as YouTube to try and walk his way out of money, because when it came to money, he didn't want to pay up.
Do you make $10,000 a month, yes or no? Because I don't think you do. I don't think you have.
Yes, I have. I beg people.
I'm getting paid.
Southern Blue Spruce, I just started a tech gaming channel. Any advice? Do it for fun. Do it for fun. If you love what you do, the money will eventually come, but it's all about the money. It's all about the money. Oh, God. I didn't mean that. It's all about loving what you do. Well, thank you for donating. Hope this helps in painting that room already.
Review Teach USA is a fat, shameless E-Beggar.
Yes, I am asking for donations. Yes, I know I'm going to be called an E-Beggar. So what I'm asking for is donations. If you could give 5 cents, if you could give $2.
Review Beg USA. I didn't scam anybody.
Rich, if you're having money problems, I feel bad for you, son. I got 99 problems, but views ain't one.
All right, chat. So there concludes the Review Tech USA, the full making of an E-Beggar movie, if you will. Holy shit! There's some stuff in that bitch that I missed. Holy fuck! But there you go. Gives you guys an idea of exactly what you guys were looking at. Holy shit! That was fucking crazy, man. Anyway, big ups to everybody involved. Big ups to the person who uploaded the video and whatnot. And the link to all that will be down in the description. Alright, chat. Holy fuck. I still got it in me. We can do this. Alright, chat. We got 2 more segments. 2 more segments. So, let me go ahead and give you guys your choices. We have fun stuff. We have either, we can get into FGC stuff or DSP stuff. So that's your choice. Actually, so I said we were going to just do the FGC stuff, but if you guys want to get into DSP, we can. Whatever you guys want to do. So I'll give you guys a minute to kind of decide how you guys want to pan that out or play that out, and then we can go into it. Because I have goodies for this FGC shit. I've got goodies. Oh, I got some silly shit for you. Oh, I got some silly shit here. This is stuff that happened over the weekend. Didn't think didn't even know this shit was popping off like that. Funny stuff. Alright, FGC stuff it is. Okay. FGC stuff it is. So, we're going to be here with Ernesto from Button Check. Oh no, what do we got? What do we got here? Because we got the Sonic Soul shit. I mean, I've got all kinds of stuff for you on that one. Big ups to Ludwig World Order on that. But for Street Fighter 6, I don't care about that. Because it's been pissing off the FGC. LTG responding to Broly legs. Ah, yes, we need that because I promised you that we were going to talk about that. And then there's a guy named Artican. I'm not sure if you guys. Is it Artican? I think it's Artican. He's a Tekken player. He's kind of just like a low budgeted. Actually, let me take that back. He's like the British version of LTG. To be honest with you, he's a strange one. But his clips on YouTube are super popular for various reasons because his rages are fucking hilarious. Anywho, he got caught up on TikTok on some silly. You know what? Fuck it. Let's just get to it. We're gonna go to that right now. Strap in, ladies and gentlemen. Strap in. Let's see. Where's the timestamp? 36 seconds. All right, here we go. Holy shit.
Couldn't look away from the train wreck. You can blame it on the tech. Play better button check. Button check.
What is up, Button Check family? Welcome back to yet again a beautiful day of checking these. We're going to do our best to be back now and follow the normal format. So without further ado, chapters down below. If you guys want to skip around, sub button right there. Thank you guys for the amazing love. So, y'all already know. Let's get these buttons. Let's go. All right, now into that first set of 6 Erican getting exposed buttons that need to be checked. This is some weird-ass freaky.
Now, like I said, big ups to Ernesto. Links to all the videos down in the description. You'll see. If you guys have, if you guys have followed this guy for any period of time, you'll see him. He's on YouTube. He's easy to find. There's a bunch of channels out there that clip his shit. It's hilarious. But this guy is, you'll find out. He's on some weird shit.
Sneaky shit right here. Okay, so if you don't know, it starts off right here with Switch Flip Jones. I want to give a big shout out, man, to Switch. He contacted me the other day. I had no idea, man, so my apologies. He's like the largest FGC creator on TikTok. His link down below, definitely check him out. The dude has hundreds of thousands and he's on the come up. And apparently, unfortunately, he had a recent run-in with 6 Erican as well. I guess Erican was entering his stream, talking shit, you know, basically what he does, right? Well, Switch actually made this video that we're about to show, aka Falcon, right? And in the middle of like showing people what's going on, he exposes him at the same time. Like I said, this is some weird shit. Let's go.
Hey, you, man. Appreciate y'all for being here, man. This dude 6 Erican keep commenting on my videos. So, is this you, bro? So to call me a black bee with the kids is crazy racist, bro. And you was doing that in your live stream, and I reported you when they banned your live stream. So thank you.
Damn.
See, I know that little bitch was in here. No, the black guy with the children. The black guy with the baby.
Why you mentioned?
Shout out Apex. Do something about it. Do something about it.
He said, "Do something about
it." You little pussy. You know on my mind. You know where in my mind.
Okay, but check
Maybe
this out.
Yeah, it is legal, I guess, but this is absolutely insane, bro.
Bruh.
What in the actual fuck are you doing on this app, dog? You need to put. I'm kind of tired with the yacht, bro. You want to get a first to 5, first to 10? We can put 100, 200, 3.
Okay, so the thing that got edited out is apparently Erican has a thing about watching videos of women breastfeeding their kids. Given the library of shit that he had, it must be like a fetish of his or some shit. Make of that what the fuck you
300, 400, 500, 600, 700, 800, 900, $1,000 on it, whatever you want to do, bro. I know your pockets is hurting. You ain't really got it like that. But let's play a game or two, bro.
He said you ain't really got it like that, but let's play a game or two. Wasn't he just supposed to play Sonic for like 10 G's and didn't come up with the money? Okay, here's the thing. I know some of you might be thinking,
I mean, let's be honest. Sonic would have cleaned him out anyway. So, him talking all that hot shit to fucking the Sonic Fox would have been a bad move anyway. That's a hefty price to pay to be honest. So it's a good thing that didn't happen.
Like, okay, he's scrolling. But we can't see it because it's blurred. Obviously, it's censored. Oh, I'm going to show you guys right now. But, of course, I'm going to censor it. But at least you get the gist, right? So check this out. I guess on your likes on TikTok, I don't really mess with TikTok too much right now. But when you like it, obviously, you can see the feed. At the time, he didn't private it. It was just there because the dummy wasn't thinking to private it, I guess. So that's what Falcon was talking about. Like, what the hell are you doing on this app? Check out the dude's. This user's liked videos are privated. Yeah, so I guess he done saw the video, got the hint, and got smart. Well, let's be real, he probably didn't get smart, but you know what I'm talking about. He wised up in this sense. Yeah, the man talks a lot of shit. He is a troll. I don't know what he's trying to prove right now. It doesn't look like, obviously it looks like he caught some heat because he has a lot of followers or, you know, traffic on TikTok. Not too much anywhere else, but definitely on TikTok. But it looks like it's crumbling slowly by slowly, you know what I'm saying? And now you got this. What is that labeled? I mean, some people might say pedophile, pervert. I don't know what the label is. I don't know if this. I'm gonna stop right there before I even get into that. But if this is your fetish, RIP to the legend, right? So there was a lot that unfolded after that. And once again, thank you guys for rocking with me on that last video. There was a lot of times before, during, and after that I was like, maybe I shouldn't post this. It wasn't until I read the end of the message that I actually knew what was going to happen, because I thought I was just going to read that and then just there, you know. But once I started choking up and I was like, you know what? No, it's going to be one of these videos. Like, this is it, you know. And I.
Wait, did he cut that segment from the original video? Oh no. Oh shit. This. God damn it, Ernesto. Fucking A. Okay, he cut the feed because the original video. I didn't even know he cut it. Fuck, because I watched it and then I came back like a day later. Shit. All right, he cut the original feed. It looks like airing this shit out because now I'm skimming through it. I don't see it. Basically, what it was is our boy Takin was sitting there. He was liking pictures and videos of women breastfeeding their kids, essentially. And like it wasn't like, you know, a couple of random ones or whatever that you could mistake it or whatever. Like. There was like pages on that shit apparently. God damn, dude. Oh, that sucks, or not? I don't believe he killed all that shit. That sucks. All right, well, we'll just go right into the low tier god segment. But anyway, that's what our boy's on apparently. Make of that what you will. That just seems fundamentally wrong. If it's your kid, that's one thing, but even then, fuck it, A, bro. I didn't know that was even a thing where people obsessed about shit like that. All right, here, let's continue.
Felt like it was just a tribute to his legacy. But anyway, thank you guys so much, man. The overwhelming love on that video with the comments and the DMs. And I'm sorry, please charge it to my head and not my heart, to everybody that has DM'd me at this point, that tagged me in that story and all that. I haven't got back to you yet, but I promise I will. I appreciate all the massive love, man. Well, one of the big stories on that, if you guys didn't realize, was Broly's. Remember we talked.
Yeah, it skipped. Yeah, he cut that whole segment out, and it goes right to the Broly Lakes thing. That's wild. All right, well, here, I'll play this out, and I'm going to see if I can find the original clip, because I know it's out there. Give me a second.
About in that video, Broly had several tweets, like within the last few days and weeks before his unfortunate sudden passing. A couple of which, you know, he was just talking, you know, about his, work. He wished his dad a happy, I think it was like 60th birthday. And the very last tweet that he made was about LTG. That was it. It was literally like 3 days before his passing. You remember when LTG got banned from Takin, right? He basically quote retweeted it with this right here, and I'll put it on the screen. If I don't put it here, I'll put it at the end, but you'll definitely see it, right? Well, also during his passing, a lot of people they literally tagged LTG. And they were basically saying, you better not say shit. You better not even think about it. Don't even, because they were under the impression that there was this ongoing feud between him and LTG, because they did have some words back in the day, right? So nobody really knew what LTG was going to say, how he was going to respond, or if he was at all. Well, apparently he actually did. He responded, and we got it here. I'm not sure if he said more than this, but this is a pretty good chunk. You might be surprised to what he actually said. Let's check it out.
Let's just get right into it. Pretty sure you guys got, you're talking to me about what happened with Broly Legs. It was very unfortunate. Unfortunately, Brawley Legs has passed away. I was pretty sad when I heard the news because, contrary to what people actually believe, like, I really thought Brawley Legs was talented even before like the whole 2014 rose to bullshit between us. I thought he was a talented guy. I thought anybody that made a way to play games at his level, to play Street Fighter 4 at his level, was astronomical. It was crazy. It was a once in a lifetime thing. He was doing all of that, doing all of those one frame links and competing at the highest level with his quote unquote, I don't want to call it a disability, but uniqueness. So when I heard that he passed, I was shocked, man. I was sad. I'm not even gonna bullshit. I was sad about it. I was shocked because I guess a couple of days ago he had tweeted. Yeah, he tweeted a couple of days ago. So he passed away. Michael has passed away at 35. When you click on his account, if you look, he had even quoted a tweet. Now, me, I don't take shit like this personal.
Right here.
Somebody said they made an example out of LTG out of all people for plugging, and then he did like a little jokey joke thing. I don't give a fuck about that. Somebody losing their life early, leaving the earth with only 35 summers is crazy to me. I don't know what happened to Brawley. That was 10 years ago when we had our little mishap. I had no ill will or beef towards him whatsoever. It was just more like a joke to me 10 years ago because it was 2014.
I don't know about all that because you were saying that crane-looking motherfucker, how he's slobbering on his controller and all. He's like, holy shit. Like, fucking ProleteR God said some vile shit back in the day. Vile shit. Like, holy shit. Some of that shit just sticks with you. Like, you can't just not hear it. It's out there if you want it. But god damn, it was kind of brutal to that dude. I don't think that dude deserved all that just because Brawley Legs clowned you because he beat your ass in Street Fighter 5 or whatever it was. Make of that what you will.
Hard to believe it was 10 years ago and it was 2014, but yeah, I'm sad that he passed away so early. I don't like seeing people die early. I don't like seeing people die at all, but I really don't like seeing people die early. When there's so much more life to live, so much more shit to do. So, yeah, unfortunately, Brawley Legs has passed away. My condolences to him and his family. Regardless of what idiots on the internet try to believe, I did really respect the guy. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, very sad that he passed away so early in life.
Now, what do I think of that? Who's to say? This is my honest opinion. I don't know how LTG really felt. I don't know how Broly really felt. Broly liked to joke. He liked to troll, and he liked to fucking joke all the time. You know what I'm saying? If it's in the game, that's what we do in the FGC. Who's to say? I can't tell you if LTG really had personal beef against him outside of the game. You know what I'm saying? In the game, yeah, we all know they talk shit to each other. And like LTG said, it was way back in 2014. I don't remember the date. You know what I'm saying? All I know is it did happen to where they were going back and forth. I think Broly beat him. I think it was in Street Fighter 4, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah. I think what LTG did there was the best thing he could have did. You know what I'm saying? He admitted that, yeah, we did it.
Was it Street Fighter 4? I swore I thought that was Street Fighter 5 when that happened. I have to look.
It was a long time ago. I always had respect for him, and this is outside of the game because if you notice, he said he made a jokey joke about me, but when somebody dies, when somebody only has 35 summers in this world, that's crazy to me. So basically he's saying what's happening now is way bigger than anything that me and him went through. So my condolences to his family. That's respect. I would like to believe that. I would. I don't know, some of you might think I'm naive or whatever, but at the end of the day, Broly's gone, man. And the most that we could ask for is people showing some type of respect. You know what I'm saying? And love to the family. I gotta stop right now before I go through this again. You know what I'm saying? But I thought that was smart. I thought that was real. If LTG, if you happen to watch this, I give you props for that. I really do. I really do, man. Because at the end of the day, man, we could talk our shit, and we love to talk that shit in the FGC and pop off, but that's supposed to be in the game. You know what I'm talking about? That's supposed to stay in the game. So when it comes to stuff like this, if we could just put our differences aside, always, you know what I'm saying, and be bigger men at the end of the day, men and women, that's what it's all about. You know what I'm saying? So big up, man. That's how I see it. How y'all feeling? Let me know. All right, next up.
All right, so that's the end of that. All right, so quick research on that. Big ups to Ernesto. We got the next video coming up. According to this right here, Red Scrub has Street Fighter V, Low Tier God versus Broly Legs, Tampa Bison ranked match. That was 7 years ago. There is a re-upload on Low Tier God videos. It's titled "Why I Roasted Broly Legs," a Low Tier God video. So that was a few years ago. Well, not a few, but I mean that was like 6 or 7 years ago. It wasn't as long as Low Tier God's making it sound like, at least from what I see here. So that's something we can look up at another day. But that's what I found. And like I said, just go to YouTube and look up LTG versus Broly Legs. That's what it gave me. So I don't know about it. I don't remember it being 10 years ago, and I thought it was in Street Fighter V, not Street Fighter 4. But it is what it is. Ernesto's a bit emotional about it because he was cool with him. So I get that. I don't know. I don't believe LTG gave a fuck about anything. I think he just did what he thought was politically correct at the time. So make of that what you will. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Our next bit of FGC nonsense is about Sonic Soul. Yikes. Okay, so another guy in the FGC talks a lot of shit. He had a massive fucking blow up the other night. So we're going to go into that. Do I got a timestamp for that, by the way? We do. No, we don't. Oh, no. Oh, I do. Okay, cool. We're going to go into that, and then I'm gonna go even further, and I'm going to show you why he's mad about some of the hate that he got. So here we go.
Couldn't look away from the train wreck. You can blame it on the tech or the disrespect. If you play back, button check. Button check.
What is up, Butt Check family? Welcome back to yet again a beautiful day, beautiful morning, beautiful weekend of buttons that need to be checked. Clearly, he's mentally unwell, honest to hold. They say, here's the clip of him. He got the FGC pretty much taking sides and debating, right? Starts off right here. Somebody by the name of Honest to Hold. They say, here's the clip of him, speaking about Sonic Soul, threatening people. Clearly, he's mentally unwell, and this is one of many.
Okay, Okay, the clip I'm looking for is after he showed the blurred version of Artican's TikTok feed. He actually has like a much larger shot of it. It's probably 15, 20 seconds. It might even be 30 seconds. And he actually shows the feed. Excuse me. So you see all these different women and all these different mothers. And he blurs out the baby's face, obviously, and the chest area. But he blurs that stuff out. But essentially, he gives you a better perspective on what was actually on the feed. And all of these different breastfeeding pictures or videos or whatnot. That's what Ernesto cut out. Which I kind of get, maybe, community guidelines or whatever the case may be. So it is what it is on that. But that's what it looks like he cut out. And like I said, it couldn't have been no more than like 15, 20 seconds. But it just gives you some perspective on what was there and what this guy was liking and what he's watching. It's just wild ass shit. Anyway, here's the Sonic Soul blow up.
Any times where he's broken down, he should be banned from Twitch. He should be banned from attending any tournaments, big and small. He needs to get professional help, and they actually tag Twitch right here. Now, here's the clip in question. We're gonna watch it. There's some words that I'll bleep out if it gets too explicit, but you'll get the gist. Let's check it out.
Destroy you. I would fucking kill y'all. Fuck y'all. I'll say whatever the fuck I want. I'm tired of y'all niggas, bro. Every fucking day. Y'all niggas don't support me every fucking day. It's the same shit. Y'all fucking treat me like I'm a piece of shit. I'm fucking tired of that shit. I'm tired of it. Y'all keep fucking with me, and y'all gonna fucking see what the fuck happens. Y'all wanna fucking make me mentally fucking ill? Y'all wanna keep me over and over again? Watch what the fuck happens.
This to me.
Watch what the fuck happens.
The game. Spend time.
I'm fucking tired of this shit. Y'all keep fucking bothering me over and fucking over again. Y'all keep pressing me. Y'all keep fucking coming after me. If y'all fucking continue to do that shit, I'ma find y'all niggas. So stop it.
Blah, blah, blah.
I'm not scared of nobody. I'm not fucking scared of nobody. If I fucking see y'all at a major, if y'all fucking come up to me and try to say some slick shit, I will fucking deck you. I'm tired of this shit. I'm tired of this shit. I've gone through shit in my fucking life every fucking day, and I gotta with y'all. Y'all think y'all fucking know me. Y'all don't fucking know me. Y'all don't fucking know me. Cause if I fucking come near you and I fucking see you, I will duff the shit out of you. I'm tired of it. I fucking deal with fucking abusers every fucking day. In my house, I'm mentally fucking ill. I gotta take care of them every day. I work my fucking ass off every.
Damn. All right.
Yeah, the rant's a lot longer than that, and there's plus there's the low tier God version of that. We're not gonna go over those today, just to give you guys a feel for it. Yeah, there's a price to this. There's a price to this fucking internet shit, man. Especially if you've been around, like if you've been around, and there's like a body of work that people can hit you with, which I'll give context to that after this. But yeah, shit's getting tougher and tougher, and especially with the economy, people got a lot more stress on them than what they were expecting. This, that, and the third. It's like I said back in I don't know when I said it actually, but it was before the pandemic. I said that we weren't ready for it, but the pandemic itself is not the problem. It's the aftermath. That's the part that we're clearly unprepared for COVID, right? We were even more unprepared for what came after that. And that's what we're dealing with now. And like I said, if you're one of these internet guys or whatever, you're trying to, especially in the FGC, if you're trying to go to tournaments, you're trying to do this, that, and the third, and you got, you're pouring all of your issues and problems online, like, people are going to capitalize off of it. You know what I'm saying? It's just the way the game's played. You know what I'm saying? To be honest with you, the human aspect of it has been removed a long time ago. I mean, it is what it is. But here, let's continue.
So there you have it, man. Obviously, now, if we don't receive any more information, which we will, like I said, I'm going to present both sides and why that happened in the first place, right? But if we don't receive any information, like if we just were to watch this much, you would be able to see that obviously this is a streamer, a gamer who's at his breaking point, who's, from his words, is just tired, and he keeps mentioning mentally ill. It's like, you guys want to push me to that point. I feel like I'm getting to that point. He even said at the end there that I have experience with that because there's people in my house that I have to take care of like that. So he's familiar with that. And he's like, is this what you want? This is what you're going to get, basically. And he's snapping. He's snapping. It's to the point where you could feel the energy, and it doesn't feel good. You know what I'm saying? This is the part where you want to kind of go in and calm people down and let them know before any more shit, because this is where it gets dangerous. You know what I'm saying? Or I should say, let me bring that on back. This is where it could get dangerous, you know what I'm saying? Depending on the person, But of course, with that being said, these are just initial thoughts, right? But when you start to unpack it more, right? People right here are kind of responding, and you got different point of views, but let's unpack it, right? Because there's a lot of people talking about this. Starting right here saying, this is omitting a lot of context. Let me add some. This started over someone backseating, and he said to stop. Dude kept pressing and got banned. People in the chat and on YouTube constantly picking fights with him, and then they cry wolf and their feelings get hurt. At Volster responds to that saying, a lot of these things could have been avoided if Saul had stopped putting himself in dumb situations in the first place. No one deserves to be harassed, but when you've done things that he did and the things that led to it, on top of having people warn him several times, what did you expect? At Master Havoc responds saying, Saul is legit playing a video game, trying to focus and get ready for Evo Japan. What could he have done here? He did everything right. Fucking Leffen did the same thing and also received flack for it. Stop backseating in people's chats.
Man, fuck Leffen. Fuck that dude all day. The guy ain't shit. That guy's a complete and utter piece of fucking garbage. He's one of the reasons why the Smash community is all fucked up. And they still praise him, they still elevate him, or whatever the hell. And he's literally one of the reasons why everything's all screwed up over there. Fuck Leffen.
Then I see somebody by the name of Ultra Cloud respond, right, saying, everything I've seen from Saul makes me not really like his presence. With that said, yeah, if people constantly dogging on him and backseating him, people shouldn't do that either. It's not much effort and they really should stop fucking around. Then this is where it actually gets deeper, right? Because Sonic Saul actually responds saying, maybe look at my body language. Look at the sadness. Look at me crying because of the constant harassment. Dissect the things I said. I'm frustrated and tired of what people keep doing to me every day. It's called being human. I don't want to hurt anyone, but I'm tired. I can stop streaming and play these games, but you all won't change. You'll do anything to continue to poke the bear and act surprised when it lashes out. Stop harassing and bullying for internet points, and I won't lash out like this. Thanks. Then you see some responding to that, kind of taking it from a different perspective, right? Like maybe he should just stop altogether, and he's not built for this type of response, right? Right here saying, get off the platform if you can't handle it. Just because in an ideal world shouldn't happen doesn't mean you can change it to be so. Either have your mods on it or get off the platform. Simple. Then SonicSoft responds to that saying, my favorite response. Get good, bitch. You can't handle it. Log off. Let me dox you and see if you can handle it, yeah? And then he posts the screenshots below, I guess where, you know, people were sending him messages. And then he posts the screenshot.
Yeah, they caught that dude's house. That's just like all over Twitter. Like, that's fucked. Like, yikes. Now, don't get me wrong. Saul's just, I was calling him Saul, but it means what is Saul? Saul, he's put himself into a lot of shit over the years for no goddamn reason. Certainly not a good reason. But it wasn't worth doxing. Not at all. Like, I don't think it's ever really worth or warranted of doxing. But Jesus Christ, they put that man's house out there like that. Like, just straight the fuck up. But then it gets worse. Let's see if Ernesto cut this part out. Because the guy who typed this out was savage with it.
Where people were actually doxing him. And of course it's cropped so you can't see all the information. But you see right here where it says, you're right, SonicSoft, nice house. Can I swing by and get some coaching? You're mine. And it's a picture of the dude's damn house. Then maybe the same person or another person you see right here saying, keep whimpering, baby. I'm about to finish. What the fuck? They literally donated $5 just so this comment would stand out and saying, keep whimpering because I'm about to finish. If that ain't some evils.
Yeah, that ain't some fucking rape shit. I don't know what the fuck is. That was out there. like I don't know what beef him and I don't know what, I'm sorry, it's not funny, but I don't know what beef him and Saul have, but that's fucking wild to say some shit. God damn, like, keep whimpering, I'm almost done. Jesus Christ.
This man is literally talking about, I'm touching myself till you're whimpering. What the fuck? What?
Stop it. Get some help.
If that ain't some twisted ass fucking troll fetish shit, I don't, man. And they respond back to SonicSoft one more time saying, I'm not saying it doesn't suck, my guy, but this is an everyday occurrence for every big streamer, and they don't all have these meltdowns on a regular basis. I ain't saying that you can't be frustrated, but the minute you give into this, you lost. Ban people and move on. Sonic responds laughing pretty much, and then says, well, guess Etika should have done the same. They respond one more time saying, I mean, I'm just trying to be honest and fair with you.
That was low bringing Etika up. That wasn't warranted. You shouldn't have done that. You shouldn't have done that. That just, I don't know. That just seems scummy. That's not something that should have been brought up.
You can get mad, but how about actually stop being mad for 2 seconds? Breathe and think instead of just reacting. I'm not trying to piss you off. You're doing that to yourself. Saul responds to that saying, you think I'm angry and pissed off right now? I'm laughing because I see a bunch of shook people that got mad. I snapped back after the copious amounts of poking the bear. I'm sure years of harassment, doxing, personal information, and influencers slandering you before smiling in your face when you see them won't have lasting scars. You don't know shit. Then none other than Big Bird responds to this as well, saying, not gonna lie, there's an alarming level of obsession with internet people trying to see how far they can push someone, then cry wolf when the person snaps. It's very telling when the he needs professional help is mentioned dead last when it should be first if we're pretending to care. Not even trying to talk specifically about SonicSoft here, just in general, I've seen a lot. Perfect Legend, Punk, etc. The only difference is there's not many that actually crack. Then Omni actually responds to this as well, saying pushing someone to the edge and then attempting to deplatform and demonetize them over the veil of being mentally unwell is some real fucked up shit. Then others kind of adding on to what Big Bird was saying, right? Saying the FGC is notorious for constantly trolling and egging old beef sets, and then when people get upset, they act like the person shouldn't be mad. Prime example is Perfect Legend versus Sonic Fox was a decade ago, and PL is still getting trolled daily to this day.
Yeah, but Perfect Legend is always going to deal with that. He realizes that. You know what I'm saying? Because he's talked about that shit on stream and whatnot. He's, you know what I'm saying? It was an ugly match. It was an ugly match. But at the same time, LTG still gets hit for his situation with Punisher. What was that 50, 51-0? LTG still hears that shit. It is what it is. Like, that's how the FGC's been blood sports. You know what I'm saying? It's just the way it is. I'm not condoning everything that happens over there and whatnot, but that's just how that is. And you understand what it is when you get into that. And especially if you decide to talk shit on the level that some of these guys do. That's just what happens. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that it's right or wrong. I'm just saying that's what happens.
what? That's 100% right. I was thinking the same thing when Big Bird said that. When have you not heard the 13-0? Perfect Legend will say that every now and then, right? It doesn't stop. They will constantly do that over and over, even though that meme or joke, you know, whatever it is long played out. They're never gonna let it go because they never fucking forget. The FGC, I'm not gonna say total, right? Obviously, the FGC is a lot bigger than that, right? But the trolls, I should say, in the FGC, they do not forget. Whatever you did 10 years ago, 15 years ago, whatever, if you're on stream, you will see that shit in the chat. You know what I'm saying? Under your video, whatever. They will do anything they can to just throw it. It's like, I don't know, it's fucking, they're frozen in time. And we'll unpack some of that at the end of the video, right? Because it gets even deeper right here, or I should say even more sick right here. Because somebody says, I don't know why some people can't just leave this man alone. Somebody actually responds saying, because we own him. We can make fun of him. His clips are bangers for laugh. Because we own him. We can make fun of him. His clips are banger for laugh. Then Big Bird basically...
Now here's the thing with that. If you've been in any detractor, troll, hater, or critic circle, you've heard some variation of that. It is what it is. But to normies, it's like, what? But let's be honest, man. There's people, you know what I'm saying? There's people in the FGC who run around and say, yo, this dude's my son and shit, I own this dude. You know what I'm saying? Like, he lives for me. He don't live for anything else. This is what that is. You know what I'm saying? That's the type of culture that they have out there. Now, is everybody in the FGC like that? No, obviously. But when you start getting deeper and deeper into those, into the depths of that shit, that's what that is. There's no chill over there. There's none of that. Especially if you give a reaction to it. You know what I'm saying? And then that's when you get into being thin-skinned or being thick-skinned, and make of that what you will. Everybody has their breaking point sooner than later. Most people just get off the internet for a little while, I should say, before it gets there. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a level of management that has to come into play. But there's no chill in the FGC. There really isn't. There really isn't. You know what I'm saying? So, but at the same time, some of the exaggerations that DSP talks about, where dudes were getting punched out in the fucking arcade because they spammed a Stop. I've never heard that. Don't get me wrong, I've heard and seen my fair share of brawls over some dumb shit, but not over that. You know what I'm saying? Especially when people are in there, they got their kids in there. Like, just chill.
Quote retweets that saying, what the hell, you know, what's wrong with you people, right? And then from there, I see more of an explanation of what happened. So we'll start to unpack it right now. But for those that still might be a little fuzzy before we get into that, you can see right here where it says someone was backseating in the chat. He told them to stop, but they kept going. He banned them. Later on, he's chilling on Snake Eyes chat until someone brings up the situation and chat gets out of hand with Sonic being thrown under the bus. So Snake bans him and Sonic goes on a long rant about the FGC and the people who stalk him to only show up for drama, even bringing up the situation with Punk again, showing the difference between the two. I used to think Sonic Saw was a head case and very toxic. Someone to not interact with, but as I started to really watch his streams and study him, he's just a regular guy with attitude that may be mean. He's also passionate and loves to compete. This guy loves video games. He loves fighting games. He wants to be left alone. He wants to mind his own business. Can people do that? Because it seems like they can't. When he was legit doxxed in private Discord messages that got leaked recently about something else. Damn, okay, there you have it, right? So, on one hand...
We'll get to some of the shit with the messages in a bit, because Ludwig ended up actually having some of that from late last year, early in the year, so we'll get to some of that. On top of that, most people may not know this, but Saul used to actually be a mod for LTG, like back in the day before... I can't even remember what the fucking situation was. I think he bragged something about him always getting like a free sub. So he never subbed himself. LTG got mad and it turned into a whole situation, whatever. But the dude's been around. But I can understand Snake Eyes not wanting that energy in his chat. So I get it.
From what I know from Sonic Saw, I've seen him, he does like to talk that shit. He pops off, right? Some people I've seen say, like this guy just said, right? That he can be toxic, that they thought he was toxic, right? But then others, like the same person said, upon further review, you know, it looked like, no, he's just passionate. And a lot of people, although he does talk shit, they egg him on all the time. And you kind of saw that in Sonic Saw's words as well, right? He kept referring to the bear. Stop poking.
He does. He does say way too much, and yet again, it's like that. It's like the bullshit, really, that DSP likes to say, like, oh, people say this and that about me, yada yada yada. But when they come to my streams, they see that I'm actually, the content's actually chill and all that. It's bullshit. First off and foremost, and I've seen enough of Sonic's fucking streams to see that dude be talking mad reckless. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying he deserves it, but I understand why people fuck with him when they do. And the velocity of it, maybe not necessarily, but I understand why people fuck with him the way they do. You know what I'm saying? You don't talk like that and not, you know what I'm saying? You knock on the door long enough, someone's going to answer you. So that's kind of what his situation is. And I'm not saying that the dude isn't passionate. I'm not trying to say the dude doesn't do it completely for like entertainment value or whatever. But please believe he's gotten personal too. That doesn't mean the guy deserved to get doxxed and all that extra shit, but you'll see. It's kind of wild.
The bear, stop fucking with me, stop fucking with me. Is this what you guys want? You're doxing me, you're getting me kicked out, you're trying to get me banned. You're now tagging Twitch, asking them, telling them that I have mental health issues when I could point the fingers right back to you and say you guys are the one that caused this in the first place. But then you got others saying, they're bringing up that it happens, like Big Bird, right? Saying that it happens to a lot of other people like Perfect Legend and what else did he say? Oh, Punk, right? He said the only difference is you don't see many break. Not on stream anyway, right? We've seen players break before, but who's to say that people don't cry when the camera's off? That's real fucking talk. I mean, can be fucking real. Who's to say that people don't break, right? They just don't do it on camera.
Well, that's kind of the point. The point is that, hey, there's a lot of people who go through that shit, but they're not crying about it on camera. That's kind of the point. You know what I'm saying? If you had to log off, log off. Because please believe, you don't think DSP, after a stream where he's getting heavily beaten, fuck that, let's go further. You don't think every day DSP doesn't log off and then go and cry in a corner like he did in that bathroom situation with Jaha? Or you don't think he's quick to go ahead and get himself his gin and tonic or his gin and Sprite and he ain't crying in that shit when he's fucking going for WWE champions or whatever? Of course he does. But he brought it on himself. You know what I'm saying? Of course that shit happens. The thing is you can't blow up on stream like that. Because if you do, people will take advantage of it. That's just how the game works. So no one's not looking at it from the human aspect like, oh, well, everybody has their breaking limit or their limits or whatever the case may be, because clearly they do. It's just blowing up on stream is not going to pan. It just doesn't work. You know what I'm saying? And then on top of that's the internet. For all the people who will have your back and say, hey, things will be all right, just log off for a little while, you have 10 or 15 people that are gonna fucking clown that shit, or they're gonna laugh at it, or they're gonna fucking try to poke you even more. And then again, that's part of our culture, if you really think about it. On the internet, right? Take anybody who's a content creator and whatnot, and they go through like their comment section or their stream chat or whatever. There are people who headhunt for negative comments. That's what they expect. That's what they look for. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. And then either they try to figure out why the comment was made or try to justify it or whatever and try to convince the person that they're not the way they view them or whatever the case may be. It's just something that's kind of hardwired into people for the most part. But still, it's all about how you handle it. Just have your mods ban those people and keep it pushing. Or just let that shit go at the end of the day. Most people are just going to ignore it no matter what. But that's neither here nor there.
Now, that's not me saying that PL and Punk have, mentally broken down. I'm just saying in general because it happens a lot more than you think. And I'm going to tell you like this because I probably know Sonic Saul as much as any of you watching this, right? I've never met him, right? Just knowing what I've seen from him throughout the few last years, right? I do agree. The thing that stands out to me the most is what Big Bird said when he says there's something about internet people wanting to push streamers or noticeable names to the point that they want a reaction. They want to break them, right? Typical troll behavior, right? But some do it more than... Some people just appear to latch to somebody and they just keep fucking going. You know what I'm saying? It almost like becomes their hobby in a weird way. And I'm going to tell you like this. We could turn the people...
You could say that's a shot at the LOLCOW community and whatever, detractor community, I should say. You could say that was a shot towards a bunch of us. I'm not saying that's what it was, but, he keeps an eye on the LTG community. He keeps an eye on the DSP community, so... it is what it is.
See off all day. We could just turn the camera off and be like, well, a lot of people say, go touch grass. Just turn it off. What the fuck are you talking about? We can literally do that all day, right? But
yeah, exactly. Don't use the internet as therapy and whatnot. You really shouldn't. I mean, DSP is kind of getting away with it, but he's kind of not because people clown him daily for that shit. Because that's all the Bottom Bitch podcast is. It's just a daily therapy session. which is part of an even more vicious cycle that idiot keeps putting himself through. But even then, he may be the outlier in that bullshit. Just it's the internet's not made for that. There's a lot of people who have a lot of problems. You know what I'm saying? And for a while, people put up with listening to other people's shit. But look at like Girl World, for example. Like some of these people, they used to come in, oh, I lost this, I lost that, I've been going through this, I'm going through that. And at first it was all ass pats and I'm sorry, this, that, and the third. Now you got content creators over there who are like, hey, you're starting to derail the content. Like, you know, keep that to yourself. Like someone brutally said that shit the other night, and I was like, damn. She's not known for saying shit like that, but people are just getting fed up. People are just getting fed up.
It happens. You can get so much love when you get those few negative comments, especially when it's somebody that constantly chooses to throw your past in your fucking face. And it might be a sore memory. You know what I'm saying? You might have forgiven yourself or gotten past it. It might have been traumatic. You know, it could be a lot of things. But when they constantly just fucking flick you,
okay, but like if you've forgiven yourself and you've moved on, that's the end of the story. What someone else says is that's whatever. Like that's the end of that. You can't let something bother you if you said you've gotten past it. That's that bullshit DSP like keeps saying. Oh, well, the flapping or whatever happened so many years ago, why don't you let it go? LTG, that shit happened 10 years ago. Get into the current fucking decade or whatever. But yet they're the same ones bitching about it. So are you really over it? If not, then shut the fuck up. If you're past it, then move past it. And stay moving. If you're not past it, then sit there and deal with that shit or just accept the fact that it's not going anywhere. It's the internet. End story.
constantly just bringing that memory back. It's like a little slap in the face. And you can laugh and you can have a nice comeback. But in a way...
yeah, we saw the video with the, we actually watched the video with Jay using the sock account shit. We did. They did. I got somebody on deck that's going to have timestamps for this later on. But yeah, we saw Rich with his fucking sock accounts. This shit's crazy.
It mentally fucks you in a way, because I truly believe, and I've said this before, nobody really teaches you. This internet shit, although it seems like it's been around forever, it's still fairly fucking new to us, you know what I'm saying? Like, we're kind of learning it as we go along. There's really no courses or fucking school you can graduate from that teaches you how to mentally prepare and deal with all this shit. We kind of just do it and learn to grow with it. And on top of that,
and I understand that, and I agree with that, because they're right. There's no course for any of this shit, how to do things right or wrong or whatever. Like, you know what I'm saying? There's no handbook for when you become a detractor and shit. There's no this, that, and the third. There's barely any hand-holding. Well, it's probably more hand-holding now than there was. But there's no, or just for content creation in general, right? But that's why you watch other people. You see how other people move, and you see how they handle it. You know what I'm saying? And then you just use some common sense. Like, if you if I every time I stream, if someone says, oh, well, I think you're fucking boring, and if I lash out at them for every time they say that shit, I've already fed into their own shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Or if there's something that bothers you and you constantly tell people it bothers you, eventually someone's going to pick up and do something about it. Yes, there's no manual to how to conduct yourself on the internet. That's where common sense comes into play. Now, granted, there are going to be some situations you're going to get into where you're just not going to know how to navigate. I can excuse that. But a lot of this just comes down to common sense. You know what I'm saying? If you don't know someone, don't start fucking giving them your life story and shit. Do not complain or do not talk about religion, finances, or political views on stream unless you're ready to die behind those things later. And trust and believe that's what's going to end up happening. Don't pick fights with people if you're not ready to fight back. Or if you're not ready to ignore them. They're just basic shit. If you fuck up, apologize. Don't sit there and give excuses. Don't sit there and try to speak your way out of shit. Just apologize. For example, if one of you guys come up here and, let's take Shadow, for example, or sexual preference. That's another one too. You should probably keep that shit to yourself. Unless, you like me and you just like MILFs and then it's all good. But anyway, but like, let's say Shadow, for example. Let's say Shadow says something, I take that shit the wrong way and I flip the fuck out on this dude. Right? Let's say the next stream that shows up, after thinking about it, I'm like, yo, man, yo, Shadow, my bad. I don't know what happened. Fuck what happened. My bad. Like, you know what I'm saying? My fault. I took it the wrong way. I shouldn't have. Just apologize. Just apologize. Like, how fucking hard is it to say you're sorry? Just say you're sorry. And keep it moving. Everybody want to keep this internet tough guy shit and ain't nobody tough, because once the fucking cops come to your fucking front door, then all that tough shit stop. Right? Right? All that tough shit stops. And we're in a day and age where it's getting easier and easier to fuck with people. Just don't put yourself in that situation. No one's saying you can't be you. No one's saying that you can't move the way you want to move. But understand that there are consequences to that shit. And that's really what it comes down to. Dude, like I said, I've heard dudes talk mad shit. I've heard him wow the fuck out on his streams and shit, and to people in his stream chat. Sooner or later, someone's gonna feel a certain type of way. That's all I'm trying to say. If he wants to go with that, then let him. But understand that there's consequences behind all of that. It is what it is. Don't put yourself in a situation if you don't want what comes after that.
That not everybody's built the same or the same age and experiences and whatnot, so you never really know what it's gonna take just to make somebody break. So I'll wrap it up right here. I say all that to say this, right? Some can say that, it could have been avoided if Sonic Saul didn't keep putting himself in dumbass situations. That's possibly true, right? Like I said, I don't know for sure, but I could see, yes, that actually can happen, right? On the other side, though, from just what I'm seeing, it also looks very fucked up that, yes, people were doxing him and they were coming after him. And then on top of that, once they got what they wanted, they tried to report him to get him banned. And he's a professional player, you know what I'm saying? Getting ready for Evo and whatnot. Basically taking away his livelihood. That's really fucked.
Agreed. I do think that's messed up. But yet again, just have your mods ban those guys and keep it pushing, because there's a lot of emphasis on the Evo Japan event. There's like a lot of emphasis on that shit. So right now, he needs to be locked in and focused on that. Like, all this other shit just needs to slide, man. Just let that shit slide. At the end of the day, because like he said, he's clearly going through it. Just play offline for a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're gonna go through like an 8-hour grind fest, if you will, dude, take 4 hours and grind for yourself, man. Get the frustration out, do whatever you got to do, and then take your 4 hours and get online, and then do what you got to do. But at the end of the day, you need to be focused if this is, like I said, if this is, how you take care of your family right now. But you're not going to do your family any good if you're not in a good spot. If you're not in a good place. And this is the internet. There is nobody here that's going to coddle you. No one has time for that. Everybody has their own shit too. Don't be wrong, I'm empathetic and or sympathetic to other people, surely. But you know what I'm saying? I can't take care of everybody. You can't save everybody. You know what I'm saying? If there's 10 people in a burning building, and let's say it's me and Proper and James the Lesser, right? And whatnot, and we each, and we're each like, all right, we're going to get as many as we can, and we each get 3, and the place is really coming down, one of us has to make a hard decision on going back in and getting that 10th. Or maybe we just don't. Or maybe we just can't. You can't save everybody. You know what I'm saying? You just can't. And I hate to say that, because that's a really hard thing to say, especially if that's a child. What if that 10th person is a child that's in there? Now some hard decisions got to be made, and they got to be made fast. Can't save everybody. You do what you can, but you can't save everybody. As it pertains to the internet, you shouldn't expect people to coddle you or to try to save you or it just doesn't work that way, man. It really don't. And we've become so codependent on other people that we really haven't learned how to fend for ourselves anymore. And that's kind of the main problem that we're in now. No one really knows how to fend for themselves really anymore. You just become so codependent on other people, like taking care of you, picking you up when you fall, and this, that, and the third, that no one really remembers how to pick theyself up. And it'd be easy for me to sit here and just shit on people and knock people for that, but that doesn't do anything. Like, some self-reliance needs to be reestablished. If not, we're just going to bring each other down.
I mean, that's really messed up.
Had nothing to do with it. No one cared about the gameplay. It's like, oh, Sonic Soul's at it again. He's being a little pissed, baby. Like, let's just stop. Let's just stop the act, bro. Like, y'all harassed me. I called y'all out. Y'all didn't like it. And now y'all trying to cancel me for it. Like, what do you expect to happen? You expect me to just lie down and keep taking it over and over and over and over? Like, come on. Like, be honest. Be real with yourself for a minute. You've been harassing me. Y'all been doxing me. Y'all been consistently threatening me. And I had to call police. And you expect for me to just lie down and take it and not say that shit? Oh, he says that shit. We got to ban him now. Right. I can pull up all the influencers talking shit about me too. I can keep going on and on. The same influencers I'll meet in person and they straight up smile, which is what I said in my stream. But nobody listened to that. Nobody cared about that. All people cared about was, oh, he said he wanted me to die. He said he's gonna go to majors and hurt people. Not like the context before it, not like all the shit people did before it. No. Yeah, let's just gloss over the fact that we've been consistently shitting on this man for years. Even top FGC people shitting on me for years.
A lot of that was jokes, though. I'm gonna have to, not that I owe those top, not that I owe anybody the FGC anything, but a lot of that shit was jokes and clowning. Because, like I said, this guy has said some pretty stupid shit or some pretty wild shit, and people laughed it up in clips and whatever. But there was no, at least for some of them, I would say, there wasn't any real malice to it. You know what I mean? Some more than others, though. I can't look into the heart of everybody, but I would say not all of that shit was malice. It really wasn't. And let's be honest, those top FGC guys are not sending these people out there to dox you. It's not them. So what's the point of even bringing them up? They don't own any responsibility to any of that.
And you want to say to me that my response is unjustified? That's crazy.
And to be honest, I don't know what the answer is. I don't. I know that we all want like people to chill out. Obviously, don't dox. If you dox, I mean, you're the biggest piece of shit in the world. There's no fucking excuse for that. I don't care if you think Sonic Saul is the douche or what. Doxing and all that other bullshit, that's just straight up, that's bullshit. But as far as like what people were saying, should Sonic just walk away? They're like, hey, you're not built for it and stuff like that. Who is though? Let's be real. If we're actually all going through years of mental fucking torture in a way, is anybody really built for that? And there's different levels, let's be real. Different people receive different type of trolling all the fucking time. So it's not like we're all equal. So once again, like I said, there's gray areas here and whatnot, but from the information that y'all received and what you know thus far from all of this, how y'all feeling, because there's definitely some interesting takes, let me know. And that it is, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, big ups to Ernesto and whatnot, appreciate that. Now, and big ups to Button Check. Like I said, links to the stuff down in the description. Now we get greasy. Now we're gonna get greasy. Okay, so we're here with Ludwig World Order. Here's the first Sonic Soul situation. This happened back in like December of like, I think it was like December 31st actually of 2024. Let's see here. I got notes. Yeah, Sonic Soul is a Coomer degenerate lolcow. And then exposing Sonic Soul, longer version. So I'm gonna give you both. All right, here we go.
I fucking go on a Discord server and I jack off with other guys to hentai. I'm jerking.
That's a quote.
Long strokes.
Oh my god, he's saying long strokes.
I jack off to everything.
Help me, please.
And I like moaning with other guys.
Whoa!
Yeah, that's the weird bit.
Live right now, huh? Is it on Twitch? Okay, here he is. Do a banning speed run.
Why y'all doing that?
I want you to explain why you enjoy moaning with
dudes.
I want to understand.
I want you to explain why you enjoy moaning with other dudes while jacking it to hentai. Okay, because it's fun. That's it. I mean, somebody else banned you.
Damn it.
My hands are off the keyboard. It's fun.
Look at this dude. Hey, you better take a sip.
It's fun.
Okay. Now for the longer version. No, holy shit. Now for the longer version of that. Holy shit, Jesus Christ.
Sonic Soul video. Oh, nope, this is Henya.
I'm moaning in a fucking mic and wow.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear that. That's pretty gross.
I goon. Cool.
What?
Of other guys.
Is that what that
Anything
means?
else?
Okay.
What the fuck? Oh, you're kidding me. This is a thing that people do? They did like a literal circle jerk. I have to cut down the internet.
You goon?
I have to cut it down.
Look, I seriously don't give a shit.
Because
I don't give a shit.
Oh no, it's the Raven response.
I don't give a shit.
Make
I will
your video.
say it 5 million times. I don't give a shit.
Make your video.
Because I'm not doing that shit. I'm not doing that shit on my Twitch.
Yeah, they can do like
I do that shit in a Discord. Privately.
Oh.
Like a good little boy.
Ah.
Okay. All right.
But apparently that's not good enough either. Motherfuckers are trying to shame me about that shit.
What about jerking off
let's go.
with a bunch of dudes in Discord? I mean,
I fucking go on a Discord server and I jack off with other guys to hentai. I'm jerking.
That's a quote.
Long strokes.
Oh my god, he's saying long stroke.
I jack off to everything.
Help me. Please.
And I like moaning with other guys.
Whoa!
Yeah, that's the weird bit.
I imagined how that sounded for a second, and then my stomach just started doing flips. Oh no. Dude, how do you do that? If anyone finds out about this, my...
I'm sorry, chat. I'm seeing some other responses in chat. Holy shit, meth bears. I'm sorry.
Public career is eliminated, but I guess he just told himself, I don't care. I don't give a fuck. If anyone is like, man, that's gross, then my knockout response is just going to be like, I don't even care. I don't care. And then that's the end of it, you think? Well, guys, I guess we gotta forget about it. We just gotta drop it and move on. I thought he would care, but it turns out that he doesn't. So I guess never mind.
Would I masturbate on Discord to infiltrate a secret club to troll Sonic Sol? What?
I have no other way to say that. I literally have to say it that way.
Man, that is some deep cover. Of course, you don't actually do it, but you just pretend like you are, just to, like, get undercover. At that point, it's basically like no Russian. It's like everyone's already shooting all the innocent civilians, and you're like, man, I'm just way too deep undercover at this point.
Wait.
I thought the whole point of going undercover was to stop things like this from happening, but here I am, like, actually shooting the other civilians? At what point do I pull out?
I jack off to fucking food porn.
Please.
Oh my god, it gets worse. Of course it wasn't going to just be like normal vanilla hentai. Just jerking it and moaning with other dudes. The things you're watching is dicks.
And before I met this person, I was jacking off with other guys in the fuck.
Oh. He says it with just such confidence. Live right now, huh? Is it on Twitch? Okay, here he is.
We've drifted too far away from God. we have drifted too far away from the goddamn sun, apparently. Like, shit is just bad out here in these streets, bruh. Holy shit. Holy shit.
Do a banning speed run.
Yo, tell Darkside Phil I said what's up.
Jacked it on a live stream? Man, who would do that?
Dog. Why y'all doing that?
I want you to explain why you enjoy moaning with
literally is the time zone.
I want to understand.
I want you to explain why you enjoy moaning with other dudes while jacking it to food hentai. Okay, because it's fun. That's it. I mean, somebody else banned you.
Damn it.
My hands are off the keyboard. It's fun.
Look at this. Hey, you better take a sip.
It's fun. I'll just wait until somebody fucking says,
He's
"Oh
super
man,
paranoid."
I uploaded this clip of Sonic Soul in the Discord chat, fapping and putting his dick next to the mic to fap, and he's moaning and shit next to another dude who's just not really saying nothing because he's too much of a little bitch to not do it."
What?
I don't give a shit. I really don't care.
Wait, we're shaming other dudes because they won't moan as you guys are jerking off to fucking whatever in a Discord? What the? Yo, Medicare was right. Discord is the goddamn devil. Discord is the goddamn devil.
Come on, what are you, pussy?
And at the end of the day,
what are you, scared?
I like hentai.
What are you, a wuss?
I like chicks with dicks, like, okay. Like, it doesn't even fucking matter to me, bro.
Sounds like you're
I'm serious. Drunk man tells no tales, bro. I really don't give a fuck. Y'all could do whatever the fuck y'all want.
This stream took a turn.
I've already got the solution to what I'm gonna do in terms of playing fighting games. I'm just gonna minimize the chat, turn off all notifications, play the game, focus on it, not get tight, and I won't ever have to see any of you motherfucking people in my chat. Y'all could type and argue with each other, and I won't give a shit.
Well, that apparently didn't happen, obviously.
Sounds like you do, though, because you're trying
when I'm playing other games.
to
fun, you know,
hide it. If you didn't
My
care,
mental will be
then
better. You guys will not have any content to really try to get anything off of.
What the?
It'll all be good, you know. So
do you not get?
Cheers to that.
Do you not hear yourself?
2024. I'd really like it if I have a better mental. No, I know the police won't really do much. They did like a fucking investigation.
God, it's so concerning because like my sister plays Roblox a lot, and like sometimes I look over her shoulder and she's just like flying a dragon around, and I'm like, nothing could go wrong here. I mean, this is fine. There's nothing like.
This is meant to give you a little bit of context to some of the shit that Sonic Soul's been dealing with and what he's stressed the fuck out about. Because he made it sound like when this clip came out, it was no big deal, whatever. But this is one of the... This is kind of like... It's associated with the leaks that eventually came out on him in some way, shape, or form. So I'm just trying to give you context. That's all I'm trying to do.
Weird going on. She's just like flying a little dragon around. It's just like a video game. And then I hear about all this stuff and I'm like, should I just like be like, hey, you're not like doing any like weird, crazy, weird shit on there, are you? Because of course he's gonna be like, no, what are you talking about? That's a weird thing to ask. And I'm like, yeah, I know it is, but like, stuff is crazy, you know? And she's like, no, I don't know. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, me neither, to be honest.
Yeah, it's kind of hard trying to warn somebody of some crazy shit without admitting that you know about the crazy shit. All right, well, at least knowing about some of it. All right, so there's that. That's the Sonic Soul segment of it. Wild stuff. Big ups to Ludwig World Order for all of that. Now, into some LTG shit, actually, interestingly enough. Apparently, LTG felt the need to call out Wings of Redemption and DSP the other day. So, that's a thing. So we're going to jump into that right now. Here we go.
Wings of Redemption and that DSP motherfucker. All right, so it looks like Sonic Soul is crashing up for some particular reason. Somebody says, here's the...
Oh, actually, this will give you a little bit more context to the beef between... the situation between LTG and Sonic Soul.
Clip, I got him threatening people. Clearly, he's mentally unwell. And this is one of the many times he's broken down. He should be banned from Twitch. He should be banned from attending any tournaments, big and small. Then there's a bunch of people that was talking about it. You guys are gonna love the next bookmark.
Niggas, fuck y'all. I'll say whatever the fuck I want. I'm tired of y'all niggas, bro. Every fucking day.
Now keep in mind, and I have to say this, LTG's had his rage outs and shit on stream too. Keep that in mind. Like he's had his blow ups and his crazy nonsense as well. So don't take what he says with a grain of salt. At least some of it.
Y'all niggas don't support me every fucking day. It's the same shit. Y'all niggas fucking treat me like I'm a piece of shit. I'm fucking tired of that shit, nigga. I'm tired of it.
How many people was in here when he was... How many people was in the in his chat when he was crashing? Apparently he was getting pushed all stream. I don't know. I can't really knock the nigga for crashing out, but... Because I've crashed out plenty of times on stream, but the thing where a lot of these niggas make mistakes is, like, once you start showing niggas your vulnerability, they're just gonna keep doing it. Just that simple. Like, the fact that he showed this level of... I don't want to call it a weakness, but it is, as a man, it kind of is. As a streamer, it kind of is. As an entertainer, it kind of is. Once you start showing niggas a chink in your fucking armor, they're just gonna keep prying at him now. The nigga cried on stream. Like, anytime I've crashed out, I've been so witty with it to where it's just like, I'm just like saying fierce comebacks and shit, but I'm not like, there's never been a time I've crashed out where I was just like the internet defeated me. You know what I mean? There's never been a time where I just, what the fuck? Like, I'm tired of you niggas. Like,
I don't know what he's talking about. I've seen him rage out a shitload of times, and he definitely looked like he got reduced to the lowest common fucking denominator. That's just my thoughts. Speaking of which, I took a quick look over, and apparently LTG's former roommate, whoever the dude's name is, apparently did an interview with someone else, and he's airing, or he did air out, some of LTG's bullshit. Gave his real age and gave all kinds of other weird shit. So that might be interesting to go over later on down the line. Oh boy.
Internet's never fucking defeated me, and they never will. So it's just like, but when you crash out and you allow the internet to defeat you and let the internet know they defeated you, now they're gonna keep fucking with you, bro. The second you crashed out and cried on stream and shit like that, now I'm not knocking you for crying. Every nigga has to cry at some point in time of their life, but you did it in the wrong motherfucking way. You should have never cried on stream, my nigga. Should have never cried on stream. You should have never, and if you're gonna crash out, stand on your shit. Don't crash out and let the internet know they defeated you. There's never been a time where I even thought the internet defeated me. I was just like, man, nah, fuck that. Just too much tenacity. But come on, man, crying on stream and shit. Now you're gonna have to keep your chat. I tried to go in there and say something in this stream earlier and I couldn't even talk. I just wanted to like big up him and tell him to, you know what I'm saying, keep shit going. The shit was on sub mode only. Yo, how many times have like, all right, you're banned.
You were just about to sit there and say, hey, what's the point of you putting on sub only and yet you known for well, one, he banned somebody immediately afterwards, but two, you known for banning people. You're known for it. So you, how the fuck you gonna sit there and say, hey man, you need to just kind of man up and take it when you can't man up and take it? Get the fuck out of here.
How many times have like, I could have put my shit on sub mode only but didn't? Like sub mode only, it's just something you don't need to do. Yeah, I know he don't fuck with me, but it's only because I like roasted him and shit before, but I don't give a fuck if he fucks with me or not, nigga. It's not like I'm just, regardless, if I see a black nigga crashing out or somebody that used to be in my stream crashing out, I'm still gonna go in there and say something regardless to try to big him up a little bit, just for the simple fact that I can relate, even though I didn't cry on stream. So, yeah.
Y'all keep fucking with me, and y'all gonna fucking see what the fuck happens.
Nah, definitely not nice.
Y'all wanna fucking make me mentally fucking ill? Y'all wanna keep fucking with me over and over again? Watch what the fuck happens. To me. Watch what the fuck happens.
Who's the person in the background?
To me. Watch what the fuck happens. The game. Spend time fucking time.
Yeah, he used to be a mod. Well, when things went here's when things went haywire for us. One time he was in my chat and he was like, whoa, he was like, I never even had to actually sub because I've always been gifted. And you guys know how I feel about candy gems. So once he said that, I was like, so you mean to tell me you on my shit and you never subbed and you a motherfucking mod? And then that's when shit just flipped.
So wait, so we had to basically pat this dude's pockets because he never bought a sub or anything like that, but he was a mod. Well, what if that dude bought subs for somebody else? The fuck? Okay, I guess discriminating against someone because they didn't give you money. That's a thing.
Right, you can't be in my chat. Yeah, some of you niggas remember you can't be in my chat bragging about how you never actually paid for a sub. So that's the only reason shit went left.
Out of this shit, nigga. Y'all keep fucking bothering me over and fucking over again. Y'all keep fucking pressing me, nigga. Y'all keep fucking coming after me. If y'all fucking continue to do that shit, I'ma find y'all niggas. So stop it. Nigga, I'm not scared of nobody. I'm not fucking scared of nobody. If I fucking see y'all niggas at a major, if y'all fucking come up to me and try to say some slick shit, I will fucking deck you. I'm tired of this shit. I'm tired of this shit, nigga. I've gone through shit in my fucking life every...
Listen, man, look. Yo, Sonic, don't nobody give a fuck about what you talking about on the internet. Not me in general, but these niggas don't care about you and they're not going to feel sorry for you. This nigga's making the same mistake that Wings of Redemption made. Y'all niggas did the same shit. You got on stream and was fucking venting and crying to a bunch of fucking strangers. Yeah, he was rogging out, bro. There's two other people that did this shit on stream. Wings of Redemption and that DSP motherfucker. Both of you niggas all three of you niggas got on stream crying to motherfuckers trying to get people to feel sorry for you. Don't you realize what era you're in? People don't feel sorry for motherfuckers. If you're not a chick, ain't nobody gonna feel sorry for you. You gotta be a woman with tits and ass for people to feel sorry for you. Nobody's gonna give a fuck about some black nigga from NY crashing out on stream. They gonna roast the fuck out of you. I've already seen the Reddit. They clown you for your height. They clown.
Yeah, they caught him hard on Reddit. I gotta admit, they got him hard on Reddit. That shit's ugly over there. Like there's it's not funny, but there's no defending this dude at all on Reddit. That shit's just crazy.
You for, you know, a bitch using you. You're telling too much of your business, your personal business, to the internet as well. You should have never told nobody. This nigga should have never told nobody that he got scammed from an Asian chick in Japan somewhere. Bro, you keep shit like that to yourself. Like, you know how many stories I could just come on stream and tell you how a bitch finessed me? Well, not really finessed me, but how a bitch, like, I did favors for a bitch and they just ran off on the plug. Like, I could come on here and tell her and told you all my business over the years, but why? Like, some shit you just keep to your fucking self.
I don't know. Did he tell that? Wasn't he the one who told the story about that chick who he took the felony charge for? That ain't fucked his life all up and then she ain't bounced on his ass? I'm pretty confident he's the one who told that story because I don't know anybody else who would have known it, but whatever.
What are you doing? You fuck with my rug again? Bro, get out of here. They'll just keep eating the corner of the rug. Oh, let me cut on my ear. Man, I'm about to go get some of that cat spray tomorrow. Spray it right in that area. He's gonna smell it and be like,
fucking day, and I gotta fucking deal with y'all niggas. Y'all think y'all fucking
it's not even Dex. Dex is in the tower. It's Cryo that eats the rug.
Know me, cause if I fucking come near you and I fucking see you, I will duff the fucking shit out of you. I'm tired of it. I fucking deal with fucking abusers every fucking day. Niggas in my house are mentally fucking ill. I gotta take care of them every day. I work my fucking ass off every.
Yeah, my nigga. We gotta nip that. Well, you gotta nip that shit in the butt. I don't gotta nip in shit. That was a huge foul on your end as a streamer, content creator, and somebody that commands or demands some sort of motherfucking respect. Yeah, you crashed out and got too personal with your shit. Now they're gonna keep bothering you unless you're gonna keep your chat in sub mode only and ban every nigga you can. They're gonna keep fucking with you every day. You know, you opened up Pandora's box now. You know, my advice for this nigga is stop telling your motherfucking business on the internet for sure. Stop telling your personal business. Don't nobody need to know in your chat or on the internet that you take care of disabled niggas in your house or, you know what I'm saying? Or some bitch scammed you. Like, just keep that shit to yourself, bro. When it comes to your personal life and people you're fucking with or bitches finessing you, keep that shit to yourself. Yeah, the nigga gave people too much ammo. I seen this shit all over Twitter. It's just like, I'd be having even more of a better day if you would activate your Prime to my stream.
Oh, that activate the Prime to my stream. That's funny. That's good shit. Anyway, there's big ups to low tier treat for that. Holy shit. LTG can go fuck himself. Jesus Christ. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Last but certainly not least, we're here with Darkside Karen through Raw Phil. Big ups to Raw Phil. Links down in the description. And we are going to be. This is our second and final part of the Run Your Pockets, aka Gout tax, aka snort tax. Jesus Christ! I appreciate you guys all sitting through that early shit. I thought it was funny, and or at least some of it was funny, and more importantly, somewhat entertaining, somewhat informative too. So, and the LTG one was just kind of like the topping to it, because for someone who ain't raged out as often as he has, and has damn near been brought to tears, if not hasn't cried, hasn't outright cried, you would have thought he'd have been a bit more, I can't say understanding nor sympathetic, because he don't have that in him. I don't know. Maybe he just shouldn't have commented on it. I don't know. It is what it is. That was a bit out of his depth. But what are you going to do? All right. We're in the home stretch, ladies and gentlemen. Part 2 of Run Your Pockets. Here we go.
Anyway, I received a $1 tip this morning before I ever actually started streaming. And this person says, why don't you load a save from prior to Asterion leaving, take his equipment back, and redo the dialogue the same way? That's why the game allows to save often, even during combat and dialogue, so you can learn through trial and error more easily. Because I don't want to save scum the game because of a narrative choice that I made. And I understand what you're saying, that they set it up like that, but I don't want to do it that way. You know, a true role play is that you'll live with your decisions. Now, oh, you made a decision and you had a bad outcome, and now you're going to undo the decision like you have a godlike omnipotent powers. It's that you're supposed to live with the consequence. I want to reiterate this. I'm totally 100% okay with the game having Asterion leave my party, and he goes on and does whatever he wants. I'm totally okay with that. I'm not okay with the game finger snapping Asterion out of existence, so there's no way for me to ever interact with him again or get an epilogue from him or get my equipment back. That's bad game design.
So, I mean, well, here's the thing. John didn't just pick up and leave you and not give you a response or anything. You try to tell people that, but that's not what happened. So, yet again, like, this whole segment cut far too close to the bacon, I think. We must have been damn near to the pork chops at this point, as upset as he was about this shit. Because remember, we're coming off of like 40-minute rant, and then I'm just giving you the extra shit that we didn't catch up on.
They should have had, as I suggested, there should be a chance to either, you know, intimidate, persuade, you know, deceive, do a...
Wait, what? There should... a great screenshot, by the way. There should be a chance to intimidate, convince, or deceive? So, and that's literally what he did to John. He tried to send other people after John. Well, no, he first tried to say that John's coming back, just give him some time. Then he tried to basically punk John or try to bully John into getting back into his content. Then he tried to make other people try to bully him and get back into his content. Then he came up with lame-ass excuses on why he needed John's help and why John should come back to his content. What the? That's a great screen. Jesus Christ, look at the grill on that. All right, let me stop. Now I'm just being petty. Now we're just being petty. But this, what's up with these? Here's the snort sacks, right? I'm sorry, I can't. I swear, Ultimate with a silent weapon man and that Ultimate Warrior shit. And then look at this slack jaw, weird ass mouth thing, dude. What the fuck? All right. Anyway, sorry. Back to his ways of persuading to get his gear back.
Interact with him again or get an epilogue from him or get my equipment back. That's bad game design. They should have had, as I suggested, there should be a chance to either, you know, intimidate, persuade, you know, deceive, do a check, a dialogue where either you can maybe still get him to stay or maybe, hey, difference of opinion, you want to leave, you leave, but I get my stuff back. And then if he disagrees.
But I thought it wasn't your stuff. I thought it was the party stuff. And he just keeps going back and forth between that shit. That shit gets crazy. What's up, Jesse? What the fuck? Like, pick a side and move with that. Damn, he slacked y'all too. God damn, dude, that stroke must have... It's not doing no favors. I remember years ago, people were saying, when the stroke thing really started to get momentum. No pun intended. Some people said they couldn't see it, but look at how disjointed his fucking face is. He's like a gouty cobra, and he only has one side of his jaw unhinged, and the other one isn't. What the fuck? Oh, hell yeah, proper. You can definitely get the tag if you'd like. Give me just a second. I can... Yeah, you damn right I can get you tagged in. Give me just a second. Yes, sir, you can. Right, give me just a second, chat. All right, chat. We have Agent Proper of the DIA who has blessed us with his appearance. So go ahead, Prop, and I'll see if your levels and everything are right.
Sorry, I was a bit busy, you know, moaning with other dudes while jerking off on Discord or something. No, I'm excited. This is gonna be some good piggy cooking.
All right, nice. Okay, so chat, he sounds alright. It's coming through okay. Just making sure my settings and everything are good. It looks like okay. It looks like we're in business. Looks like that. Yet again, another successful hot tag for the tag team championship of the world. All right, Prop. This has been a long stream. I know you've been kind of back and forth in it.
Oh yeah.
So we're in the last segment where DSP still wants what is his, but what I thought belonged to the party, which whatever, semantics.
Like Project 7 shirts?
Holy shit! Like everything, essentially.
Oh, okay.
like everything.
Gas money.
Exactly. What's up, Commander? I'm late as hell. Big ups to everybody in chat. Did you find the old clip tasteless about? Oh yeah. I saw that, or I was listening to it. I should say the Stuttering Craig shit, where
like his new plan.
Yeah, like his after a year. Oh, I'm not racist because I said this old ass clip here, and the kid wasn't even black. You know what I'm saying? Kid wasn't even a stationary. So you got to. So Stuttering Craig, if he was being nice to me, we wouldn't have had this problem. Bitch, he was being nice to you from the jump. All you had to do was answer the questions honestly, but he didn't want to. So that's the reason why he got treated the way he did. Fucking A. Yeah, I did see that though. Big ups to that. I did see that dumb shit. All right, Prop. You want me to just go ahead and keep going?
Oh yeah, play it out. Go for it, man.
You have an option to choose to let him leave with the items, or you have a boss fight where he becomes like a superpowered version, and now you got to fight him to get your shit back. I would really enjoy that. I think that's a better way to go about it. Not, watch this, gone. That's lazy. That's really a lazy way to do it. I'm not trying to insult Larian. I'm telling you, that's a lazy way to do it. There could have been many different ways they could have done that would have all been a more satisfying ending to that line of plot and narrative. And they just said, oh, well, bye-bye. And that's shitty. Sorry, I'm never going to change my opinion on that. Okay. I received a $3 tip. Okay. I received a $3 tip. Oh, really? So this is an anonymous tipper. They said this is actually something that can happen in some games without warning. It has its own TV trope page. It's called So Long and Thanks for All the Gear. In Dragon Age Origins Inquisition, Suikoden, Deltarune, Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic. These are a few examples listed. It's especially prevalent in D&D CRPGs. In Dragon Age Origins, someone can actually leave permanently with DLC items that you paid for, and that's robbery. Wow. But I think you see the point I'm making here. Listen to the games you just quoted, right? Out of all those games, Suikoden, right? Dragon Age Origins, Knights of the Old Republic. These are old games. And since then, we've made leaps and bounds and improvement.
Yeah, but it's a tried and true method when it comes to storytelling. It's never going to go away. It doesn't work like that. At the end of the day, that's always going to still exist.
Yeah, it's totally something. I read books, right? I don't know if Phil reads anymore, but I read books, and sometimes in some of the books I read, it's like you're getting to know this character, you're really invested in them, and all of a sudden they're ganked, they're dead, and you're like, well, what do? Put down the book because you're mad? No, you keep reading the adventures, see what happens. I mean, the problem is that a lot of people are gonna put it into perspective of Phil has issues with gaming and this and that, or he's socially stunted, or do what you did and compare it to John Rambo or Project 7 or something. Mm-hmm. I want to highlight that this is DSP unprepared every time for any obstacle that runs into him. Anything. This is a video game, bro. You're playing it for fun. Surprised you're making money off it. Well, he's not having fun, let's be honest. But he's playing a game, and all he could do is move on, like he already did, because people are just dragging him through it. But he can't, like any bum. He's done. Argentina comes in with more subs, done. Somebody actually tries to troll him a little harder, done. How is he going to get over obstacles like that? I mean, the guy wrestled with blinds like 6 or 7 times today, instead of like putting him up or dealing with him. Or putting a blanket over him and Velcroing it to the wall.
Wow.
Yeah.
That was a good analogy, though. That's actually a fair point. Because he doesn't adjust well to any situation, to be honest with you. Which leads to...
Nothing.
why we're at where we're at now.
Yeah.
That's hilarious. Let's continue.
Of RPGs for a reason. It's a frustrating design choice that makes no sense that it's in a modern RPG. If this was something from the 90s or the early 2000s, I'd be like, okay, it gets a pass. It's an old game. But now it's like they actively made the decision to make it like this. They did. They said, we're going to make it like this so that it frustrates you, right? It's stupid. Thank you for the anonymous $3 tip. I appreciate that very much. Let's get that on the leaderboard. I received a $12.50 tip from 1 Minute Man. He says, it's kind of surprising you didn't get dialogue options to persuade Asterion. Yeah, hold on 1 second. I want to play your animation before I forget. If you had, he would still be in your party and everyone would have been so proud of him. As you said, you probably hadn't earned high enough approval from him. This game has an abundance of...
My bad, go ahead.
Did 1 Minute Man show up today?
No. Well,
No,
he didn't show up
not at
during
all.
the pre-stream, I should say.
Okay.
Yeah, he was completely MIA. He was completely MIA.
Requests that give you a chance to earn approval from your party members. You haven't done them all. Maybe a friendship with benefits would have given you the options. Undoubtedly, yes. Undoubtedly, that's what would have happened. You know? Unbelievable, right? I mean, just think about it. Early on in the game, he wants to suck your blood. You tell him no, that's weird. Then he wants to sleep with you. You tell him no. Then he wants to kill a character that literally it's the morally wrong decision to make, and you're serving a demon by doing it. And then later on in the game, because you didn't make that bad choice, that character helps you. So obviously that wasn't the right choice to make, right? Like every choice he wants to take is a bad one. Like I said, he really seems to be like the character that you know he's the bad morality character. And if you're doing an evil run of the game, he probably absolutely loves you, right? But for me, I'm doing a good morality run, right? And there's nothing I can really do about the fact that he didn't like me over the course of the game. I wasn't actively trying to piss him off. I wasn't actively making awful decisions towards him. In fact, the whole idea that at the end of the game, we're going out of our way, when we're supposed to be saving the world right now from this elder brain, right? Instead, we go out of our way to go to the mansion where his vampire lord lives. We're fighting through armies of werewolves and creatures, bats. We're going down into a subterranean, dungeon, and we're going to stop this ritual, save him again, because during the ritual, Asterion is about to get sacrificed. We save him again during this ritual. So not only have we saved him from vampire hunters and his own vampire spawn during the course of the game, we save him
But isn't that the whole point of him being part of your party? And that with everybody who's in your party, they all have their own, they have their own baggage. They have their own shit. If you agree to have them in your party, you kind of take on that. That's the whole point of being a group, a team, or whatever you want to call it. Like, you holding this over his head, being like, hey, we did all these solids and all these favors for you, and now you want to just pick up and leave. You know what I'm saying? Like, it seems very clingy and very ex-girlfriend-like. You know what I'm saying?
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah,
it sounds like Rich with Jay right now.
It does. It literally does. Like, it's hella clingy. And then keep in mind, this is just a video game character. Just imagine what Panda may have had to go through. I don't even think we got the full extent of what John and Howard went through.
I mean, John did say he was getting drunk texts.
Yes, he was.
From Phil. I mean, and Phil, we know he's never changed his number. So does that still persist? Who knows?
It could, because John don't look like the type of person to block him. Howard probably, but not John.
Oh, Howard, tell him fuck off and block him.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Holy shit.
Another time during the ritual, then we defeat the vampire lord, and we say, sorry, we don't want you to become the next vampire lord. We just don't like the idea of a vampire lord and sacrificing thousands of lives for you to be powerful, right? And then he gets pissed. It's like ridiculous. Like, he wants the world, and then he wants a cherry on top with icing and sprinkles. It's like, dude, we went out of our fucking way. That's not enough. Well, then sorry that you're not a reasonable person. I'm not going to fucking bend over backwards for your ass just because your voice actor won Actor of the Year or whatever at the Game Awards doesn't make you the best character ever written. In fact, quite the contrary. You're kind of a frustrating character to deal with, right? So for me, that's my take. Again, you can completely disagree with that take, and you have the right to. But for me, that's my take on it. I find the character pretty annoying, and I made my decision, and I'm totally okay, again, living with that decision. But
yeah, as he proceeds to ban somebody, and then he's basically says, "Oh well, you know, you guys can give me feedback. I'd like to hear your feedback about this whole situation." What's the point when you really don't care unless it aligns with unless it already aligns with your frame of thinking? You're literally wasting people's time at that point.
I am frustrated that he took my goddamn gear, and I don't think that that should have been what happened. That they should fix that, honestly. Like, they should improve that in the game so that you have options to keep your gear. All right, that's my take. You can disagree. It's okay if you do, but that's my take on it. All right. Okay. Spawn. Okay. Spawn Killer re-upping his membership for 34 months in a row. Holy crap, you're almost to your 3-year anniversary. And he says, crazy how it's almost 3 years since you left Twitch. Yeah, we're almost at the 3-year anniversary now of me just up and leaving Twitch. I think that it was, you know, the way I was handled was very unprofessional and poor. They didn't care to even speak with me about what was going on. They didn't think that it was important, even though I'd been on Twitch for many, many years as a streamer. So, you know, it is what it is. I'm not going to sit here and rant about it 3 years later. I've enjoyed my time here on YouTube, despite the fact that there's definitely some shortcomings of being on YouTube. It's very hard to get any kind of exposure. There's really no growth here when it comes to being a streamer. Like, I am who I am on YouTube, and that's it. Like, I'm never going to get big as a streamer on YouTube. It's not possible, because the way they've set up streaming, there's no way to really get exposure like there is on Twitch. And the chat is inferior to Twitch's. I think we all agree.
Wait, there's no discoverability on Twitch either. Like, Twitch is completely and utterly predicated on either people just randomly stumbling upon you, or if you have a following somewhere else, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, or wherever, and then they end up coming over to your Twitch. That's it. This is the same dumb shit he tried to say on the side scroller interview, and they were like, "Wait, there's no discoverability over there on Twitch either." So what point are you really trying to make?
I mean, it's that way with any kind of streaming platform. Do you think he's going to go to Rumble with his DSP politics bullshit and get any traction? The only traction he's going to get is from people laughing at him.
Exactly.
I mean, Twitch? Nah. Facebook Gibby? Nah, that's not him. Kick? Nah. Even though it fits the gambling, Phil has some moral ground or something dumb to say that it's never going to last. But look at his roach ass.
Oh. The thing is, though, too, is, now that you brought that up, what I know I'm kind of asking a question I already know, but like, first off, do you think he'll ever do DSP politics? Second, if he does do it, how long do you think he'll stick with it?
The second one is a better question.
Yes, it is.
Because I'll tell you right now, you and I have talked about this for a long time, but I do think he's going to do this politics channel. He's a boomer ass motherfucker. He thinks of himself as a wise man. But all he does is take whatever is more advantageous to him.
Correct.
He doesn't give a fuck. I mean, it's the same thing with his, they took my gear. Bitch, that was your party's gear. You didn't just earn it. Your party in your D&D game earned it. And he's like, it was mine. I earned it. And it's the same thing with any of this kind. He wanted tax cuts. He left to go to Washington before he fucked up with the other taxes. I mean, look at all throughout this tax year, he hasn't even talked about his taxes. I got stuff behind the scenes I got to take care of for the business dudes.
That's true.
But like, he will do it, and I will give him. I'll give him 2 years.
2 years.
2 years.
Okay.
Because only because he's got these new channels now already. And his first one, his bullshit, was Saturday or Sunday show now, DSP versus the Internet channel, is somehow still alive. DS3 Throwbacks is a rebrand again. Again, he rebrands because he can't stand to grow a new channel. I mean, could you imagine Phil trying to get a new channel running at all? Like, as just a normal person? He's already at his viewership. 100, 200 views?
Something like that. If that.
And could you imagine the dent showing up for DSP Politics and supporting him with disability dollars?
I mean, if he hasn't already stretched them thin already, as we both know. Fucking 18 years, man.
He's ready enough. 2 years. I'll give him 2 years.
Okay. Two. What do you guys think, chat? Like, two years? Goddamn, 2 years.
He's going to dig his heels in at the first sign of somebody like Destiny coming in and take a shot at him.
Right.
And he's going to sit there and be the roach that he is, Mr. Teflon Man or whatever.
But he would never go on and talk to Destiny, though. Destiny would run circles around him.
No, he's not talking to anybody. He's not telling anybody. He's like, this is my opinion, and this is what it is. You know he's not going to network or talk to people or do anything like that at all. Not debate people on politics. Like, if this channel does come to fruition, it's going to be insane. It's going to be a man sitting in his room telling you about the world that he doesn't experience on a day-to-day basis.
Absolutely. Who do you think would hit... I have to ask. Who do you think hits him first? I'll give you some choices. I'm going to say Destiny, Ethan Klein, PPP and Warski, or Ralph. Which one has do you think has the higher percentage?
Of hitting him?
Yeah, first.
And how hard?
How
hard are we talking about?
Oh, well, see, you gotta... You know, in politics, they like to bleed each other, so...
Because I got a sleeper pick for you.
Oh, really? Okay.
Nick Rekieta.
Oh, I didn't even think about Nick.
You don't think? Yeah, no, this guy's looking like a DSP motherfucker, and he's going to try to rebuild his shit on laughing at DSP and politics land.
Yeah, you're right. Big ups to Super Crazy. Damn, yeah, you're right. Nick would be... Because Nick is doing the swinger... Sorry. Sorry. Nick is doing his co-streams with what's it called? Steel Toe right now. But yeah. DSP would be...
The heathen streams.
Yeah, he'd be free lunch to Nick.
Forsky and PPP would look at it, though, because they'd get the traction from Snort Hogan.
Right.
So.
Interesting. All right. Yeah, Nick's a good pick. Yeah, Chad. Nick's a pretty good pick, to be honest with you. Because I guess, because truth be told, I guess Ethan Klein and Destiny would be in the very, very, very deep end of the pool. So
yeah.
And PPP is way too aggressive for DSP. So yeah, I guess Nick and then maybe Ralph is in the deep end too. Yeah, I guess Nick is well played, sir. I guess Nick is the better choice. He's a safer choice anyway. Damn.
Well, it's going to be Nick trying to rebrand himself and build back his image while I'm trying to shit on DSP. Everybody does it, right?
Yeah.
So I just hope it comes with a lot of liquor streams, because there's a lot of bottle licking going on.
Now, with that being said, because Nick kind of teeters on the line of being safe and unsafe, do you think that Nick could get DSP on stream with him? He was close to doing it once.
He's been close a couple times.
Oh, touche.
He could probably do it. But he would have to be some big rules in there. You know DSP.
Do you think Nick's willing to take the knee to that? Now, current Nick would be.
Now?
Would you think he'd be? Yeah.
Current Nick? Maybe.
Okay.
I'll give him the look. I'll give him the softball interview, and I'll give Phil everything he wants.
True.
So, then Nick can bring on somebody and laugh about it with, Phil lore or something like that, where you just shred his image. I mean, think about it. You go talk to somebody, and they can build you like a little video package and be like, oh, look at all this stuff Phil said this in your show. Well, how about him saying it this time, that time, or this time? And just crush Phil. It would work.
It would. And knowing DSP, he may not be so despondent to like, oh, I'm never going to stream with him again right away. Maybe he could get him back for another round. Okay.
Mm-hmm. And do what he couldn't do.
Do side scrolls couldn't accomplish. Fair point. All right, here we go.
There's no way to really get exposure like there is on Twitch. And the chat is inferior to Twitch's. I think we all agree there, right? But it is what it is. I've enjoyed my 3 years here, and I hope to be here for a long time.
Fair.
My bad. What's up?
Oh, I saw. Say not Josh again, because good old Noel showed up and talked to Nick about DSP lore that one time.
Oh yeah. The chat was on his ass about it.
You can be. Don't worry about Noel. He got sick with bronchitis recently and went on a binge of watching duty videos. So that's where you need to know about his knowledge of lore. That's it.
Yeah, that's pretty much where he's pulling it all from. Yeah, he talked about that on Kiwi Farms. Holy shit. All right, here we go.
Carlton Jr. says, Asterion, in my opinion, is what 1 Minute Man is saying, all right, is actually that Baldur's Gate 3 is an allegory of my real life. Because by losing Minsk and now Asterion, not Minsk, excuse me, by losing Minthara and now Asterion, all right, it's like I've lost John, Rambo, and Howard. And because I have now been in a situation where I'm pressured to finish RPGs, just like I'm being pressured in real life in the game to stop the Elden Ring. To stop the Elden Ring. All right, I give up. Forget it. I was trying to make a joke, and I botched it so badly, I'm never going to finish the thought. I marble-mouthed it. All right, forget it. I marble-mouthed it. What 1 Minute Man is trying to say is a joke. He's like, is Baldur's Gate really your real life? Like, you know what I mean? Like one of those surreal Matrix things? Are you trapped in the Matrix and really Baldur's Gate is an allegory for your real life or something like that, right?
It's actually rather painful. Like, trying to... Like, you could see the thought process of how he thought the joke was funny in his head and then just fucked it up. That was painful to watch. I gotta say. That was pretty fucking horrible. And yet... for someone who lives in his house with his loving wife or whatnot, you can tell he has very little human interaction. Like, no way of bouncing anything off anybody. Like, you could tell that he's socially stunted in a lot of ways, to be honest. So, it'd be unfortunate if it wasn't so funny.
There you go. Let's see. I received a $1 tip. Someone says, it's not much of a consequence if you can put Asterion stuff on another character and build him like him, so it's like he never left. That's why it's designed that way, to be an actual consequence. Same with not getting any further resolution with him. My problem is, let me be honest here. You want to know what my actual real problem is? That you make this moral choice, and the reason you made it is because you said, I mean, just what Shadowheart says during the scene. She yells out, yeah, but you're going to become the Vampire Lord at the expense of all these people, right? And that's just not right. That you're going to sacrifice all these people to become more powerful, right? So then you made the moral choice to stop that from happening, and then they just say, oh, Asterion says, oh, well, I'm never going to let them be freed anyway. And he snaps the staff over his knee like a spoiled brat, so now they're all going to die anyway. And it's like, well, what the fuck? So what did I even make the choice for? You know what that is? The illusion of choice.
No, actually what it really comes down to is he wants closure, but he wants to benefit from that closure. And if anything else, he wants the control over that whole scenario too. Let's be honest, ladies and gentlemen. That whole situation with all of those fledglings or whatever who were trapped and that were going to be used for the sacrifice or whatever, they're all cannon fodder anyway. They're dead. They're already dead weight. So that doesn't mean anything. He just uses that to try to keep his moral argument up. Truth be told, he didn't want the dude to leave the party, and he didn't want that dude to leave the party with an advantage over him. And that's really what it comes down to. He wants closure, or he's okay with closure, I should say, but he just doesn't like the fact that he's not benefiting from it. And that's a really... I mean, yet again, this right here reflects how he acts in real life anyway. So it kind of all falls into place. But it also, I think, since a lot of this stream has been about mental illness and whatnot, and just people having a hard time dealing with their situation, it's very clear that DSP has a lot of unresolved shit. That's obviously me preaching to the choir. You guys all know that. The real problem is it's starting to spill out in a lot more pettier sort of ways. It's starting to overflow, if you will, in places where it shouldn't even belong. It's over some digital gear that you don't own. It has no... It means nothing to you at all. You would have, if you had lost him in battle, 2 or 3 scenarios ago, that wouldn't have mattered either. So what's the point of harping about this for as long as he did? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's clear that in his head anyway, he has some type of message that he's trying to get out, but he just doesn't know how to do it. Or he's afraid that people are going to mock him for it. It's really interesting seeing the mental confliction with all this. It's not even mental gymnastics at this point. It's just give it up. You've already lost.
Because you made a direct
projection. Like, that's all he does is project his feelings, and he tries to frame it in some form.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
You know, he tries to pick, like, cherry pick an idea from Twitter or from, like, one of his flying monkeys to go and talk about X or Y, and then he will frame it to where he is either in the losing situation, or it has harmed him in some way, or he is being punished. There's never learning, there's never understanding, and there's never wonder with Phil. He doesn't wonder why this stuff happened. It's like, dude, you fucking were a dick to him the whole game. That's just the character. You're gonna have conflicts, even in the video game world. Wow. And he just so upset about it that he did this like 3 days in a row, and he posted up on a drunken ass tweet or some shit, you know, General Clock, and he was bitching about this. He's like, I got a big old stream coming up tomorrow for it, and it's like, bro, you save scum. Just like Silent Weapons is saying, couldn't he just revert to that?
Yeah, it's an option.
Couldn't he take a different outcome? You know, and if he didn't, well, he should have thought about his choices.
Indeed. Indeed.
Choice to save people, and then the game says, oh, by the way, there was no way to save them anyway. Right? And that's bullshit. That shouldn't have happened that way. It should have been, if you make the choice to save the people, you save the people. Now, now you can't save the people, and you lose the character too. It's like a double whammy.
See, and with that being said, you guys really want this guy to go into politics? Or, you know, the meme that goes around about, oh, DSP would have made a good politician? If he's willing to be cutthroat, then yeah. But he's not built for that. Like, just because you made the moral choice to try to save people, or even, let's bring that down a bit. Just because you made the moral choice to try to help people, doesn't mean you can help everybody. This is something that we've all learned through just general life experience. And yet, this idiot is so stunted that it's like, no, if I say I want to be Captain Save-A-Ho to all these thoughts out here, I should be able to save all of them. That's not, that's just not how that's going to work. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Phil. Oh, go ahead.
100%. No, you're 100% right. You know, Phil thinks he's Mr. Good Guy, Mr. You know, come and save everybody, be, you know, the hero he wants to pretend that he is, you know. But at the same time, he's always played the heel. He's always been the hate guy, the angry dude, you know, rage gamer guy. But he's just falling apart. Like I just, like, this year, in the start to this year, we're only 3 months in.
Mm-hmm.
His birthday's just around the corner. Like, that's gonna be a fucking hot mess.
Yeah, actually, damn, what's that, on the 6th, right?
Yeah, it's the 6th. It's the Saturday.
Oh, and it's on a Saturday? Oh, no!
Oh, no.
Oh, people are gonna be out.
Everybody's gonna be cooking.
Hell yeah.
Everybody. It's like backyard detractor barbecue. You can go over and on the block and the cul-de-sac and just hit everybody up for the beer, right?
Yikes.
Drink around, hang out. You know, he's gonna have a hard time.
Yeah, he is.
But yeah, no. Like, I just can't imagine him dealing with, like, actual real-world bullshit. Like, he's so desensitized from actual interactions with people.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if somebody actually went up to him in the store and said, hey, you're DSP, you're a piece of shit, he'd be, and boogie right into the bathroom, like it was Call of Duty, and go hide.
Yeah, he would. I think he would.
Like, he would. But you know, he's not built for this. You're right, he's not. He's not even built to be a Walmart greeter.
No, he's not, because he can't look people dead in their face. So yeah. He's gonna have a problem. But with that being said, go ahead. I'm sorry.
He's gonna bite his nails at every stationery walking by with the receipt too.
Yeah. That's gonna
you
be
ask
tough.
him, you got a receipt, and he's just like chewing nails and shit, itching his armpit.
That shit's gonna be tough. But as it pertains to the politics thing, like, let me throw a scenario out at all of you and see what you think. So, like, okay, like, as most of you know, in politics, to get something done, you're going to have to make some deals with people. And some of the things that you want to get done in this deal, you're going to end up owing people. You know, you're going to have to, you know, you may have to cut something off that's attached to that deal and whatever, so on and so forth. When I look, like I said, going back to the DSP politics thing, because he doesn't have any versatility, mentally, physically, or otherwise, like, it's really is a meme if for people who are saying he'd make a good politician, because it's more than just lying. Like, you have to make deals with people on quote unquote a moral level that aren't on your level, obviously, or they don't see the views the way you do. But more importantly, you're gonna lose. Like, you're going to lose in certain deals or certain arrangements. And if DSP can barely cope with this shit in a video game, how could I expect him to be in an actual, like, in a long form discussion with someone, talking about, okay, what could we do to fix our economy and whatnot, and expect solutions. Like, expect him to produce any solutions first off, and then expect him to actually execute and get it done. Like, what's your feel on that?
Oh, man, I'm just trying to wrap my head around him even trying to touch any of these subjects.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I saw that tweet the other day, or that comment that somebody left. That's what it was. It was a comment on his YouTube channel about salaries and how most people in America can't really afford extra little luxuries and things like that. I mean, for an example, you know my secret side project that I've been working on, and I'm getting real close to dealing with some stuff about it.
Yes, you are.
And it's been, you know, like we've talked about and you've talked about. I think I'm doing it for the right reasons, but I know I'm gonna get shit for it.
Mm-hmm.
That's just the ball game. That's the name of the game, and it's just how you move and collect those L's and keep walking, or in Kill's case, keep waddling, keep pushing him. He keeps telling us that he's keep going forward, Mr. Positivity Train, right? Like, June the King just the other day asked me about a DSP positive, and I was like, oh, you know, that he does this all the time. He gets his groove back. You know, he's like, no, there's one time when he was like really DSP positive. I was like, no, that's just what he pretends on doing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he wants to be a positive guy because he wants you to believe he's the underdog and that he can overcome everything. You know, he just brought it up too about him being, you know, 4th place Evo champ dude. You know, but he gave himself his own title, #1 USA player.
Yeah, #1 North American
to
player.
To cope.
Yep.
Because he couldn't beat the best. So he just falls apart on these things. He doesn't stand ground. He is as pushable as just nice, fresh clay. Like, the stuff that he looks like. He's just a lump of shit. You can squeeze it, it's still going to be a turd in your hand. No matter how hard you squeeze. I don't think you're ever going to get a diamond out of that.
No, not at all. Oh my god. Good shit.
That actually what really pisses me off even more is I made that choice and I want those people saved and redeemed, and I can't do it now because the game took that option away from me because of the writing, and that's pissy bullshit. That makes me upset. That makes me upset like a spoiled brat. So now I've become Asterion. So now I've lost Minthara and Asterion, and that's losing John Rambo and Howard. I'm stuck in a situation of RPG overload where I have to finish the game right away, just like in Baldur's Gate 3, how I need to finish or save the world right away because there's time ticking for the Elder Brain. And Asterion is a pissy, whiny, spoiled brat, and now here I am whining on my podcast like a pissy, whiny, spoiled brat. It's all come like total fourth wall breaking shit. There you go. Oh my god. What has happened here today? I don't know. I don't even know what I'm talking about anymore. Pirasolo, real... Oy, oy, oy. Alright. We have a few minutes left, so if anyone has anything they would like to talk about, please tag me in the chat. Do I think I'll ever go back and play Hollow Knight from start to finish? I've always left that as an option. I've actually brought it up several times over the years in polls for possible playthroughs. No one seems to want it. To be honest, it's never really won. It's never really garnered that much attention. And this is the thing that I bring up all the time. All the time people yell at me and they say, why don't you play indie games? Don't you understand that indie games are great? That indie games today are much higher quality than even AAA games in a lot of cases, and you're really missing out. And I say, you know, you guys are right, so let's do it. Let's do a marathon where I play indie games or suggest some indie games. And I play them, and literally no one shows up, and no one ever asks for them. People yell for them, but then when I try to play them, they don't do well. I played Hollow Knight during a marathon, and I thought it was good. And I said I would go back and consider playing it. And people were like, yeah. And then within a week, no one ever mentions it. It's like no one cares about Hollow Knight.
That's not necessarily true. So what happens is with this is it goes back to the old scenario on who's going to end up falling on the fucking sword when shit fails. As it pertains to the marathon, it's the marathon. That is what it is. You could say that's the sampler to see who bites or who don't. But when people ask later on, like a couple of days later, not a week later, let's say a couple of days later, hey, are you willing to do this? Oh, there's not enough demand for it. You're the only people I've actually heard talk about it. We'll see. I can always do that later. You know, we've got all these new hot games coming out right now. Later on comes up, well, hey, man, you know, you say that there's not any real games to play or anything that you're really interested in. Could we go ahead and do go back to such indie game, whatever? Oh, well, I guess we could, but I don't know if it's going to be a very good playthrough, and I don't know if it really fits my style right now, and we're getting ready to go into the hardcore gaming season, or we're already going into a pretty stacked season of new releases. I don't know. I'm not sure. But, chat, if you guys go back to when he was on Twitch, when he was playing, what was that game? Stranger Things 3. Everybody universally hated that game. Everybody in his audience, most detractors, they hated that game. And yet he played it. Yet he played it all the way through.
Yeah. Was that a bounty?
I know that wasn't a bounty. He literally enjoyed that game so much that he played it all the way through. Because I can't remember if it was.
Did a dent buy it for him?
I'm sorry.
Did a dent buy it for him?
I don't know. I don't think so. I want to tell you that he bought it on his own. Someone might have, but I'm pretty confident he played that. I know he played it all the way to the end. I don't know.
He did,
but
and it didn't get views and support. Like people were just like, "This game fucking sucks. Stop playing it." And he would just clown them and then keep pushing.
Yeah, the game was literally trash, and yet he was determined to keep playing it. He didn't. Yeah. He didn't try to flip it in the schedule or nothing. Like whatever time slot he put it in, or whatever shift he put it on.
God, I hate that.
Yeah, I hate that.
It's a shift. It's the night shift. Dude, you don't even work, bro.
He actually played the whole damn thing out. Yeah, you could say the same thing with Bugsnatch. He played that game all the way through. He loved that game, but that game didn't get a lot of support.
I mean, he does it with this. Watch the Like a Dragon game tonight. I think Pop is probably going to restream it.
Yeah, I think so.
I hope he does. But it's a game he likes. Dragon Quest.
Mm-hmm.
Is another one comes to mind. He was getting like $8 streams every game, and he would show up every night and play that for a couple hours and love the shit out of it.
Yeah, he did.
But now you're seeing him have to bend, right? He's telling us, oh, I'm not day one view guy. He's doing day one view stuff. He just did it with Dragon, the new game that just came out, Dragon's Dogma 2.
Mm-hmm.
He's putting that on the back burner.
Not surprised.
to finish Baldur's Gate and Like a Dragon.
Yikes.
What? Just rotate those guys, as night streams or something, man. But he's like trying to power out and finish him and just run through the story, no side content, fuck you. And he's just ruining games left and right for people. Even his own chat is mad and upset at him.
Agreed.
And the only time he gets support right now is during this Basic Bitch podcast, or it's getting set up from, a Sunday show, thanks to some whale who's supporting him. What? You get what? Baldur's Gate 3 guy? That's it? License for Soul or whoever's running that game?
What's the game that he's supposed to be doing the co-op thing with Cat on?
Oh gosh.
You remember? Or Chat?
Yeah. Chat will help me out.
Yeah, I think Chat.
Beyond Two Souls.
Oh, Beyond Two Souls. Okay. And when does that start?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't give a fuck. It's gonna suck. It's gonna suck. These guys are gonna wear fucking cat's horseshoes around their neck, and they're gonna be like, "We're gamers," and play. And she's gonna sit there. They're both gonna have the same look. Like you'll see Phil's little hat, flat head. You know, the back of his head's flat. You know, tummy time and all that fun stuff.
Right.
And then you'll just see her jawline, and that's gonna be my thumbnail for that if I get to watch it. I'm just gonna have them just in a shadow outline, and you'll know what's up. It's gonna be rough. It's gonna be terrible, and it's gonna be like it's a walking sim pretty much.
It is. Oh my!
I can't believe he talked her into coming back on stream somehow.
I mean, hey, I assume the DoorDash fund is starting to dry up a little bit. So
is that where he locks in? Like the DoorDash app gets locked?
I think so. She has to protect the trough. All right, here we go.
So I own it, but I never went back and played it because no one cares. You know, it's sad. I really feel like, sadly, people get hyped for these indies, but only if like a high profile streamer's playing it and there's like so much hype behind it because thousands of people are watching it or whatever. But the moment that like someone like me plays it, it's like, they don't care. You know, it sucks. I am interested in indie games. I actually genuinely am. A lot of these games have looked interesting to me over the years. And then it's like pulling teeth trying to get people to watch them. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's just my audience is like that or whatever. It's the same thing with Metroidvanias. Like, I love Metroidvania games. And for how many years I tried to play them, and every time I tried it failed. The one exception was the latest Metroid that I played. Metroid, what was it called? I can't even remember what it was called. You guys convinced me to play it, and people actually did show up for that.
Hold on. I'm going to bring this back real quick, because it sounds like he's saying Metroidvania? Like he's trying to say Metroid and Castlevania all at the same time. Give me a second.
The genre of games.
Oh, that
like anything with the map system and collectibles and Shadow Complex comes to mind. Really good game if you played that one.
Damn.
But yeah, any of the Metroids that have it, any of like those kind of style games, that's what they're called.
Interesting. I've never heard
it's not
like
just
that.
him just being a slurry gin bitch. No, he's actually, that's what he calls him. And yeah, he only had one hit, but was that during the Vest streak?
Maybe.
Okay. I have to think about it. He'll tell us. Like, he likes to tell us his successes, but he can never tell us about his, why he never took any of the blame, right? For that whole segment right there, zero blame on Phil. It's my audience's fault. It's the game's fault. It's maybe the nighttime's fault. It's the season's fault. It's the fact that it's rainy in Seattle and I got to spend money on Hogan's. It's, DoorDash's fault. It's everybody else's fault but Phil's. And the reality to it is Phil is boring. Phil doesn't do shit. He might get mad every now and then. He might get a little upset. But, like, most normies come in and they see a grown man play a boring video game in a boring fashion. That's all they see, and they dip. You're just full of LARPers and people who like Phil at this point.
Damn. But yeah, real talk. I've never heard that term. I really have.
Yeah. Which
is kind of wild because chat's already on me on it. But yeah, I got to be honest with you. I've never heard it described like that.
No.
I've never heard that. But you learn something new every day.
Yeah.
Like that or whatever. It's the same thing with Metroidvanias. Like, I love Metroidvania games. And for how many years I tried to play them, and every time I tried it failed. The one exception was the latest Metroid that I played. Metroid, what was it called? I can't even remember what it was called. You guys convinced me to play it, and people actually did show up for that. But outside of that,
Like, how do you know it was fun when you can't even remember the game? It's definitely one thing that I can't remember the term, but Jesus Christ, I can remember the games that I play. I can definitely do that. Unless they're just
his memory's going.
Yeah, like they're all just running concurrent with each other. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, everything must be just a blur to him. Like, his sense of time and space and, like, even just days are probably just fucked. Like, I know I wake up, I'm like, what fucking day is it? Sometimes I'm like, oh shit, I gotta go to work.
Right.
You get that scheduled life. Like today he bitched in his little podcast. Jasper woke me up at 6 a.m. and then like he wouldn't let me sleep for the extra few hours. Or he didn't say few, several. He said several. I believe.
Wow.
Yeah. That dude's not up by 10. 10 o'clock, he's hitting that snoozer and like slowly getting up. But yeah, 6 a.m., it's like, that's normal people hours. Quit bitching.
Exactly. But here's the wild part, though. And I've always wondered about this. Why doesn't Jasper wake up Cat? Like, why
So
is
she's
it...
sleeping downstairs on the couch?
Fair point. Fair point.
Or in that office daybed.
You think she locks? She probably locks the door.
I would, wouldn't you?
Yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. Being in the same house with DSP sounds like a horrible thing.
Having a drunk Phil, you know, just watched a whole bunch of WWE wrestling that he lies about, and then he's like pulling Hogan's and he's waddling upstairs. Of course, your door's locked.
Shit, I mean, that's if he even makes it upstairs most nights. I feel like he just props himself on that couch.
Oh, that couch might have some gin and Sprite stains.
Yeah, I could definitely see that.
And some other stains, I'm sure.
Yeah. Let's continue.
I just can't get anyone to engage with the indie stuff. You know what I'm saying? Cosmo says, do you agree all publicity is good? You're probably going to remember Larian better because of the strong opinions you have of Baldur's Gate 3. Well, you know how I would really remember Baldur's Gate 3 the best? If all the people who worked at Larian right now at their desks stopped what they were doing, pushed their coffee away, closed their apps, and reprogrammed the game and gave me my goddamn items back. Then that would be perfect. I would remember them forever. Very realistic. Okay.
Okay. And that's the that was the end of that. Holy shit. Big ups to oh man, big ups to Raw Phil for coming through on that. Like I said, next stream we will more than likely go over the nonsense that went on today, because there's some gems in that bitch for sure.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, you brought up Phil's birthday, man. Dude, that fucking that episode of That Being Said is gonna be crazy. Jesus Christ.
And those guys are closing in on 100 too.
What episode are they at right now?
98, I think, is this coming week.
98.
They're
so,
getting up there.
Wait a second. So theoretically, wouldn't episode 100 fall on his? Well, it'll fall on the day after his birthday. That Sunday.
I can't remember if it's like that day, like the day after his birthday, or if it's the next following week.
Okay. Yeah,
I'd have to look at their catalog
Gotcha.
and see what number they're really on.
Yeah, because we're on the 25th, so their next show's the 3rd. Well, their next Sunday show would be the 30th, and then
Ooh, we'll get the monthly roundup maybe from a DSP Gout.
Oh, true.
Yeah, follow his second account on Twitter too, DSP Gout 2. If you haven't done that, chat. Yeah, that's where he's posting up the pie charts, which you can just put like cat's face and like just flip it, and it's the same thing.
Okay, hold on a second.
It's like her eating a slice of pie then. Funny.
There it goes right there. DSP Gout.
Yeah, DSP Gout
Pray
and
for
his
DSP.
second one. DSP Gout 2.
Oh, DSP Gout 2.
Yeah, you'll probably want them both.
Yeah. Okay, so I'll follow both of them then. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Okay, well here, I'll just follow both of them. I can do that. Alright, chat. Like I said, if you get a chance, follow DSP Gout and DSP Gout 2 and whatnot. So that's a thing. Make sure you guys make that happen.
Do that.
Alright. Okay, ProleteR, thank you for tagging in. Any closing thoughts, man? I appreciate you coming by and whatnot. Anything interesting that you'd like to speak on? Anything today that you might have heard from DSP that you thought was interesting? Anything at all?
You know what? I'm just happy I got to listen to you for the majority of the day. Got tagged in. It was a hot stream. You were on fire. I appreciate these streams. They've been great. You know, I've been a little quiet lately. I got a project I'm working on, like I alluded to earlier.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to get it to take off on 420.
Nice.
Just because it's funny.
Nice.
I might do like a soft launch earlier. Maybe it'll be a nice birthday present for Phil. But we'll see about that. Otherwise, I gotta draw a map to the kingdom of Goutopia. I don't know if you can help me out with that later on.
I might be able to do that.
But yeah. Otherwise, yeah. No. Thanks for the chilled stream, dude.
Yeah, no problem. I didn't know it was going to be this long, but I'm glad I did it. Because I'm glad I did it. There's a lot that I needed to go over. The FGC show is crazy, dude. There's so much more to go over.
Oh, yeah, dude. I got to come back for one of those. There's so much to go over.
Yeah, there's a lot. Especially
Excalibur brings up a dope point in the chat, though.
What's that?
You should watch the mental test that Phil took from Sunday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's like one of those YouTube watch and find out about your personality kind of things. And it was like his mental age.
Oh.
Yeah, it's fun to watch them. Like some of those LARPers, man. You sneak in the troll content. I see you out there. I see you.
Okay, well, yeah. Like so, if I can find I'll find the clip for it and I can get it in there. Unless like Snorpernell or like Memology.
Memology probably has it.
Yeah, he probably has it. If not, Snorpernell does. Yeah, we can definitely sneak that in. Why not? It sounds fun. That sounds fun. All right, chat. Let me do something real fast. Okay, bet. All right, chat. Like I said, thank you for coming by. Very much appreciated. And I got some music to play you out. Thank you yet again to ProleteR for swinging by and gracing us with your presence and whatnot. And obviously, best of luck to you for that project coming up next month. And chat, hopefully I'll see you guys, let's say Monday. So if I don't see you later in the week, then hopefully next week. Yeah. All right, chat. Catch you later.